Hi, rejoice. Your last is here. Hi. Mwah.
Let's see if I can guess where they're from. Are you Scottish? No, 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 no! I don't want to be wrong! I don't want to be wrong! I knew it! I knew it! Oh man, this is so stressful. Okay. Hey, we got a sister.
Okay.
An American sister. Okay. You're American! You're American. You gotta be. Hi, my name is Jay, and yeah, I'm really happy to be here. Today, I'm gonna guess different people's nationalities based on their accents. I'm gonna ask them a few questions and try to figure out where they're from. Just for some quick background about me, I'm from the States. I was born in New York, raised in Texas for the majority of my life, so I pretty much have more of a southern-ish accent, I would say. And I've also lived in Korea for 6 years, so I'm really excited to meet people from other countries as well. So in terms of the English from other countries, I think that most Americans usually like other countries' English just because I feel like we're so used to hearing our own accent that when we hear another accent, it just feels super unique and exotic. But we are notoriously known for sucking at copying other countries' accents. So it goes to show you how much we want to be like other people, but we really can't. So, man, can I guess? I feel like I'm gonna piss people off, to be honest, but I'm gonna try my best. Let's see if I can guess where they're from, and sorry in advance. So I'm gonna do it based on, I guess, two things. First of all, intonation. I definitely know that different countries have different intonations when speaking English, but also the words that are used. I think that some words tend to be different to my knowledge. And I think also just the way we pronounce similar words as well, or the same words, that will give me a hint about maybe where they're from for sure. Oh my gosh. Wow. Hello. Oh, so many people. Were there that many people in that room? That's great. Because I was like, man, there's all these seats over here. So I'm like, wait, hold on. Like, I thought there was like 4 or 5 people, but damn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wow. You didn't have to have that many questions.
United Nations.
Okay. Wow. By looking, probably not. I have a feeling like I'm gonna be thrown off. And even their fashion, I can't get any hints based on the fashion because, you know, Americans,
Is that bad?
like Americans always dress like a certain way. So when you see an American, you're like, oh, that person's American. But I feel like everyone here has been in Korea for like a certain amount of time. I can't really notice any differences in like how they carry themselves in terms of their fashion. So, even their makeup, some of their makeup, y'all got good makeup, by the way.
This is going to be fun, isn't it? Oh, I've got people already. Rejoice. Hello, comrades. Friendly mad friendly mad Scottish woman here. Hello. I've already watched Laura Kay 3 times today already. Once this morning, again in the afternoon to take notes about Glaswegian Ghoul, obviously, and third time with Kevin Helena. There's only so much I can take of her. Laura, don't come back up to Glasgow. And you as well, Glaswegian Ghoul. Yeah. My level of disdain towards Pat McFadden knows no bounds. Yeah. The man is a fucking monster. I hate the fact that he's in Caxton House now. Let's see how he does. See how many fucking people he tries to demonize. But fun first.
Y'all got good makeup. It's just I can't literally cannot tell. Oh my god, this is gonna be so difficult. Oh, I'm gonna piss people off. I already know. Hi.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Handshake. Okay.
You got it now. Yeah.
Okay.
He's like,
The handshake.
Italian.
Kind of suspicious. Okay. Can you please say bottle of water?
Bottle of water.
Oh. Say that again.
Bottle of water.
Yo. You're not English. Say that again, please.
Bottle of water.
She got that too. Huh. Are you?
English. English. Hi, Scottish person here. You can tell the way we use inflections and things. Oh, damn it. Where's my other phone? Give me a minute. I've lost my other phone. What the fuck is it? Hello, Scooby. I've lost my simless bastard. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there's it. Ha! Simless bastard. Fucking here everywhere. Hi. Praise be, you're a mad Scottish woman. She's here. Okay, let's see. Aha! There we go. She's English, by the way.
So I don't think, so this is only like countries that maybe have English as a first or second language, most likely, right? So then if that's the case, you're definitely not American. I don't think you're British. I don't think you're South African. I don't think you're Australian. Are you Scottish? How do you say friends?
Friends.
Hmm?
Friends.
Next question, next question. What is your country's famous sport? Or like, what are some of your favorites, your country's famous sports?
Football.
Eh?
Football.
Football? Like the one you kick?
You call it soccer.
Yes.
Yes.
So, okay, so she's definitely not from America. Say that again, please.
Football.
Are there any other famous sports?
Cricket.
Oh, wait, hold on. She said cricket. Oh, I might have to retract my statement. What do you eat for breakfast?
In Korea or
Back in your home country.
in my well, it depends.
Okay, what is a famous breakfast dish?
Sausages, eggs, beans.
Oh, she's British. She's English. 100% she's English. So she's 100% from the UK. You got to be. You're from England. She said she said they eat beans and toast.
baked beans on toast. She didn't say that.
I don't know anybody that do it like that except from the people from England. You said beans and toast. It's got to be the beans and toast.
I'm from London.
There we go. Ha.
Scooby, don't worry. Not all of us got some mad rifle toting bastards. Trust me, we're not. We might be good at martial arts though. Very good with a broadsword. Watch out. Haha. You can tell when it's a Scottish person speaking because we roll our R's. And we call people either numpties or ball bags. Or Egypts. Numpties usually used quite a lot as well. Yeah.
You can't trick
But
me
you
with
were
the beans
tricked in
and
the
stuff.
beginning.
I was. You got me. Bottle of water. How was that? Honestly, not good. Yeah, like I said, Americans, we're trash at copying accents. I've always wanted to have like a British accent just because I feel like it just sounds so cool. I don't know, like American accents are just so boring. Are there any Americans here?
You have to find out.
I'm sorry, my brother.
Have you been to the UK?
No, but I have family from the UK.
Okay, where are they from?
My family originally originated from Nigeria, and people who know Nigerians know that they're basically everywhere. And so, you know, some of my family stayed in Nigeria, some of them moved to the States. That's where I was had. And I also have family that went to the UK. My grandfather was a British citizen. Yeah, I've never been though. I wanted to go, but yeah, I've always kind of had an interest in England especially. But I don't know about your food though. I don't know about your food though. What's your favorite like British?
Bangers and mash.
There?
It's sausages and mashed potato with gravy, but it's British gravy. It's different to American gravy.
Oh, so y'all don't have that like that black people gravy like y'all ain't got that black gravy. Is it like what color is it?
It's dark brown.
Oh, so it might be similar.
Gravy.
Have you had gravy?
I've had American gravy.
How was it?
It was nice.
Is it like
But
similar?
I would say, yeah, it's similar. It's quite meaty tasting, but the consistency, the color, some of the ingredients are different.
But there's that one thing that I've seen on YouTube. It's like, is it
A Vegemite.
Is that
We have Marmite.
Marmites?
It's yeast extract.
Yeast extract.
Yeah.
Oops, I've been drinking all day. Don't worry, I am fine. I'm good here. I just keep it chill.
It sounds awful. It's very strong.
How does it get that color?
From being extracted from yeast.
We also have these, you call them chips, but we say crisps. They're called twiglets.
I'm so fucking confused right now. Okay, wait, so
There are a lot of British things.
or like,
They're made from wheat or something. They're not potatoes, and they're covered in Marmite. And people just eat them as a snack.
why y'all do that to yourselves?
I don't know. Because we're British. Nice to talk to you.
Yes, nice to talk to you. Hello there. Hi. Nice to meet you. That's a strong handshake, okay. So I guess we're doing the same questions again. So then, can you please say bottle of water? Is this gonna be the lie? All right, go ahead.
Bottle of water.
Say that again.
Bottle of water.
Bottle of water. Okay. You like water?
Yeah?
Okay. Yeah? Okay. In your country, how do you say bathroom?
Bathroom, toilet, both.
Okay. I feel like this is too easy. So then, can you tell me what sports your country is famous for?
Football, rugby, not much else.
Not much else.
Yeah.
All right, can I ask any question I want? How is the weather in your country typically?
Like north or south or...
In the capital. I know where you from.
One word.
Immediately. Gotcha.
Worst undercover ever.
Windy.
Windy. I'm asking another question. What is a very popular drink in your country? Very popular. So this is not to do with how you normally be drinking, but generally speaking.
Beer?
Beer.
Yeah.
Damn. Your accent is too neutral for me, man. You gotta give me something. Okay.
I lied already.
You lied. I know you lied. We're on the last question. Where was the lie? Damn, man. Okay, so first of all, there are too many questions for her to lie more than, she's not allowed to lie more than once, so she's obviously not American. Because Americans, we suck at copying accents, so I'm saying, unless you're a comedian. Her handshake was pretty strong, though.
That's a clue?
Of course. Of course.
Okay.
That's a clue. I'm gonna just go with English.
You
This
think
is the
there's two of us?
There are at least 4 of you.
There is.
He said there's 4 at least. I'm gonna die on this hill.
Okay.
Damn.
That's offensive.
She's angry.
That's really offensive.
Okay, so that means you must be nearby.
Yeah.
But I can't tell from your accent. Like, it's really like. Can I guess one more time?
Please.
Oh, but I literally. Oh, she said please. Damn, they got beef. Oh, they got beef. Are you Welsh?
I love you.
Yo, we
Yes.
got it. Okay.
10 out of
Woo.
10.
See, I got it on the second try. You see what I'm saying? It was the beef. It was the beef for me.
Thank you.
It was the anger for me. So then, do you often get that issue? Yeah. You've lived in Korea for a while, right? So
Yeah.
people are always like, oh, like, are you from like England or like
Yeah.
something like that?
Because the word in Korean for England and UK is the same.
Right,
So
there's
people
no
don't-
distinction.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, I'm from Wales. And they're like, eh? To be honest, I've even met English people who don't know that it's a different country. Which is kind of offensive when we have our culture and our language. And
They're like,
and
but
it
we're
is-
all just one kingdom. they like drag you into it or
Yeah.
something like that.
And I'm like, do you guys?
That is one of the softest Welsh accents I've ever heard. Wow. Scooby-Doo, where are you from? Don't you dare, you simless bastard. Gimme. Scooby, where are you from? You don't need to say, of course. Don't dox yourself if you don't want to, obviously.
Know what you did to us?
You know, it's kind of interesting. Nigeria was a colony. I know it's like not the same exact situation, but I'm just trying to
Yeah,
find
no.
that connection.
It's okay, don't worry.
I didn't realize that a lot of the food that I grew up eating was like British food.
I'm sorry about that.
No, but like, no, I liked it though. I liked it.
Okay, okay.
Like, I believe Scotch egg is
Okay, yeah.
British, right?
It's from
and
Scotland, yeah. Scotch, Scotland.
Girl, I didn't think Scotland and Scotch were like related at all. Wait, hold on. I see reactions. I see
We all
reactions.
know where we're all from.
Yeah,
so-
but I know that someone here is from Scotland now. I saw heads turning in a certain.
Hello, Lee's comrade. Hi. Born and brought up in Perth, but I live in Glasgow. I have lived in Glasgow since I was 18, so done near 30 years at this point. Wow. I've lived longer here in Glasgow than I did in my hometown. For my sins, oddly enough.
Direction. Okay, so that's from Scotland.
Yeah. Oh yeah, would you like to learn some Welsh?
Of course.
Okay, so we have a lot of different, our alphabet.
Rejoice, the main mod. Hi, darling. Yeah. You said you would be going live tonight. Feel free to drop by every now and again. I'll probably read you. How you doing, by the way, sweetie? Say hello to Cranky Pants. Oh, I would have loved to have met Doc, by the way. Look at that gorgeous emote. Oh, I've ordered emotes, both animated and static, from someone through my Discord. I'll be paying for them on Tuesday, and it will take Marilyn a fortnight, roughly, to do them. Watch this space. Yeah. Oh my god. What are the roads like in the by the way, I'm not going to, hopefully I'm not going to dox you here. Shanna lives in, or just outside Phoenix. What's the roads like in Phoenix, by the way, darling? I keep on meaning to ask you that. Everyone, go and follow Capricorn. Beer. It's a good, except for when it's not. Driving be fun all over the world, obviously. Oh yeah, I was talking to Rejoice, resident philosopher. Hi, Scribby. Praise be Scribby. He be based. Hi, comrade. How you doing? My best friend that I rescued, she was born and brought up here in Glasgow. Her husband's a New Yorker, and he was born and brought up in Queens. And they lived in New Jersey before they came back home, before they came back here to live in Glasgow. And I asked him, what are the roads like? Where are the worst roads, would you say? New Jersey or New York? New York, easy. New Jersey, don't get me wrong, there are still nutters on the roads, obviously. But the roads in New York are a nightmare. Dear God. Said, but there's a certain breed of driver in Trenton which I despise. Yeah, I've heard horror stories from him about the driving conditions in New Jersey. God.
It's different from English. Let's start
What the
there.
hell,
We
Scooby?
have like letter combinations that people consider aggressive.
I love aggression. I love it.
CH. This one's really hard for most people. Double L.
I see what's happening here, but it's really hard for me to make that sound. I know I can hear it though.
Yeah.
One more time, please.
Oh, it's not bad.
It's like, I can feel that it's off though.
It's not bad though. Don't try and make a sound. Just put your tongue to the top of your mouth and breathe aggressively. Put it in a word, the longest town in Europe. Are you ready? São vai depois quando qualquer job which want to see the go. Sorry, that was mean, right?
I can't do it.
That was mean.
Can you give me like an easier word? Like, how do I say like, I'm sorry? So that whenever I get it wrong to like any person from Wales.
My brother-in-law, my sister's partner, for his brother-in-law, fuck it. When he was in the army, he was based in Delhi, and he says, Katie, do not drive in Delhi. Do not drive in Mumbai either. I've heard crazy stories from people, comrades of mine here in Glasgow who used to live in India with connections to the British Army. Sorry. I asked them in one of my favourite pubs, it's called the Solid Rock Cafe, it's at the bottom of Hope Street in Glasgow. And I asked him, this is Don, by the way, my friend Don. He is based, he is good. He used to be a trot like me, just a classic Marxist now. He said, what's the roads like? Oh, they're a fucking mess, and they're a nightmare, and the drivers are crazy. That's Delhi. The roads in like the Kerala region aren't too bad, but Delhi, Kolkata, or Kolkata if you wish. Yeah, yeah, nightmare, essentially. Don't get me wrong, the roads here in Glasgow are fucking dog shit as well, and lots of mental bastards on the roads. It's one of the main reasons I don't drive anymore. When I moved down to Clydebank, I drove for 6 months when I got my flat. Then after that, I said, fuck this for a game of soldiers, and said, nope, not doing it. Things happening. Oh my God! Rejoice! Raid from KF Logan. Thanks for the raid, Kev. Oi oi, for me comrade. I am indeed live. Rejoice, comrades. Jim speak. Hi, Jim. Hello, idiosyncrasy. How goes things in the Western Isles? Idiosyncrasy is Scotland based as well, like me. I'm stop doing that. Lickers! Rejoice, comrades. Lickers is here. Hi, Lickers. Sweet. Good to hear. No problem. Have fun playing Borderlands, Jim. Yes, chaos. Rejoice, comrades. Parkour's language. Bass streamer does music. Hi, Parkours. Everyone, go and follow Parkours. He'd be awesome. No problem. Say hi every now and again if you want. Hi.
I can just be like, I'm sorry.
It's kind of
Hi everyone.
Mijn vroeg Kenny.
Druvu. Oh my God. Wait, one more time, please.
Mijn vroeg Kenny.
Mein Ru. I can feel it's wrong. Mein Ru. I'm sorry.
Okay. Good job. Good job, good job. No, I appreciate the effort. It's okay, thank you for trying.
Thank you for telling me how to say Mein Ru.
Hey, that was good.
I tried.
That was good.
I tried to the very last.
That was good.
Okay, so one person pissed, 7 more to go.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. All right, let's get into this.
All right.
Can you please say bottle of water?
Bottle of water.
Oh, girl. I know where you from.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Let me do the next question. How do you say friends from where you're from?
Friends.
All right, so she can't lie twice. She's got to be American. All right, let's go next. What is your country's famous sports? What are some of your country's famous sports?
A big one is basketball. More?
Yeah.
Okay.
Plural.
Football, soccer.
Oh yeah. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's good? Hey, we got a sister.
Okay.
An American sister. Okay.
Rejoice, comrades. Sozold is here. Hi, Sozold. How's it going, dude? Great to see you, by the way. Sozold Snake is a based individual. He has to be. He's following me. Not to inflate my ego, of course. Yes, actual Snake's lies in chat. Praise be.
Okay. So then, question. I gotta think of a different one for the video, for the views. When you go out to drink,
Okay.
or when people from your country go out to drink, what is their usual go-to?
Beer is a big one. I think there's a wide variety.
But like, what are the top 2?
Beer, wine.
Wine. Okay, next question. What brand of beer do people from your country usually drink?
I'm not a beer person. I really don't know my beer
But
brands.
you know what they drink.
Okay, I could be like maybe a Guinness, maybe a Heineken. Those are like probably the only beer brands I know.
Oh, okay. Oh, say, can you? You're American! You're
Wait,
American, you gotta be. You're not American. Hey, 거짓말하는 거예요.
I'm Canadian. Nice to meet you.
We neighbors. We're neighbors.
We're neighbors.
See, that's why. See, damn, I didn't even think about Canadians.
Confident.
I said Canada. Jesus Christ. This can't go into a final cut. I literally forgot. So, what part of Canada are you from?
I was born and raised in Vancouver.
Vancouver.
Have you been?
Never. I've never been to Canada.
Really?
Yeah, I want to go though.
I was just gonna, why not?
Why haven't I been to
We're
Canada?
so close.
I use my cheese on oat cakes or crackers. Super Hubby, who is in his bed, he likes cheese toasties. We don't have a toasty maker or a panini press, so he puts cheese on 2 slices of bread, squishes them, then puts them under the grill. Or broiler, if you wish, if you're American. My younger sister, loves cheese toasties. She eats far too many of them, in my opinion. I try to get her to try oat cakes. She doesn't, but her partner does, because he is based and a good man. If you need sustenance, Jim, go and have sustenance. Food is good, obviously. I'm sitting here with chocolate. I had chili wrapped in tortilla wraps and sealed with cheese. They were delicious. Super Happy's good at making chili. I am quite lucky, really. Yeah.
Bye, yeah.
I'm from Texas, girl. Y'all too far.
It is kind of far. Can you hear my accent?
So I know that there is a Canadian accent, like
Yeah.
for sure. Like we all know this, but I can't hear it from you.
Really?
You sound super like in the middle to me.
In the middle? Let me just
Yeah.
go get my bag.
Your what? I'm
My
confused.
bag.
Your what?
My bag.
Your bag?
My backpack, my bag. That's a...
Nah. No, I literally can't hear your Canadian accent at
Oh,
all.
really? Okay.
So then do most people assume that you're from America when they talk to you?
It's like, it's weird. I think that I don't...
That is a tabletop cooker, essentially. It's mini. We used to have one. We don't have one anymore. But I loved it. I used to toast my perhaps rolls in it for my morning breakfast, filled with damn it, my mind's just went blank. Black pudding. Fucking hell.
don't hear the accent,
miss my
but when I
brother.
meet Americans, they'll point out different words that I say.
Really?
Yeah.
What are some of those word differences?
Like bag.
I mean, okay,
Bag
anything
or,
else?
like bathroom, the other question you were asking earlier,
Yeah.
we usually say washroom.
Washroom.
Praise be, Natok. Hello, American comrade. Praise be. You should, Jim. You should. Black pudding is fucking gorgeous. It's called blood sausage and... It is. Kev rated me. Rejoice, comrades. Elron Hubbard. Hi, Elron. How goes the battle against your MP? Me and Elron are trying to unseat his MP, who is Angela Eagle. We don't like her for many reasons. Yeah. The way she is disregarded, my comrade, needs to be dealt with. No violence, please. No violence. Be good comrades and don't do violence. Oh, yeah, of course she is, Elron. Of course she is. Fuck it, time to check. Oh, Elron, can you do this for me instead of me leaving the video? What's her majority like? Hopefully this won't be doxing Elron. Elron lives in Wallasey, which is a suburb of Liverpool. So he's on the west coast of England. He's south of me. So down that way, essentially. I am facing northeast here in Glasgow. Basically facing towards my hometown or home city. Yeah, Elron, go and check her majority, would you, please? Don't discount the Greens as well. They might actually get that seat. I asked Lefty, everyone go and follow my left eye, Base Mancunian. He checks in with me every now and again. And he checks the majorities for all the... No, she hasn't idiosyncrasy. No way, shape or form, really. Seriously? Huh. We will watch this space, obviously. Obviously, great Scottish Green Party member here, and I promote both the Green Party for England and Wales and the Scottish Greens up here. We'll see how things change. I'll be keeping an eye. Don't you worry. Yeah.
I mean, we're friends.
We're friends.
Yeah, we're friends. We're friends.
We're friends.
We're friends.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Damn. So that's 2 down or 2 wrong, 1 right. All right, let's go. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
She said you. Can you please say bottle of water?
Bottle of water.
This is freaking annoying. That damn was so American. That damn was so American, and now I'm confused, man. I'm confused. Okay, how do you say friends where you're from?
Friends.
Oh man, I feel like she's trying to juke me right now. All right, let's go to the next one. Oh man, I gotta get this one. So, what are some famous sports in your country?
Soccer, cricket, rugby.
There.
Soccer, cricket, rugby.
Okay, that's the lie. But there's no way she's gonna say soccer and cricket in the same sentence, man. Ain't no Americans playing cricket, man. There's no way Americans playing cricket, bro. Man, we barely play golf. Nah, we play golf for real, but like, oh man, this is so stressful. Okay, I'm gonna ask you, what is your go-to breakfast? And don't lie. I mean, I guess you could lie. You didn't lie already, but I feel like you did.
Eggs, bacon, avocado,
Huh? Bacon.
toast.
Have you ever been to Africa before?
Yes.
I should have asked her.
I travel.
So have I. I've been to Africa too. Shit.
Nigeria.
Okay, I don't want to be wrong. I don't want to be wrong. Sorry, calm down. Are you? Oh, but he never told me the range. Like, man, this is not multiple choice enough. Are you from South Africa?
Yes.
Yes! Let's go! Stop playing with me! Stop playing with me! All y'all! All y'all stop playing with me! Especially you! She's like, wow, I'm just chilling. South Africa.
Yes.
Oh my God, if I got this wrong. Okay.
So that's why I said soccer, cricket, everything the same.
So like, I'm confused. Like, how do you guys refer to like soccer in South Africa?
In South Africa, we say soccer and football, but people will
Really?
generally say soccer.
Really? Oh, so you were helping me,
I actually was.
but I wasn't cultured enough. That's on me. It's all in the mind. Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Whenever you like meet people for the first time, where do they generally think you're from?
They usually will say the United States because I guess a lot of people, because of media, are exposed to my people
Yeah.
being from the US. But when I say South Africa, people usually attach, like, just focus on the Africa, and then it becomes a whole thing. Oh my gosh, Africa, no water. I've heard that a lot.
That's good.
Yeah. So usually they would guess.
Rejoice. Be Scott in the chat. Hi Dan. Say hello to Dan McLeith, everyone. Hi Dan. How you doing tonight?
America just face value, and also because my accent is quite neutral sometimes.
That's the thing, because when you were answering the questions earlier, I couldn't really pinpoint it. Part of it because I'm like, I lack the culture.
I did lie
but
about friends though.
What do you normally say?
Friends.
Oh, that's different.
Yeah,
different.
friends.
But see, that's the thing. You said friends, like the way an American might say it.
Right.
And then you also said soccer.
Right.
But we're not aware that anyone outside of the U.S. says soccer.
Yeah, South Africans
Right.
use that word a lot.
That's crazy. Oh, do Canadians say soccer too?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Hey, my bad. Hey, neighbor, my bad.
I thought we had something.
My bad, neighbor. My bad.
If they are obviously not from the US, usually they will guess South Africa because the accent will be a little bit similar to maybe Australia, whatever the case may be.
Right.
If anything happens, please post it in the Discord, Dan, would you, for me? Thanks. So I can get into just checking it on myself, really, for myself. And obviously, if anything needs highlighting, please say to me and we can put it on the stream as well. Thank you kindly.
I wasn't pointing at anyone, don't worry.
He covered his face.
The snort. But if I speak to Koreans, they can't guess.
Though interestingly enough, I never met a South African in America. It was only until I came to Korea that I met a South African for the first time.
Yeah. Well, it was nice to meet
It
you.
was nice meeting you too. Okay.
Hello.
Damn! God! I said it's a walk in the park, but it looks like a run in the park, man. Yo, bro, I gotta go to the gym after this, man.
Hey, you looking
you
good.
work out.
Oh, you bet.
You got a nice chest, man.
Thanks, man.
Not in a weird way. All right, let's get this going. All right. Okay. Yes. Oh, you're a funny guy. Okay. Can you say bottle of water?
Bottle of water.
Woo!
One more time.
Bottle of water.
Bottle. Okay, let's go. Next question. How do you say bathroom?
For me, on the stream, we will find out. I am planning on actually streaming on Christmas Day after the Doctor Who special. Yeah. So yes, we might have a Christmas party. I will get dressed up and everything. I've got a few dress options that I like to wear for Christmas. Watch the space, really. Yeah. Thanks, Natok. Currently wearing lounging gear. If anyone remembers Adrian Vixen, I bought from her crowd store, essentially. So I am wearing lovely comfy leggings, a grey marl top, and my lovely warm cardi. Because Scotland do be, oh dear God, it's 6 degrees centigrade. I will say again, I hate winter. My body's not built for it. No. Do you want to guess where he's from? I recognise that accent immediately. Where's he? Yeah, I've been checking that. So Super Hubby, he's wanting a war to kick off to distract everyone. I tried to say to him that that's not good. I don't want that. Obviously, it's completely out of our control. Donald, can you hear me? Is it definitely happening? Oh, fucking hell. Oh. Make it stop, chat, please. Make it stop.
Avi.
What?
What is your country's famous sport? Just give me one.
Caber tossing.
Huh?
Caber tossing.
Caber toss. Man, see, that's the thing, right? I have no idea what he just said, and that in itself is a clue for me. My question for you is, what is the weather right now in your country?
I have no idea.
You have no idea?
I didn't check.
That's a lie. But what I mean is season. I meant season.
Oh, okay. Summer. It's August.
So you're from there. Okay, not from there. All right, one more question. From your country of origin,
Okay.
how many hours does it take by flight to get to Korea?
To South Korea? There's no direct flight.
There's no.
Not right now. I don't think so. I don't think so. If there was, it would.
Rejoice, comrades. Reza Lindsay. Hi, Reza. Base individual from Northeast England in the Newcastle area. Hi, Reza. Yeah, it's not looking too good over there, is it, Reza? I'll say again, Donald, can you fucking hear me? And even if you could, would you listen to me? Doubtful. Hi.
Probably take about 6 hours.
Yeah. 6?
Yeah,
Fall into the palm of my hands.
I don't know anymore. He said 6.
yeah, around 6. I think if there was a direct flight.
I'm gonna guess now. I think you're Scottish.
Hey!
Got it? Stop playing with me! Stop! I told y'all, all y'all. You. We already done.
What gave it away?
Huh?
What gave it away?
You said, so in your very last in the very last sentence you said to me, if there's a direct flight, you said there's no direct flight.
I don't think so.
See that?
There used to be.
It's the O for me. It's the vowel pronunciation.
So it's nothing to do with the flight.
He is correct. There is no direct flight from here in Scotland to South Korea. We have to travel down to Heathrow, then fly out. Apparently I talk fun. Yay. Make it end, chat, please. Just put me out my fucking misery. Christ.
No.
That was just my pronunciation.
When you said no, boom.
Right, okay.
Can
I
you
don't
say,
think
like,
so.
There's no direct flight, please.
There's no direct flight.
Yeah, see, there it is.
Yeah.
There's no.
Yeah.
There's no direct flight.
I don't think so. There used to be, but there's not anymore.
I love your accent.
There. What?
Edinburgh.
From Edinburgh to Korea?
I think there was at Christmas anyway.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, apparently there's. How long does it take?
More than 6 hours.
It's more than 6.
That's what I'm saying. Like 6 hours?
I was throwing you off. That was my line.
That was
55 minutes from Glasgow airport down to Heathrow, then Heathrow to Seoul is 8.5 hours. How do I know this? My bestie. She has done that flight. She drove down from Perth to Glasgow airport. She put her car in long-term parking because she was going over for business reasons. And she flew from Glasgow airport down to Heathrow, then out to South Korea. And that entire journey from my home city of Perth to South Korea took her 9.5 hours. Yeah, fuck that. I don't travel well, really. Don't get me wrong, Sydney's on my bucket list. It will definitely be a detriment to me. My health isn't that great.
My line. That was
a lie.
It will be about. Yeah, right. Exactly. It'll be about 13 hours, I think. If it was, it used to be.
Yeah, because when you said 6, I was like, there's no way. Because I was already guessing that you're in that general area.
What's that area? Sorry, you said up
So,
there
like,
and down there. What was that?
England, like Wales, like Scotland, like that area.
That area,
right?
right, okay.
I was like, okay, he's 100% from that area. But then when you said 6, I'm like, come on now.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you're not going to like,
I was trying to trick you.
that's like, you could go to China in 6 hours type shit. Like, so I knew you were capping. You had to.
I was. What's
You were
that?
capping me.
There is a direct flight from Glasgow to Beijing. It takes 10 hours. Again, how do I know this? That same bestie. She's a sales rep for a company, for a British-based company, and she flies around a lot. It's 9.5 hours to Johannesburg. It's 22 fucking hours to Sydney. The poor lass. I feel for her. I really do. It's been a good few months since I've actually talked to my bestie. She is knackered. I don't blame her though.
Lie. Yeah.
Watch the next episode.
Okay, so we got it. I told y'all.
Hello?
What did you say?
Nothing.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Sounds kind of American to me. Okay, so then can you please say bottle of water?
Bottle of water.
One more time, please.
Bottle of water.
See, she's thinking about it. I don't like that. That's suspicious. Oh! Okay. How do you say friends where you're from? See, you can't lie now.
Friends.
Friends?
Friends.
I have a lot of...
Friends.
Okay. Sorry, can you please tell me your country's most famous sport? Singular.
Basketball.
Basketball. Basketball. Say it again, please.
Basketball.
Oh, see, she's lying. That's a lie. That's a lie. Okay, how do you refer to the baked good with, chocolate chips in it? How do you refer to that?
Oh, I see what you're doing. It depends on the packaging or presentation.
Okay, it's soft and it comes out of the oven.
Cookie.
Oh, cookie. Do people lie twice in this game?
But this is not my whole country. This is me personally, what I call.
No. Your country, in your country.
I'm not too sure, but either biscuit or cookie.
There we go.
Depends on like.
Oh no, I know.
How it comes, you know?
I know.
Yeah.
I trust you.
Okay, thank you.
And the last one I'm gonna ask you is, see now I gotta distinguish what part of the UK. I have a question.
Okay.
I didn't hear, don't worry. Okay. I have a I literally didn't hear, don't worry. When you were in the 12th grade, what was your best subject? This should be easy.
I think it was home economics, like food.
Home
and
economics?
Technology.
Home economics?
Yeah.
What is home economics? Like, what does that class entail?
Is like
cooking
and also like
Cooking cookies.
I bake cookies. Cook cookies.
Oh, okay. This guy could be an actor. Okay. So that was your best class.
Yeah, like nutrition.
Okay. We've got the answer. We've got the answer.
I don't think you do.
We know.
This accent.
I don't know.
It's some. Oh, okay. I already guessed you. Okay. Why didn't you say you gotta react? No? Oh, no free hints, huh? Okay. She said no free hints. Okay. You're from the UK. I know. You're from England. What?
My parents are from England.
Okay, see, this is the problema. You see, she's like, I say cookie, but they say biscuit. I'm not from England, but my parents are from England. Okay, where?
So, Australia. But my accent is not very Australian. It's not strong.
I know, but like I could have guessed that if I just asked that question.
What question?
I can't tell you now.
Okay.
I don't know if there are any Australians. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? But this guy, I gotta ask it to him, you know what I'm saying? So.
Why him?
Do you like kangaroos? For breakfast.
Alright, so. Wait, so then I'm confused. You're from Australia, your parents are from England.
They grew up in Zimbabwe, and then their parents are English, and then they moved back to England and went to Australia. So it's kind of like...
Were they born in Zimbabwe?
Yeah.
So they were born in Zimbabwe, but then they went back to England.
Yeah.
They grew up there a bit more.
When they were in their 20s, and then in their 30s, they came to Australia.
So are they still in Australia right now?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Do people ever guess that you're from Australia?
Not really, no.
No, right?
Because my accent, I don't really sound Australian.
Does that bother you when
some words
people
I do.
get it wrong?
Not really, because I know it's hard to tell. Like you can't see from looks, and also maybe some words you might hear it, but like most words.
How do you say McDonald's?
Macca's.
Yeah, see, I should have just asked that question.
I could have lied. Unless I lied about basketball.
No, I mean, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. unless you're from like Canada or from
if
the
I
US.
said AFL, then you might have not known that, maybe.
AFL?
Yeah.
American Football League?
Australian Football League. Aussie rules. It's called Aussie rules. For us here in Scotland at least, or the majority of the UK, it's Aussie rules football.
Who's next? Come forth. Nice to meet you.
Hello.
Can you please say bottle of water?
Bottle of water.
That was the lie. One more time, please.
Bottle of water.
Bottle of water. Oh, I can't tell. Okay, next question. How do you say bathroom?
We say Jax.
Huh?
Jax.
Jax? Jax?
Jax, like the name.
Yeah. Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, no.
Can you tell me like what sport your country is famous for?
Football.
Like with your feet or with your hands? So the way she emphasized that it's with your feet, she's like, duh, it's football. Okay, so we know you're not, so what you say, I gotta go to the Jack. I'm going to the Jacks.
Yeah.
Come on, ay. Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Ah, man, this is difficult. Do you speak more than one language?
Yeah.
Ah, shit! She lives in Korea. I wasted a question. Okay.
Ask another, go on.
All right, we got one more. Oh my goodness. How do you say McDonald's in your country?
McDonald's. McDonald's.
She didn't say Mecca's.
What is it? Oh, she said Macca's, right?
She said, what is, okay, so you're not Australian. Okay, but you can't be from like,
McDee's?
England. You can't. Huh?
McDee's? McDonald's?
Mickey D's.
Mickey D. You can ask another
But
question.
she argued football, like as in foot with your feet. She can't be American, man. She can't be Canadian either. But she said Mickey D's though.
Go on.
Fighting for me.
Yeah, go. Of course. For them?
Oh!
What?
To them.
To the audience.
Oh, you've got a mixed accent. Nowadays, you know, English is all over media, so obviously there's gonna be a lot of overlaps in the way people say things naturally. I'm going to the Jacks. You know what? I'ma just say, okay, are you Australian? No! Wait, I think I know! Are you from New Zealand?
No. Way off. You're way off. Way off.
What is it, please?
Ireland. I'm from Ireland.
I crossed that part out, so I need to.
Oh, you did? You did? I thought the Jacks or McDee's would give it away, to be honest.
Y'all say Mickey D's?
We say McDee's, yeah. Mickey D's.
We say Mickey D's.
Oh, we say McDee's and Mickey D's. It depends on the region.
Really? So are you saying we stole that? So does anyone ever guess where you're from?
By looks, no. My accent is quite neutral compared to my family.
Right.
Because my dad is from Dublin, my mom is from a different area. She's from the border of Northern Ireland, so it's quite neutral compared to my family. And I've lived here for quite a while, so. When I'm angry or drunk or, you know, Starbucks, I say Starbucks. So it's quite strong. So when some words come out stronger.
Right, so like when you get more emotional, you kind of revert. That's kind of what I do too, because I think in general my accent, I don't know what you guys think, but I feel like for an American, my accent is really neutral. Like, I'm from the South, but unless I get super like, I don't know, excited or whatever, I usually just speak in with like a very neutral accent.
If I like spoke my like thick Irish accent, nobody would understand me because I talk really fast, so I have to like speak slower.
Well, it was nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
No. It's final boss. No. My bad. Okay. My bad.
I'm the boss. You fight to get to the boss.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, he's got the hand. He said, hey, bro, we know where you're from.
Yeah.
We got you.
You got me?
Yes, sir.
I might as well go sit back down
Nah, we got to go through the process.
Yeah, let's roll through it.
Yes, sir. All right, so can you please say bottle of water?
Bottle of water.
Hey, you're trying to hide it. Okay.
No, I'm trying to. Bottle of water.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you say friends where you're from?
I say friends.
Yeah, I feel like that'd be just normal. Okay, tell me what sport your country is famous for.
Very famous for netball.
Huh?
Netball.
Netball.
No, net. Like fishing net. Like the net. Netball. Yeah.
Netball.
Yeah, netball.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh, you said net.
Netball. Yeah. Guys are like nipple almost.
I heard knit like.
Netball.
Y'all,
Net. Anything.
who can knit the fastest ball? Okay.
Have you ever played netball?
Hell no.
Have you played basketball?
Yeah.
So imagine you take the board away and there's just the basket and there's no backboard. That's what netball is.
So you just got a rim and a net. No backboard.
No backboard.
All net.
And you cannot run.
And no running.
And you cannot bounce.
No dribbling. No running.
No. It's very entertaining.
So when you don't have the ball, you're allowed to move.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to take the ball physically off the people. You have to kind of.
No aggression.
You have to block. No, you're not allowed to physically contact them. Yeah. You have to block them with your hands and like that. Yeah.
That's it.
Kind of look like a mime. with an invisible wall. Yeah, like that.
Wow, I forgot I still haven't guessed where you're from.
Yeah. Netball. Yeah.
What sport did you grow up playing?
I played water polo at high school and university. I lost my 2 front teeth playing water polo. Actually.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that, Dan. Yeah. A few of my former trots no longer among the land of living. They refer to it as rugger as well. God, I miss them. COVID took them out, by the way. My comparative religions teacher and classicist teacher, it's the same person. He referred to it as rugger. He was born and brought up in Edinburgh, but he was in a Catholic school in Edinburgh, and he didn't like the church's interference, so he moved up to Perth. I miss him. I wasn't able to go to his funeral, but his daughter, who I love desperately, had me on a Skype call, so I was there watching and stuff, talking to her. She's good and base. She's a teacher as well, by the way. She's a physics teacher for all her sins. I was on her phone, basically watching the funeral for my lovely teacher. I miss him. I really do. He's the reason I'm a leftist. He was a Marxist, by the way. He gave me the Communist Manifesto when I was 15 years old. Praise be. He was good and based, and a really good teacher. Yeah.
So that's
New
fake.
Zealand,
And that's
by the
fake.
way.
Damn, you went hard with that water polo.
No,
man.
someone else went harder.
Oh,
than I did.
okay.
Yeah. I lost it to an elbow to the face.
Oh, that's wow. You should have played netball. I don't know shit.
Yeah,
No
I
contact.
should have, yeah. Much
Okay.
safer.
Okay. Then another question I'll ask you is, how many hours does it take you to get to Korea
Yes,
from your
you're
country?
correct, Dan.
12 hours.
Yeah.
12 hours direct flight.
Okay, I'm gonna guess now.
Okay. Good.
You're from Australia.
No.
New Zealand?
I'm from New Zealand. Yeah.
I knew it!
Called up.
I knew it!
I never got the bathroom question. I thought I was going to get the bathroom question and give it away. Yeah.
Damn, man. See, I was thinking like New Zealand, but then I was like, man, but like 12 hours, that's kind of far.
Actually, netball is very popular in Australia as well.
Right.
Actually, it's popular in Australia, South Africa, Jamaica. It's very popular as well.
Netball.
Yeah, it's very big in.
Y'all like bouncing the...
But also rugby. Rugby's another sport.
Right.
I played water polo and I played rugby.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I was
I played
hoping you were
rugby,
gonna say rugby.
Yeah.
So that would have been a giveaway.
I played rugby and water polo.
But I still would have said Australia though.
Yeah. A lot of people guess Australia. I don't know what it is.
So how long have you been in Korea for?
I've been here for 16 years.
Are you married?
I am, yeah.
Do you have kids out here?
I have a small dog.
A small dog. That's a kid. What do you do?
I'm a wine importer. I import wine. Yeah.
So you're an importer, but are you also a connoisseur? Like, do you actually
I
enjoy
consume
wine?
less alcohol now than I did 16 years ago because I get old. When you get old, alcohol is not your friend. I'm telling you now.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I mean I'm 28, but I don't really drink.
If
like
you
that
drink
for real.
wine, I recommend you drink my wine, but otherwise don't drink wine.
Damn.
All right, man. Thanks.
Well, it was nice meeting
Yeah,
you.
pleasure.
Nice
Yes.
to meet you. Let's go. We were close. We were close.
Yeah, Natok.
All right, final boss. Dun, 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 dun,
Oh God.
dun. Okay, let's go. She said, "Oh my God." Okay, let's go. Can you please say bottle of water?
Bottle of water.
Oh yeah. See, so. Can you say it one more time, please?
Bottle of water.
What? Girl, where you from? Ain't nobody know where you from, girl. Okay. Bottle of water.
Yeah.
Next question. Okay, how do you say bathroom where you're from?
Bathroom, washroom, and toilet all get used.
Oh man, okay. You're American. You gotta be. Next question, please. You're American. tell me 2 of your country's top sports and do it based on viewership.
Hockey, basketball.
Okay. She's not American. Okay. So like, how do you handle the winter?
Oh, it's quite cold where I'm from, so pretty used to it. Just jackets.
This is easy.
You know?
These
Yeah.
are- these are
No,
top-
this
It's
is
a layup.
This is
but they don't do
better-
that in what is it called? Netball? Whatever you call it.
Yeah. I think
This
you can do a layup
is
in
better
netball.
than home. Yeah, this
It's-
is better than home.
So it's cold here, but it's colder there, basically. Okay. I
Definitely.
guess that was 2 questions. You're Canadian.
No.
Don't tell me. Are you from? Tell me, please.
I'm from the States, just the Northeast.
Boston.
So I was using a Boston accent, yeah.
I knew it. I knew it. I f***ing knew it. I knew it. Oh, I should have been confident.
Hockey threw you off.
Damn! Girl,
Yeah.
hockey is not, that was the lie.
No, so it's a half lie, but that was the lie, yeah. But in Boston, that's what everybody watches.
Yeah,
Basketball
but
and
I'm saying
hockey.
in the country.
That was my lie.
You should have said NFL and NBA.
That's why I can say it with confidence. 'Cause it was a half lie.
Yo, you know what? Touche.
Got you.
Damn.
Sorry.
You were the final boss. You were the final boss.
They purposely got someone from another region to.
It was nice meeting you, final boss. Well, I'm gonna say that a couple of them kind of threw me off, but I think I did pretty well, if I say so myself. I don't think I did as bad as I thought I was gonna do,
I like
but
that
I
one.
definitely need to
This
get
is
more
good.
cultured and learn more history. But yeah, no, it was really fun, and I just like hearing different accents because we're all speaking the same language, but it's just different ways of expressing ourselves in the same language. I think it's really cool, just variety. I'm American, we like other people's accents, but there was like only one American. Like that's kind of. I wish there were more Americans out here. But we got you.
Hi, this is Rachel Hebert. We're live on the corner of Michigan and Wacker, following Casper doing the cha-cha slide. The new dance, the sweep of the nation.
This is something new, the Casper Slide Part 2, featuring the Platinum Band. And this time, we're gonna get funky. Funky. Everybody clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap your hands. All right, now, we're gonna do the basic step. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Cha-cha, real smooth. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Cha-cha now, y'all. Now it's time to get funky. To the right now. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. One hop this time. Right foot, 2 stumps. Left foot, 2 stumps. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Crisscross. Crisscross. Cha-cha, real smooth. Let's go to work. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 2 hops this time. 2 hops this time. Right foot, 2 stumps. Left foot, 2 stumps. Hands on your knees, hands on your knees. Get funky with it. Oh, yeah. Come on. Cha-cha now, y'all. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. 5 hops this time. Hop it out now. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Right foot again. Left foot again. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Freeze! Everybody clap your hands. Come on, y'all. Check it out, y'all. How low can you go? Can you go down low, all the way to the floor? How low can you go? Can you bring it to the top? Like you never stop? Can you bring it to the top? One hop. Right foot now. Left foot now, y'all. Cha-cha, real smooth. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. One hop this time. One hop this time. Reverse. Reverse. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. Reverse, reverse. Reverse, reverse. Cha-cha now, y'all. Cha-cha again. Cha-cha now, y'all. Cha-cha again. Turn it out. To the left. Take it back now, y'all. Two hops, two hops. Two hops, two hops. Right foot, let's stomp. Left foot, let's stomp. Charlie Brown. Hop it out now. Slide to the right. Slide to the left. Take it back now, y'all. Cha-cha now, y'all. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Do that stuff. Do it. Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm out of here, y'all. Peace, peace.
Tim, did you get that? Tim, did you get them?
You're the light, you're the night, you're the color of my blood. You're the cure, you're the pain, you're the only thing I wanna touch. Never knew that it could mean so much, so much. You're the fear, I don't care, 'cause I've never been so high. Follow me through the dark, let me take you past the satellites. You can see the world you brought to life, to life. So love me like you do, la la, love me like you do. Love me like you do, la la, love me like you do. Touch me like you do, ta ta, touch me like you do. What are you waiting for? You're the light, you're the night, you're the color of my blood. You're the cure, you're the pain, you're the only thing I wanna touch. Never knew that it could mean so much, so much. You're the fear, I don't care.
Of course, Dan. Of course. Post it in the chat.
You're the light, you're the
You're the
night, you're the
color of my blood.
You're the cure,
You're the cure,
you're the
you're the pain,
you're the
the only thing I wanna touch.
Never knew
The year that could mean so much, so much.
You're the fear,
Fear,
I don't
care,
care,
I've
'cause
never been so high.
Follow
Me
me
through the dark,
let me take you past the satellites.
Bye, idiosyncrasy. Say goodnight to idiosyncrasy, everyone. Night night. Stay hydrated, not necessarily with beer. Self-care is good care. Take your meds if you have any. Stay based. Free Palestine, and tell Wes Streeting and Pat McFadden to piss off. Yeah. Before you go, idiosyncrasy, who's your MP? To see if we need to deal with them. Obviously, the Holyrood elections are coming up, and I want to get rid of all the ghouls. Don't get me wrong, that might not happen, but fingers crossed. Jackie Bailey, we're coming for your seat.
You can see the world you brought
To life, to life.
So
Love me like you do, love me like you do. Love me like you do, love me like you do.
touch
Touch me like you do, touch me like you do. What are you waiting for?
Fading in, fading out, on the edge of paradise.
Rejoice, bass Glaswegian lass. Hi orchestra, hi darling. That is my main mission for the Holyrood elections, getting rid of Jackie Bailey. Yeah. I will say again, Jackie, I hope you get unseated. She has a constituency, so her seat is first past the post, essentially. But it's different for the list. It depends who gets voted in the constituency seats. The Dahon system, delightfully insane, really. So trying to unseat Anas might be tricky, but don't get me wrong, if enough people actually vote in a certain way, we might actually get rid of Anas Sarwar, which will be based. Bring it on. Do you got to see it actually? Give me a minute. I don't know if he's a... Oh, God. Fucking Kaplan. Russell Findlay. Look at that mug, would you? Already donated, go away. He's list. Ooh. Ray Joy's comrade, some random geek, is lurking in the void. Watch out for the tardigrades, geek. Everyone, go and follow some random geek. They be based. God. So he's list. Oh, you're fucking shitting me. He's in the same list as Ross Greer. Russell, I hope you lose your position. I really do. So many ghouls we have to deal with, really. Mark my words, we will be trying to unseat these bastards.
Every inch of...
I'll go back to the beginning.
You're the light, you're the
night,
night, you're the color
of my blood.
you're the cure,
You're the pain,
you're the
the only thing I want to touch.
Never knew
that it could mean so much, so much.
You're the fear,
You're here,
I don't care, 'cause I've
never been so high. Follow me through the dark,
let me take you
take
past
us past our satellites.
You can see the
Leave the world too
brought
broad to life, to life.
So love me like you do,
Do
love me like you do, love me like you do. Touch me like you do. Touch me like you do. What are you waiting for? Fading in, fading out, on the edge of paradise. Every inch of your skin.
He's lost as well, oddly enough. It's like he's the list for Glasgow, and specifically he's in the list for my area on the list position, essentially. Paul Sweeney. He's the same as you. You've got him as well, by the way, darling. Let's see if we can unseat Paul Sweeney. That would be glorious. It really would be. Diddy. Coward. Not surprised, really.
It's a holy grail I've gotta find. Only you can set my heart on fire. On fire. Yeah, I'll let you set the pace. 'Cause I'm not thinking too straight. My head's spinning and I can't see clear no more. What are you waiting for? Love me like you do. Love me like you do. Like you do. Love me like you do. Love me like you do. Touch me like you do. Touch me like you do. What are you waiting for? Love me like you do. Love me like you do. Like you do. Love me like you do.
Pause a second. Me and Orchestran are talking about our current MSP, who is Bob Doris. He is SNP. He's quite good. Yeah. And back in my hometown, my home city, our MSP is the First Minister, John Swinney. He looks knackered. He does actually do stuff, yes. Praise be Bob Doris, yeah. Do you think Swinney's doing a good job, darling? I'm a bit mixed on John Swinney, really. He looks after, he's really good at looking after Perth and stuff, obviously. Immense amount of respect for John Swinney. He does need to do better, doesn't he, Dan? Oh, by the way, Dan, we need to strategise for the next general election to see if we can unseat your MP. Hi, Douglas. Hello. We're coming after you, by the way. Quite a lot of us don't like you. You're Blairite scum. You can piss off. Yeah. Dan, how do we unseat Douglas Alexander? We need to strategise over the next few years. We do. Yes, darling. Yeah.
I'll let you set the pace. 'Cause I'm not thinking straight. My head's spinning around, I can't see clear no more. What are you waiting for? Love me like you do. Love me like you do. Like you do. Love me like you do. Love me like you do. Touch me like you do. Touch me like you do. What are you waiting for? Love me like you do. Love me like you do. Like you do. Love me like you do.
Dan, what song do you want? We can do a song from Dan, then I'm going to put on one of my favourite downstreams. Anything whatsoever. No problem, carry on. I'll put on one of my favourite shorts while you decide. Nose. Shorts.
God rest ye merry gentlemen is a fun Christmas song, but singing it makes us wonder where the commas belong. We need to understand their placement or we'll sing it wrong. So let's find where the punctuation goes. Nobody knows. We'll discover how the comma shape the prose. Bum 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 bum. A comma before gentlemen needs a medial dress. Tertiary after God could be something like that. Ordinary gentlemen invited to distress. The song about frolics and fellows having a toast, singing about celebrants repose. Putting the comma after God won't make sense anymore.
Just post it to I can't lift from chat because the chat's on my phone and I can't get it over properly. So just post the song, the band and the song in the chat with Dan. In order to impose with two commas, the was is where to emphasize. Like damn it, you merry maid that go to bed now, guys.
Are we so peeved by
revelry that we antagonize? This song casting carolers as foes, rows and pros. Oh, seems like it's kind of on the nose.
At this point, we've been through each comma possibility. So as a last resort, we'll turn to the song's history. The comma before gentlemen is right apparently. Oh, that's where the single comma goes. Now we can close. God rest ye merry, all who fix typos.
Although technically speaking, a mistake made with a comma isn't necessarily a typo. It could have just been an error that was made by...
God rest ye merry gentlemen is a fun Christmas song.
It is in general. Give me a second, everyone. Oi, bring up my Discord. Thank you. Can everyone still hear me? The Dream by Rocco. Okay.
dream as beautiful as it is extreme. I know it's not as crazy as it may seem, so I don't ever wanna give up on this dream. Open your heart and you'll arrive.
Rejoice, comrades, in the YouTube chat. Phil M17. Hi, Phil. Yeah, that's one of the main reasons that English as a language and its punctuation are dog shit. We work with it. Obviously, it's one of the main ones that we use. Doesn't make it any less dog shit, obviously. I do try my best with English, I really do. I hope I come through loud and clear. But I'll keep on saying this, English is a garbage fucking language. It is, really. Yeah. That is my opinion. Everyone here can have your own opinions. Obviously, I'm not an excludist. But I will keep on saying English is garbage. Because it is. That is my opinion.
I have a dream as beautiful as it is extreme. I know it's not as crazy as it may seem, so I don't ever wanna give up on this dream. Open your heart and you'll arrive at where the dream has to start. To pull a world together out of the parts and turn this war into a hopeful work of art. We have lived the darkest night, waiting for the day. Now the time for us is right to arise and say, I dream of love, you dream of love, angels of God, we all dream of love. I dream of love, you dream of love, angels of God, we all dream of love. Svijetom si dužan ti, ništa donijeti. Jedino si čovjek kad možeš voljeti. Kao heroj, kao heroj, i moj i tvoj, ljubav je heroj, kao heroj, kao heroj, i moj i tvoj, ljubav je heroj.
Excuse me. Sorry about that. Where? Fuck's that? What the? Eldamada Dokaskovil Dolka Leakrine. Oh! How the hell do you know that language, Natok? List, if you please. No.
Don't kvetch about Elon Musk's Nazi
yeah.
salute. He lives for the attention. Make it legal for mechanics to jailbreak Teslas and unlock all the software subscriptions and upgrades without giving a penny to Elon Musk. Kick that guy right in the dongle, right? That's how you win a trade war. And so one country breaks, we all win. People are like, how can you be so excited? The door is only open a crack. I'm like, yeah, but it was locked for 25 years. It's open a crack. This is amazing. We got to push really hard on the door. So I am very excited about the potential for a post-American internet. I think it is on the horizon, and I think it's ours to seize.
It's not just you. Digital platforms are indeed getting worse. Why do I have an AI pop up when I use WhatsApp? Why is search on Amazon so bad? Why is my Instagram feed not just filled with slop, kind of always was, but increasingly with AI-generated slop? A crocodile with the face of Donald Trump playing poker with Vladimir Putin on an elephant's body. And why is there so much pornography on X, given Elon Musk said he was buying X to get rid of all the pornography? It's only gotten worse. We often think about the world kings of Silicon Valley as digital.
I didn't believe Elon when he said he was going to ban all the fucking porn. You cannot trust a thing that comes out of that individual's fucking mouth. Ever. It's only going to get worse from here. I am off that hell site now. I am. I don't go onto Twitter. Praise be Dan, he actually goes and checks things for me and posts them in the Discord. If anyone wants to go and check out whatever Dan finds on Twitter for us to discuss, please do that. I keep on saying this to you, Dan. Thank you for your help in that respect. I seriously don't want to go onto that website at all. If your mental health can stand it, please keep on checking for me, would you? Again, no pressure. If you want to leave Twitter, fuck off, Elon. I'm not calling you X ever. If you want to get off that hell site, just say, I don't blame you. Have you been on worse sites? Oh, again, we keep on forgetting that Reddit does exist. Yeah. So does Facebook, apparently. No shade whatsoever to any of my comrades who actually go on Facebook. Worse than Reddit. What the, not 4chan, I fucking hope. If you are on 4chan, leave now. Don't go on to 4chan, please, I beg of you, Dan. I need you here. Ugh. I have been on Twitter. I haven't been on 4chan ever. I like to keep this nice and pure, kind of, maybe. Is it kind of pure? That is for everyone else to decide if I'm actually based or not. Feel free to call me out, everyone, by the way. I have no problem with criticism at all. Thank you. If you see anything happening, obviously post it in the Discord. Thank you, Dan. Much appreciation.
Utopians. Well, here's the utopia they're really working on. I want all of you to relax. I hope you're relaxed already, really. Maybe close your eyes and imagine this glorious future. Imagine a world where every digital product, every online platform resembles a printer. Yes, a printer. Those bizarre Tamagotchis that don't really work. Overpriced, dysfunctional, frustrating. They also don't seem to adhere to basic market economics. HP printers have ink which retails, if you were to buy a gallon of it, at $10,000. The ink in your printer is more expensive than champagne. But capitalism makes things cheap, right? How does that work? So imagine a world where digital goods are like printers, and the price that you pay for ink is the norm. But don't stop there, because of course, with smartphones, 5G, mobile internet, Internet of Things, everything is becoming a digital product of some kind. So it's not just Amazon, Facebook, Adobe that will become increasingly expensive and unusable. It's also going to be things like cars and household appliances, anything that can basically have a computer chip fitted on it. That, my friends, is the dream of Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk. That is the utopia on offer. Your car will be as unusable as a printer. My guest tonight has a word for this process. It's already underway. It's called enshittification. Little badge here. You might be able to see it, a little poo emoji. It's very angry, just like Corey, about this process of enshittification. He's even written a book about it, which you're very welcome to buy, of course, after we finished. Christmas is around the corner, after all. Why everything suddenly got worse and what to do about it. And I should say, it's about 340 pages. The first half of it is just blockbuster anecdotes about how bad these people are. There's a lot of policy as well, though. So it's a good range of conversations for different kinds of people. You don't need to be a policy wonk to enjoy it, but it helps. Corey is a blogger, journalist, activist, and writer. He worked with the Electronic Frontiers Foundation for over 20 years. He's written over 30 books, including the excellent Down and Out in the Magic Kingdom, one of my favorite sci-fi novels. Brilliant. Brilliant book. Down and Out in the Magic Kingdom. If you take nothing else from this conversation tonight, Down and Out from the Magic Kingdom, in the Magic Kingdom, and buy it, preferably not on Amazon. He's going to explain why in a moment. Besides that prodigious work rate, he's also been awarded the Sir Arthur C. Clarke Award for Imagination in Service to Society. What an award. I'd rather that than an Oscar. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Cory Doctorow. Let's start from the top, Corey. Is the internet getting worse?
I think there can't be any question of it, and there are some empirical ways of talking about it. You know, worse and better sound like qualitative things that are quite fuzzy, but you know, one of the things that I talk about in the book is some reporting Ed Zitron did on the Google antitrust case in 2019, or rather last year, about events in 2019, where Google had this problem that they had hit maximum growth because they had...
Rejoice. Base Puerto Rican. Hands up now. Mwah. Everyone, go and follow Sock now. He be based. Hi. How you doing tonight? Cory Doctorow, everyone.
Had 90% of the search market. They'd achieved that by cheating. They were doing things like paying Apple $20 billion a year not to make their own search engine. And not growing anymore was a real problem for the firm, and so they all put their heads down to try and figure out what's going on. And the Department of Justice, who sued them over this, published all the memos related to this. And what you see is there's one faction at Google who's got a way of growing. They're not going to breed 1 billion humans to maturity and make them Google search users. That's a different product called Google Classroom. What they're going to do is make Google search worse, so that you have to search more than once to get the answer you're looking for. And every time you search, that's another bite at the apple. They get to show you more ads. So this guy who's in charge of it, he's this ex-McKinsey guy, Prabhagar Raghavan, and he is being disputed by this other guy, Ben Gomes, who's like an old school Googler. He's this guy who was there with the company when, it was like one server under a desk. He built out their network of data centers, and he's in charge of search tech, and he's palpably horrified in these memos about making Google search worse. And in the end, you can just see, well, his only argument for not doing this is, I didn't devote my whole life to making a search engine that we made worse. And Prabhagar Raghavan's answer is, we're going to make more money if we make the search engine worse, and nothing bad will happen to us. So
I'm here to dispute that, as well as Corey, obviously. Rejoice! The world's most used search engine is dog shit. Fun. Yeah. God damn it. I hate capitalism so fucking much. I really do. I do try my best. Bing's pointless. Don't use Bing either. Ask Jeeves used to be good. It isn't now. Because Google has basically destroyed them in a fashion, really.
So why don't we do that? And as it turns out, money talks and bullshit walks, and they made Google search worse.
I mean, you're very, you paint a really evocative picture when you talk about this in the book. You say these are people that have, not seen their kids play baseball.
Yeah, missed their mother's funeral.
Funerals, they're not, the school nativity play at Christmas, and now you're saying the product that we, walked through walls for is now something we have to destroy.
Yeah, one of the things that used to make tech companies not get worse was their own workers. Tech workers had a lot of power. The National Bureau of Economic Research, one of the American federal government's agencies, found that the median tech Silicon Valley engineer was adding $1 million a year to their employer's bottom line. Right? This is why tech workers got free kombucha and free massages and a surgeon who'd freeze their eggs so they could work through their fertile years. Right? It wasn't because their bosses liked workers. I mean, if you deliver packages for Amazon, you have to wee in a bottle. But if you're a programmer at Amazon, you get to have a pink mohawk and facial piercings and wear one of those black t-shirts with an obscure slogan that your boss doesn't understand but still makes him uncomfortable. And it's because, if you walk out the door, $1 million walks out with you. So these bosses, they had a problem because there weren't enough tech workers to go around. They had to figure out how to get these tech workers to put in more of those insanely productive and profitable hours. And the tactic is something that the librarian theorist Fobazi Ettar calls vocational awe, which is when you take someone who wants to do something good for the people who rely on their work, and you exploit it. You say, well, you wouldn't quit your work here at the creche or at the pensioner's home or at the hospital or at the library or in the school, because if you did, all the people who rely on you would suffer, and so we can squeeze you, we can treat you worse. Tech workers are kind of unique, and they were the only workforce that experienced vocational law that were high-waged, but even with those high wages, telling them that they were like warrior monks on a holy quest to bring in a better future, especially when so many of them had experiences where you're lonely and you're in a milieu that doesn't make any sense to you, and you get on the internet and the world opens to you and you learn the words to describe who you are, and you find the community that's the community you want to be a part of, and you find ideas that make you realize that the world doesn't have to be this way, and they want to share that with everyone else. They're Tron-pilled. They want to fight for the user. And so, these workers, they were able to drive them to 60, 80-hour work weeks. But, if you work a 60, 80-hour work week to make something that you care about, your boss...
60 to 80-hour work weeks are not humanly viable, by the way. Hang on. Oh, that's better. Yay. I need the support. My back isn't doing too great tonight. You can't. You're literally forcing your programmers into a meat grinder, doing between 60 and 80-hour work weeks. It's not humanly viable in the long run. You're literally destroying your own fucking workforce. Fun. Yeah. I don't want anyone working more than fucking 50 hours, let alone 60 to 80 hours a week. I will say again, it's not humanly possible to do that long term. It's not, trust me. The human body, it might be amazing. It's one of the best wonders of this fucking world, essentially, the human form. But doing between 60 and 80 hours, you are literally destroying your workforce at that point, forcing them to do those hours. You are. Jeff Bezos, you fucking suck. So does Zuckerberg. And so does Elon. I wouldn't want anyone to do those amount of hours at all. My sister is knackered. She's basically doing roughly 50 hours a week, being a community nurse. She is fucking knackered. She can't physically do any more hours than that for her job, and I don't fucking blame her. I really don't. When I was a bar manageress, I was doing 54 hours a week, and it damn near fucking ended me. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed my job being a bar manageress. It was fun. I enjoyed the social side of it, but the actual backroom work that I had to do, like the books, the accounting, things of that nature, the scheduling for my staff, knackering. I done well though, after a fashion. I don't want anyone to do those hours. It's not fucking worth it. No job is worth doing that. Destroying yourself in that fashion. It isn't. No.
Boss orders you to enshittify it, you will experience profound moral injury, and because your boss can't afford to lose you, you can make sure that they feel it too. The problem is that if you never consolidate the power that comes from scarcity by organizing, if you think that you're a temporarily embarrassed founder and not a worker, then as soon as supply catches up with demand, you're screwed, which is how you get Google doing 12,000 layoffs the same year they did an $80 billion stock buyback that would have paid those workers wages for 27 years.
We'll get into this, but no, because people, this is one of those phrases that you hear all of the time, stock buybacks, right? Something Grace Blakely says on an Instagram explainer. And people don't really necessarily, I didn't know what it was until a few years ago. Don't really know what it is. So quickly explain, what is a stock buyback? Because this is a favored tactic, not just by Google, but Apple
all
as
kinds
well.
of tech companies, they love it. So it was illegal until pretty recently. It's a way of manipulating your stock. So if you believe in markets, if you've read Adam Smith, which I think no one at the Adam Smith Institute would have, they would call him a raving Marxist loony if they read him. But if you read Adam,
Corey is not wrong there, by the way. I've literally got a tame economist in my Discord. Praise be, my tame economist. I'm not going to give him away. He's mine. Yeah, all your economists now for the last since I was born, essentially 1979. Everyone, by the way. My ancestors would be considered a leftist now. Delightful. He hated landlords just as much as I do. Well, obviously he's Scottish. Everyone in chat, year or nay on Adam Smith. Feel free to post. Thanks. He'd be considered a leftist, which is fucking ludicrous. It really is. Don't get me wrong, he was still kind of capitalist and stuff, but I agree with him on certain aspects of his philosophy. I do. That's why I'm a Marxist. Oddly enough.
Smith, the thing that markets are supposed to do is allow information to diffuse and be responded to by investors, and so share prices are supposed to reflect investor confidence that the firm is doing better, and it's supposed to send a signal to other investors. It's how you know what people in the economy think about a firm and its future and its performance. But there's a way to change the stock price, which is to just go and buy up all the outstanding shares. So your company, right? You've got some money because you've made a profit. You've alienated someone's labor, and you've made a profit by selling things for more than it cost you to make it. And instead of returning that to your shareholders as like a dividend, you just go out and you buy all the available shares on the market. And what happens when the number of shares goes down? The price per share goes up. But you haven't made the company any better, right? All you've done is, it's kind of like they sometimes call them related party transactions, or if you were unfortunate enough to know people who got into cryptocurrency, it's called wash trading, right? So I go out and I say, well, I'm selling these beautiful NFTs. I think they're the coming thing, and everyone should be buying them. And then you have a mate come and buy a bunch of them from you without telling anyone. Or you just have two different crypto wallets and you buy them from yourself. And all of a sudden people are like, well, the value of this has gone up. Well, that's what a stock buyback is. It's a way to buy your own stock from yourself, to make your own share price go up without doing anything that makes the company more productive or more profitable. And in fact, what you've done is you've left the company more vulnerable, because you've taken the cash reserves that they would use to weather, say, a change in market conditions, or increased demand from their workforce for a higher wage, or changes in the price of inputs because a mad king has decided everyone needs to pay tariffs. And that cash reserves, that's the buffer that allows you.
Donald Trump reference there, for anyone not clued in or as cynical as me. Well done, Corey. Yeah. I would desperately want to stop stock buybacks. I really would. It is scumfuckery of the highest order. The fact that companies can actually do this, nah, crap, fuck off, don't do it. You're scumbags. But for that to happen, we need governments to actually start policing this and stop companies doing stock buybacks. American fucking government. Chances.
Your firm to weather those changing market conditions, you've now made the company more exposed to those market conditions. So it's a worse company with a higher share price.
It's a really fascinating thing, because of course for any Marxists out there, and I'm sure it's some of you at least at a Navarro event, you know,
I understand there's someone who was on stage earlier who's literally a communist.
Yeah, that's Ash, yeah. We even sold t-shirts with that on it.
I bought one for my dad, who's literally a communist, so.
You have money, commodity money, which is to say you start with capital, you get
So where will you be marching in the next 2 days?
I'll be marching in Westminster tomorrow alongside thousands of other people who found the policy of border separations unconscionable.
Yep.
Who think that the sight of our elected Prime Minister holding Donald Trump's hand is an utter embarrassment.
Did you find Obama
and
deporting 3 million people unconscionable? Given
Yes.
split up many families.
Yes, I did, and that's why.
Where was your protest march against that when he came to the country?
And that's why I also
But if you feel so strongly
and
about
that's
it,
why I
Ash,
also protest
where was your
detention and
protest march
deportation
against Obama?
in this country
If you found
as
that
well.
unconscionable too,
You do
where
not
was the march?
have to go out and march
double
against
standards.
everything in order to make a point about one thing.
No, if you find them both unconscionable and it's the same issue, you have to march twice, don't you?
I would actually encourage you to maybe check out some of the other work that I've done where I've been intensely...
Tell you what I'd do, Ash, I'd go and check out some basic facts about your hero, Obama.
He's
and
not
then
my
see
hero.
how
I'm a
heroic he
communist, you
comes
idiot.
across. You didn't plan any protests against him, did you? Zero protests against Obama.
Jesus.
You have every right to protest.
Every right to protest. Just get it in perspective. There were none against Obama. There were none against Vladimir Putin.
Why didn't you go out to march against Obama then if you're so keen
manning
to
your
protest
guests
against
to
him?
make up for your own incompetence as a journalist.
Sorry.
You didn't hold Trump adequately to account when you interviewed
Yes,
him.
I did.
You didn't think that climate change was
held
important
Trump,
enough to bring up.
I held
you thought
Trump
you'd ask
very
him to
well
manage
to
your
account
favourite
on a
football
number of
team.
issues.
It's embarrassing.
Well, it may be
and
embarrassing.
instead what you've done,
May be
instead what
embarrassing to
you've
you, Ash,
done
but actually,
is strawman your guest,
what I
put
try and
words
be,
in my mouth,
what I try and be with,
you've deflected
Yes,
from the
thank you.
actual
What I
argument
try
at
and do,
hand.
what I try and do is be fair about Trump. What you do
And to no one
is be
else.
relentlessly anti-Trump and relentlessly pro somebody like Obama.
I'm
and
not
afraid
pro-Obama. I've
that
been a
just doesn't
critic of
wash with
Obama.
me.
I'm a critic of the Democratic
doesn't
Party
wash.
because I'm literally a communist.
Praise be our darling, our queen, our comrade, Ash Sarkar. Rejoice for her. Praise be Ash. Look, it was a YouTuber. You know what? I'll put my goat watch here. Goat watch. Let's watch this video before we go back to downstream. There's it. Correct up now. Correct. Back to Corey. I don't desire to be under Keir Starmer either, and I completely agree with you. I have severe problems with Donald Trump, obviously. He's a tangerine fucking menace. The sooner he... the better. Yeah, I'm noticing that. Sock now, if you can, no pressure whatsoever. If you want to post anything in the Discord, please do. I want, if you can, please keep an eye on me, would you? Please keep an eye on what is happening in the White House. And Senate and Congress, obviously, as well. Again, no pressure, only if you want to do this for me.
Factors of production, labour, land, raw materials. You sell them, you alienate some labour from some poor workers, and you make some more money. Now, of course, if Google has 80 billion to just spend, or Apple has 100 billion to just spend, using the rationale of a capitalist, if you believe David Ricardo or Adam Smith or even Karl Marx, that, of course, would be reinvested into productive efforts to make even more money. But they're not doing that. And just to be clear, this isn't just Google, it's Apple, Meta, etc. that are doing this. So why are they doing these share buybacks? And when does that start, particularly among that cohort of companies, i.e. big tech?
Well, let's take a step back and talk about why firms just do things that are bad for their products, their workers, their suppliers, society. And maybe more importantly, let's ask why they don't, right? Because the kind of ideal of a firm, right, is a firm that can pay...
Yeah, the Super Happy's keeping an eye on it for me, and he tells me what to look up and stuff. He reads it on a daily basis in his morning digest for his news when he gets it in the morning, which will be in this 105, so like in 6 or 7 hours he gets his daily digest for his news and stuff, and he keeps me informed. Frisbee super hubby. He takes good care and he checks the news for me. He's quite good. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't class him as based, but he's based when he's looking after me, essentially. He's a bit of a centrist, really. He knows exactly what my politics are. He keeps on disagreeing with me, but fuck it. He understands who I am. Yeah.
Nothing for its inputs, charge infinity for its outputs, right? And we understand why you can't run a business like that unless you're an academic publisher. Because... if you charge infinity, no one will buy it. And if you pay infinity, no one will supply it, right? So there are sources of discipline that act on firms that stop them from being bad. We talked about one, tech workers. Another one, it's a pretty common one that we've talked about in the theory of economics for a very...
Are you in my Discord? So now, if you're in the Discord, can you post it in there, please? In fact, give me a minute. I'll bring that up. Give me a second. No. Give me my Discord. Oh dear God, my phone is charged. That's better. There we go. Invite. Copy link. if you can or want to, please post who's here in the chat. I'd like to know what comrades I've got here for this. Hello everyone. My nine comrades. Hello. Much love. I'll post it anyway. Thanks up now. Yeah, post it in the Discord if you please. Whatever channel you think appropriate. Obviously, the general does exist. Rejoice! Link to Numpty Women. Alright, thank you, darling. Thank you. Sorry, thank you, my friend. Thanks up now.
Very long time, it's competition. All other things being equal, if you are worried about your customers or your workers going somewhere else, you'll tend to treat them better, and if you don't, well then you'll get the message pretty quick because they'll go somewhere else. And the reason we don't have market competition anymore is not because of the great forces of history, it's not because of the iron laws of economics, it's because neoliberal economists from the Chicago School said that monopolies were efficient and demanded that governments stop enforcing anti-monopoly law. And they
Governments across the globe could be doing more to actually deal with that. They really could. They could be putting anti-monopoly laws or enforcing the ones they've already got. Thank you, Teddy Roosevelt, for that one. Even though they have largely been forgotten from about Reagan onwards. Same here with her. These anti-monopolistic companies, they get free rein. Delightful. I want to end it. Mark my words, I will try to end it before I shuffle off this mortal coil, really. I will be denouncing it at every fucking turn, oddly enough. Please remember your lass is based. Yeah. So Corey's dad is an actual Marxist. Fucking bring it. Yeah.
said if you encounter a monopoly in the wild, if Google has a 90% search market share, that must be because they made the best search engine. And wouldn't it be perverse to use public resources to shut down a company that has been so great that we all have chosen to use their products? And so 40 years ago, they demanded a halt to the enforcement of competition law. And over 40 years, there's been a continuous drawdown of it. And now we have monopolies in every sector. It's not just tech, although the internet is 5 giant websites filled with screenshots of text from the other 4. But it's also sterile bags full of saline. It's semiconductors, it's intermodal and sea freight, it's professional wrestling, it's cheerleading, it's glass bottles and vitamin C. Wherever you look, there's 5 or fewer companies that are running it. And again, it's not a mystery where this came from. And the only way that you can make it a mystery is if you have the specific kind of brain injury that you can only get by doing an economics degree.
Corey is correct. Yeah. I wonder what that brain injury looks like when you do PPE or economics at university. Like I say, I'm human coded really. Virology and parasitology, by the way, is my degree. Thanks. I am more human based, let's put it that way. And all these right-wing economists can get wrecked. Yeah. A scalp in Minecraft, if you please, just shut up, go away, you're a wanker. Some of them are ghouls, but some of them are just wankers. Again, I will repeat, no violence, please, everyone. Please don't do violence, I beg of you. Especially not in my name. But yeah, some of these economists are dickheads. Not only that, the PPE and economics graduates who are now politicians or running think tanks. They be wankers. Never known, apparently. For a more coherent talk about economics, visit No Justice MTG. She's rather better at this than me, really. You'll just get snarky comments from me, really, about these fucking bastards. I will say again, I'm more health-based and human-based about my outreach to people.
And so you have these economists who said we should stop enforcing monopoly law, and who would then see these monopolies all around us, and who are like, well, how do you know it's our fault, right? And it's like we used to not have a rat problem, and we were putting down rat poison.
How do we know it's not their problem, not their fault? Yeah, that's bollocks. It's their fault, obviously. Neoliberalism, gotta love it. I hate the world we live in. Fucking hell. I try my best, I really do. If anyone needs Auntie Katie just to vent, I am here. Hello. I'll do my introduction just now. I am MadCat79 Scotty. I on Twitch. Or Kitty Marshall 4340 on YouTube. And I'm your base Scottish Marxist. Hello. Thank you for following and watching me. Inflating my ego. Obviously not as big as fucking Nigel Farage's. He can get wrecked. Yeah.
And then these guys convinced us not to put down rat poison, and now rats are eating our faces off. And when we complain about it, they say, well, why are you looking at us? Maybe this is just the time of the rat. Maybe sunspots have made rats fecund in a way never seen in human history. And yes, it is true, the rats did buy the rat poison factories and shut them down. But mate, we are not putting down rat poison anymore. That is economically rational. This is a Pareto optimal choice. So
make it in chat, please, I beg of you. Please, just put me out of my fucking misery. I do try to keep a positive mental attitude, but my mind and my social sensibilities are getting eroded here. I try my best, obviously, but don't get me wrong, I do want to, I do keep on screaming into the void, oddly enough. No. If anyone can help me, please do. Thanks.
we get rid of competition, and then what happens is you have cartels, right? And you know, if there's 100 companies in a sector, they're a rabble. They can't agree on anything. When there's 5 companies in a sector, and they're so inbred, they've got corporate Habsburg jaws, they find it very easy to suborn their regulators. So, you know, what does that look like? Well, in America, like all the best Canadians, I'm American. In America, they haven't updated privacy law since 1988. The last new American consumer privacy law is a law called the Video Privacy Protection Act, which prohibits clerks at video stores from disclosing your VHS rentals. Everything else is fair game, right? And so this is how you get these ghastly situations. So nurses in America are preferentially hired as contractors, not as staff. That lets them do union avoidance. And it used to be from a local agency or one of several local agencies. Now it's just 4 apps. They all market themselves as Uber for nurses. And because there's no privacy regulation, before a nurse is offered a shift, the app can go to a data broker and find out how much credit card debt the nurse is carrying. And the more credit card debt they're carrying, the lower the wage, right? It's a desperation premium, right? So when firms are able to capture their regulators, and if you're feeling smug about America, remember this. In September, the head of the Competition and Markets Authority, which in the last 5 years has done more work than they have in the last 50, they are located in Canary Wharf, but they have been firmly enemies of everyone else at Canary Wharf. That guy, Marcus Bokerink, was fired by Keir Starmer and replaced with the former head of Amazon UK. So this is a equal opportunity path.
Super happy showed me that story, by the way, of that firing. Delightful. So yeah, another nailing Keir Starmer's fucking political coffin, really, for that one. Thanks, Keir. You're a fucking wanker. That's for that one. I desperately fucking hate my Prime Minister. Can we get rid of him, please? Thanks. I abhor this capital is literally. Oh god, yeah. I hear you suck now. I do. Sucks, doesn't it? How do we change our fucking system? The more they fucking push us, they're going to have to remember. Some of us are quite activated at this point already. Watch out.
So you got regulatory capture. You don't have to worry about regulators anymore. You don't have to worry about your workers anymore. But there's one other form of discipline that tech companies uniquely had to face, which is the fact that all computers are the same, right? That guy on your £5 note, Alan Turing, is responsible for something called the Turing-complete Universal von Neumann machine. It's what we call a computer formally in computer science. And what we mean by that is it is a calculating engine that can calculate every valid program, which means that every time a tech boss puts a 10-foot pile of shit in your software, a programmer can give you an 11-foot ladder to go straight over it, right? If the ads are too obnoxious, install an ad blocker. 51% of us have installed ad blockers. It's the largest consumer boycott in human history. And the great thing about that is once you install the ad blocker, you're never going to uninstall it. And so anyone who's thinking about making the ads more invasive has to contemplate the possibility that they'll fuck you off so hard that they'll never see another penny from you, right? And so this is a powerful force of discipline. But IP law has expanded over the last 20 years, and in particular, something called anti-circumvention law that is a blanket prohibition on changing technology if the manufacturer would rather you wouldn't. Article 6 of the Copyright Directive was transposed into our statute books in 2001. It makes it a crime here, as it is in most of the world, to change things. And you mentioned printer ink. $10,000 a gallon, the most expensive fluid you can buy as a civilian. It would be cheaper to print your grocery list with the semen of a Kentucky Derby winning stallion.
That's good.
And the way we got here was because it's illegal to remove the code that checks whether or not you've put HP ink or generic ink in. And if it wasn't, you would. So why do these companies abuse us right now? It's the same reason your dog licks its balls, because they can. Because we don't stop them.
Baseness gets pinned. Thank you, so now. Yes. He is repugnant. Get wrecked, Keir Starmer. I despise you.
Thank you.
Everything Corey is saying, that's the first half of the book. Honest to God, it's like a Gatling gun of just like jaw-dropping moments from big tech with the kinds of oligopoly or markups that you've just sort of talked about there. In terms of enshittification, we start with a good product, we end up with enshittification. Talk and walk me through the steps in between.
Let's use Facebook for this. So in stage 1 of enshittification, a platform is good to its end users, but it locks them in. So Facebook's a good example of this. In 2006, they wanted to expand beyond American college students who had one of those .edu addresses that you needed to sign up for Facebook in the first place. But they had a problem, which is that everyone who wanted social media already had an account on a rival service called MySpace. And so they needed to pitch those users. And they said, well, look, I don't know if you know this, but MySpace is owned by an evil, senescent, crapulent Australian immortal vampire billionaire named Rupert Murdoch, who spies on you with every hour that God sends. The last thing you want is social media that spies on you or is owned by a billionaire. Come use Facebook.
Oh, by the way, your lads used to be on on MySpace, by the way. I still have my Facebook account, by the way. I use it to talk to family members who are up in Perth and up in Aberdeen, essentially. That's how I reach out to my family members, essentially. I've told everyone that, no, I'm not going to use Twitter anymore. Fuck off. Elon can go and get wrecked. So I am off the hell site. That hellscape can go and fuck off, as far as I'm concerned. Obviously, I've got friends and comrades, Dan especially, checking that hell site for me, and he's posting things that, oh, Dan, if I ever misgender you, please remind me. Thanks. They, them, isn't it, Conrad?
And so we piled into Facebook and we locked ourselves in. And if you're living out hard about technology, you've probably thought like, oh, people should just stop using it. Why are you still using it? You're just not exercising enough self-control, and that's why the services are bad. You know, the neoliberal version of this is something called revealed preferences, right? Even if you say you hate something, if you keep using it, you must secretly like it. So if you sell your kidney to make rent, it's because you have a revealed preference for having one kidney. But you know, we locked ourselves into Facebook through something called the collective action problem, aka your friends are lovely, but they're a pain in the ass and you can't agree on what board game you're going to play this weekend, much less when you're going to leave Facebook. And so you all get stuck into Facebook because you're there because your rare disease support group is there, and I'm there because I emigrated and that's where the people in the country I left are, or that's where your customers are, or your audience, or just like where you hang out with the parents of your kids' football team so you can figure out the carpool. And so it's really hard to leave. And so once it's hard to leave, we go to stage 2, make things worse for end users, make things better for businesses. And in this case, it's 2 groups of businesses. One is advertisers, and they go to the advertisers and they say, do you remember we told these numpties we weren't going to spy on them? Obviously a lie. We spy on them with every hour that God sends. Give us a remarkably small amount of...
Rejoice, he used the word numpty. Thank you, Corey. Correct now. Correct. Yeah. How are things in Puerto Rico, by the way? Feel free to talk to me about it. I'm here for you, I really am.
Money. We will target ads to them with absolute fidelity, and because we're skilled craftspeople who care about our trade, we're paying for a whole building full of engineers to fight ad fraud. So when you give us £1 to show an ad to a user, that user is going to get that that ad shoved right in their face, right? And then they go to publishers and they say, do you remember we told these rubes we were only going to show them the things they asked to see? Also a lie. We'll cram anything you want to excerpt on our website non-consensually into the eyeballs of people who never asked to see it, and they'll click your links, and you can get a free traffic funnel. And so the businesses get locked into the platform. Businesses are really sensitive to powerful buyers. Everyone knows about a monopoly, because we all played that board game with our family until we wanted to kill them and ourselves. But a monopsony, less commonly understood, it's when you have a powerful buyer. And so if
Okay, let's Oh. Oh, so now. I'm here for you if you ever want to call me. Honestly, you can jump into the Discord at any point and we can talk. Just to help you through. Losing your best bud. I completely understand. Whoa! Things are happening. What is happening? I heard noises. Aliana on the new phone. Hello, Aliana. Oh, thank you. I be Scottish. Rejoice. I have a new follower. Hi, Aliana. I will do my standard introduction. I am MadCat79 Scotty on Twitch or Katie Marshall 4340 on the YouTubes. I'm a Scottish disabled Marxist streamer. Hi. Welcome, welcome. Hello. Mwah. My accent, to be gorgeous, obviously, because Scottish is best accent in the world, as far as I'm concerned. Oh, you're welcome. Do you be based? Do you be leftist? If you're leftist, welcome. If you're not leftist, no problem. I'm good with centrists and right-wingers. I will try to educate. Welcome, welcome. Are you not? Simply an anarchist. Rejoice. Rejoice. Hello, anarchist. Maybe Marxist. With kind of anarchist leanings, if you wish. For based anarchists, check out Story Girl. She'd be brilliant. Or check out Proudly Radical, Kai. He takes jabs at me because he's anarchist and I'm Marxist. All due deference to Kai, obviously. Oh look, it's that mad Scottish Marxist again. Oh, no problem. If you need to text people, obviously. Where do you be based? Do you be American? I am Scottish. I'm here in Glasgow. So, UK essentially. It is currently 1:30 in the morning. You do not need to post where you are. Oh, you are Canadian. What part of Canada? Again, you don't need to say who you are. Do not dox yourself, obviously.
If you've got a coffee shop and the building next door is like 20% of your receipts and that business goes under, you probably go under too. With 20% overnight drop in receipts, you're not going to be able to pay off your loans, you're not going to be able to make payroll, and you better hope your landlord is going to give you rent relief, or that's it. So businesses become very, very dependent on powerful customers, even at the 20% level. So Facebook captures publishers and advertisers. We go to stage 3, which is making things worse for them to make things better for the shareholders and the executives. Ad fraud goes through the roof. Procter & Gamble went from spending $200 million a year on surveillance ads to zero and saw a 0% drop in sales because $200 million was disappearing down the fraud hole. Prices went up. Targeting fidelity went down. Publishers had to put longer excerpts on Facebook just to be shown to their subscribers, let alone be recommended. Soon they're like fully commodity back-end suppliers to Facebook with no way to monetize that except the crooked ad market. And so now you're in this brittle equilibrium where they've withdrawn all the value except for like...
Hello, resident of Ontario. Welcome. You're in a safe space here. No shade whatsoever. You're welcome. Very chill and welcoming space I try to create here. Obviously leftist, yes. But yeah, you're more than welcome. Are you? I have access to the weed. It's currently sitting in my jewellery box, right next to my right knee, right here, just under me. I don't need to use it that much. Not on stream at least. I don't want to use it on stream, obviously, because a high mad cat is very fun and delightful and completely fucking crazy at times. I use it for pain relief. So it's sitting here at my right knee. Your last is more alcohol based at this point, at least tonight.
A kind of homeopathic residue that's enough to keep us locked to each other and the platforms or the businesses locked to us. But like the difference between I hate this place but I can't seem to stop coming back to it, and I hate this place, I'm never coming back to it, is very thin. One live stream mass shooting or a big privacy scandal, we bolt for the exits, the shareholders panic, there's a mass sell-off, the tech bros panic. Being tech bros, they have a technical term, they call it pivoting. And then one day, Mark Zuckerberg arises from his sarcophagus and says, "Hearken to me, brothers and sisters, for I've had a vision. I know I told you that your..."
Rejoice, your lass is drinking Stella Artois. Yeah. Plastered? I thought that only got used here in Scotland or England at least. I like your use of the word plastered, by the way. It is very correct. Rejoice, your lass is drunk. She's still coherent. I hope I'm still coherent. Hopefully.
Future consisted entirely of arguing with your most racist uncle using the primitive text interface I invented in my dorm room to non-consensually rate the fuckability of Harvard undergraduates. However, it turns out that the true future is that I'm going to convert you and everyone you love into a legless, sexless, low-polygon, heavily surveilled cartoon character so I can imprison you in a virtual world I stole from a 25-year-old dystopian cyberpunk novel called The Metaverse. And that's the final stage of enshittification. It's the giant pile of shit.
Let's stick with Meta for a moment.
Sure.
What's Jedi Blue?
Yeah, so Jedi Blue is an illegal collusive arrangement between Facebook and Google to rig the ad market, to pay publishers less and charge advertisers more. So historically, the take for advertising intermediaries, like everyone who's not like either the advertiser or the publisher, Don Draper and everyone he knows, that was 15% of the ad market. Today it's 51% of the ad market. It's just disappearing into Facebook and Meta's pockets. And again, it's like not a mystery how this happens. So the way ad tech works is you have a sell-side platform, a buy-side platform, and a market. So something that publishers use to say, you know, someone's just landed on my website. It's a 18 to 34-year-old man-child from Dalston with an Xbox who's been looking up information about gonorrhea, right? And then you have the platform the advertisers use, which is like, we're looking for someone like that, and we'll give you ADP to show them this ad. And then there's the marketplace where those two agents meet. And Facebook, Google each own that full stack, and they kind of corral you into using the whole stack, but they also both buy and sell advertising. So they're competing directly with the people using the stack. So imagine you and your partner went for a divorce, and you got to the courtroom, and it turned out the same lawyer was representing both of you, who then put on a wig and became the judge. And then you got called up for a meeting at the bench, and they were trying to match with both of you on Tinder. And then they...
Oh, pause. Meta has new glasses that have AI and screen with your prescription so you can see outside of your prescription. Dear God, that's fucking dystopian. You can have tint for sunglasses, and you have screen where you can use your glasses as a computer. They just, oh Christ. So now, what price are they? No, I'd be buying them, of course. I don't need them. Yeah. Thanks, Octave, for posting that. I need to do more research into that, really. Aliana, please post if you're having a good time being here in the stream. Thanks. What the hell? 370 Canadian dollars was it? 770. That's like 280 fucking quid. 280 pounds. Yeah, that can get wrecked. Fuck off. Nah. I will say again, so I post it in the Discord. Whatever channel you think appropriate. Obviously, general exists. That's probably the easiest one to do. This is cool. Post it in the Discord if you please. Thanks.
Gavelled down the hammer and said, I figured out who gets the house, it's me, right? Again, you need a very specific kind of deliberately inflicted brain injury. You have to put a drill up your nose to not understand what's going on here.
And again, the first half of this book, which by the way is available to buy after this talk.
And I have a daughter who's just started university in America.
Although she's at University of California, which is a bit cheaper, right?
It is much cheaper.
In-state.
At Santa Cruz, go banana slugs.
But buy the book anyway. It's very good. And like I say, the first half of the book is just this kind of stuff, and it covers Uber, Google, Meta. But Amazon is the one that really interests me.
Yeah.
Because Amazon as an environment, as a platform for sellers.
Yeah.
And of course, capitalism is about selling products for a profit, and those are generally the people in favor of capitalism.
Yeah.
For sellers, it's become an incredibly harsh terrain to actually make a profit. So how has Amazon changed from the perspective of people trying to sell products?
So Amazon used to give you a wonderful deal if you're a merchant. And if you know people who make things that used to sell them at, the Saturday market, oftentimes they found on Amazon that they could reach a global audience, and it could be quite life-changing. They could quit a shitty job and become their own boss and make things that people loved and find some customers. Amazon's found a lot of ways to squeeze those people. They spy on their sales and they clone their best products and then don't show the original manufacturer's products in searches and only show the Amazon knockoff. That's pretty bad, but mostly what they do is they lard on junk fees. Fees for using Prime, and if you don't use Prime, you're relegated to page 11 million of the search results. Fees for what they call advertising, but it's not advertising, it's buying search placement. So when I wrote the book, I did my final edits in June because they let me rewrite the Trump chapter one last time, like literally like the day before it had to go to the press. That market was like a $38 billion market, the advertising market where they charge for search results. It's now a $58 billion market. It's twice as large as the aggregate advertising revenue of every newspaper in the world. And that money comes from somewhere, because if you're paying that much money to make sure that you're the first click, so the first click on average, that top link, is 29% more expensive than the best match for your search. The top row is 25% more expensive, and the best match is on page 2, somewhere around number 17. So the way that they pay for that is they charge more, right? Now, you may have seen that the prices on Amazon don't seem appreciably higher than they are anywhere else, and that's because Amazon operates a policy called Most Favored Nation, which is my least favorite policy, because what it means is that you cannot charge less anywhere than you charge on Amazon. Amazon has to have your best price. So if you raise your prices to cover a junk fee, now when I wrote the book, the junk fee was running 45 to 51%. Latest research is it's now 50 to 60%. So if you raise your prices to meet that junk fee, you have to raise your prices at Tesco and at the high street and at the factory store. So they're imposing an economy-wide tax on every merchant. You are paying more at Tesco because of Amazon's policies. And so, you know, it's not an accident that they became so powerful, and they didn't become powerful by being the best shop either. So one of the stories I tell in this book is about a firm called diapers.com. No points for guessing what they sold. And Amazon has this reputation for having been the world's greatest merchandiser and retailer and having figured out how to sell everything to everyone. They did that with books, and I'm a recovering bookseller. They figured out all kinds of cool ways to sell books that I think a lot of booksellers took on board, and it made book selling better in the long run. But
we need a cleanse. Oops. Give me a minute, I'll go back. What's that sort now? Correct. Yes. Yes. Rejoice! John the Brazen. Hello, Mr. the Brazen. How goes it? Welcome. Everyone say hi to John the Brazen. He be based. He be leftist. He be my friend. Hello, comrade. Let's play my favourite short again. Because it needs to be seen. It is rather fun. I might sing actually.
God rest ye merry gentlemen, it's a fun Christmas song, but singing it makes us wonder where the commas belong. We need to understand the placement or we'll sing it wrong. So let's find where the punctuation goes. Nobody knows. Discover how the comma shape the prose. A comma before gentlemen usually address. Is he merry after cook to season like grass? A merry gentleman divine who distress. Song about frolics and fellows having a dose. Sing about the celebrants repose. Comma after God one makes sense anymore. Unless this he is being used for just for your. In which case this means that you have got your ready card. Song about quiet God bestows orders prose, asking for order to impose. With two commas, the majority was meant to emphasize. Like damn it, we beg to merriment and go to bed now, guys. So please by revelry that we antagonize. No getting carols, pose, no repose. Always don't kiss kind of on the nose. At this point we've been through each comma possibility. So as a last resort we'll turn to the song's history. The comma before gentlemen is right apparently. No, as that's where the single comma goes looking close. God rest ye merry all who fix typos.
Although technically speaking, a mistake made with a comma isn't necessarily a typo. It could have just been an error that was made by...
God, I love the violence. This one.
You're the light, you're the night, you're the color of my blood. You're the cure, you're the pain, you're the only thing I wanna touch. knew that it could mean so much, so much. You're the fear, I don't care, 'cause I've never been so high. Follow me through the dark, let me take you past the satellites. You can see the world you brought to life, to life. So love me like you do, la la, love me like you do. Love me like you do, la la, love me like you do. Touch me like you do, touch me like you do. What are you waiting for? You're the light, you're the night, you're the color of my blood. You're the cure, you're the
I'm brave and I'm strong, I'm the eldest of three. If you want a leader, it's got to be me. Well, I am the youngest and I don't mean to boast, but I am the one that our parents love most. Make way, here comes the middle child who always keeps the peace. She's attention-seeking and a drama queen.
I played this 3 times for those 3 sisters.
I'm brave and I'm strong,
You're strong, I'm the eldest of 3.
If you want
You
a
want
leader,
a
it's
leader,
got
it's
to
got
be
to be
me.
me.
Well, I am the youngest and I don't mean to boast, but I am the one that our parents love most. Make way, here comes the middle child who always keeps the peace. She's attention-seeking and a drama queen. I'm brave and I'm strong, I'm the eldest of 3. If you want a leader, it's got to be me. Well, I am the youngest and I don't mean to boast, but I am the one that our parents love most. Make way, here comes the middle child who always keeps the peace. She's attention-seeking and a drama queen. I'm brave and I'm strong, I'm the eldest of 3. If
I'm not telling you again. You're gonna move your ass down the street. Move it along. In 3, 2. Hey, don't even think about it. Hammer,
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, whoa, get away from me, man.
What the hell are you doing? Get back in the car.
I will. One sec. I just want to talk to our friend here. What's your name again? Herman. Solid name. You're having a day like today, raising your voice is kind of like the worst thing we can do, right? No. I mean, you chose this spot for a particular reason. I'm assuming it wasn't the bistro lighting. It's cold. The heat lamps. Yeah. It's cold out here, huh? Yeah. Can we get a hot cup of And now coffee? you're gonna give me coffee? I'll cover it. It's on me. Okay, Herman? Things are confusing. Yeah, Herman. There's a church up the block with a heater in the back. Did you know that? You gotta push me away? No. Not pushing. Just helping. This ain't yours. It ain't his. No, of course not. It's just a lot quieter there, okay? And between you and me, the coffee at the church is better than the stuff they serve here. But that's our little secret, all right? Thank you. Here you go. But you know, things are gonna get better. Come on, let's walk.
I'm not telling you again. You're gonna move your ass down the street. Move it along. In 3, 2. Hey, don't even think about it. Hammer,
Carry on, John. Carry on. Let's go back to Corey, shall we?
They, most cases, just bought other companies that had successful vertical retail markets until they got to diapers.com. Diapers.com said no. They said they wouldn't sell out. And then Amazon tapped the capital markets for $200 million, which they set on fire in the next couple of months, selling diapers significantly below cost until Diapers.com went bankrupt. They bought them for pennies on the dollar. And actually, Diapers.com's holding company had a better offer from Walmart, but they also had different kinds of retailers. And they thought, if we sell Diapers.com to Walmart, Amazon will do this to one of our other companies. So they sold it at a discount to Amazon after all that. And Amazon, for $200 million, got an incredible bargain because anyone else who Amazon tried to buy immediately sold. And you know, this is an illegal tactic. It's called predatory pricing. It is unlawful in the US. It's unlawful in the UK and Europe. Funny thing, the Marshall Plan, where the US helped countries after the war rebuild their legal systems as well as their infrastructure, involved the transposition of American antitrust law onto the statute books of Europe, the UK, South Korea.
I despise that part of the Marshall Plan for obvious reasons. Hello, hi, Marxist here. So, yes, dog shit. I can get wrecked as far as I'm fucking concerned. We've been dealing with this even before I was born. I'm not giving too much away here. My mum was born in 1954, so she is technically a boomer, and she doesn't like it. She asked me a couple of times, said, "Why is it like this?" Because the Marshall Plan had this distinct policy that we had to live by when we got all the money. Got the money from the American government. But why did we do that? Ask the Attlee government. Sorry, Mum, I love you desperately, but we've been screwed over since you've been alive, essentially. My mum is slowly coming round to my way of thinking. She's always been kind of leftist, really, but she's getting close to being proper left wing at this point. Because please remember, my mum is based. John and Reza. Round of applause for Mr. the Brazen and Reza. You're both correct. Oh no, my mum completely understands why I hated Thatcher, and while he was still among the land of the living, my dad completely understood why I hated her. Yeah. I remember asking my dad, my biological dad, about main reasons why I hate Maggie. Oh, she destroyed our economy. She literally lorded over the Scottish people and completely destroyed the politics here in the UK. I don't blame you for hating her. Thank you. Why did you hate her? She destroyed my industry in engineering, essentially. Oh, my dad was a nuclear engineer, by the way. Why does Grandad hate her? For what she done to his career as well. Grandad, my dad's dad, was the draftsman, basically a junior architect, essentially. My granddad was very knowledgeable. Praise be, Grandad Little. I miss him desperately, I really do. He made gonks. For anyone who wants to look up, just type gonk into Google search. So Gonk. Gonk. I love gonks. They're gorgeous.
In Japan, they have basically all the same antitrust laws, because one of the things that the technocrats of the Marshall Plan saw was that monopolies were instrumental to creating fascism in Germany and Italy and Japan, and they thought that keeping monopolies at bay would be critical to preventing the rise of fascism.
What you're talking about with regards to effectively rigging the ranking.
Ray Joyce comrades, Poco Carante. Hi Poco, hi darling. I love gonks as well. They're amazing, aren't they? Hi darling. Praise be everyone. Say hi to Poco. How the hell do I still have 11 of yous here? Rejoice for the 11 comrades. Hi. Why do you listen to this mad Scottish woman? I really don't know. Oh, you're welcome, Poco. And John, you're completely correct. Praise be, Mr. of the Brazen. He be based. He be good.
When you're getting your search results for a product that you want, and of course you can change it to best selling, and you can still find a way. But the revenue that brings in, like you're saying, per annum is about $58 billion a year. $58 billion a year. Now, the market cap of the largest company in this country, I don't know right now, it's about $200 billion.
Yeah.
So the idea that we can't or we shouldn't do anything about this is just utterly extraordinary. I mean, are people talking about how much inflation this is contributing to the wider economy? And that's just one thing, one means of raising money with one company.
Yeah.
I mean, we could be talking about huge amounts of inflation being created by big tech.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not just that. So 51 cents out of every ad dollar is going to big tech. 50 to 60 cents out of every e-commerce dollar on Amazon is going to them. But Apple and Google charge 30 cents on every pound, or 30p on every pound that you spend in an app. So when you support a performer on Patreon, when you buy something from Crafter on Etsy, when you buy a piece of software, a game from a British creator, 30p in the pound is going to Cupertino. Now, the cost of a payment in this country is zero, right? If I backs you 10 pounds to pay for the pint after dinner, I pay nothing. So the difference between a 0% markup on a payment and a 30% markup, the number of times you have to multiply 0 to get 30 is infinity. It is an infinity markup, and it's worth $100 billion a year globally. And so lots of people have pointed...
Tax them! Tax them! Can we see that happening? Nah. Don't get me wrong, I want to change that. We really should be taxing these big tech companies more. We really should be. Chances. Fuck it. Yeah, I noticed that as well, John. Everyone, please vote.
Pointed out that one of the best reasons to have a monopoly is to have pricing power and to be able to charge vastly over the odds after cornering a market. And this is a thing that all of these firms have done. And we did see a pretty muscular approach to antitrust in the US under Biden. It actually started under Trump 1. The cases against Facebook and Google started under Trump 1. We had, as I said, the Competition Markets Authority doing yeoman service for about 5 years until they fired the guy and replaced him with the Amazon guy. You had the European Commission with the Digital Markets Act and the Digital Services Act, which are really big, ambitious swings at antitrust. But also in Canada, you know, our competition bureau was the weakest competition bureau in the world. It had challenged 3 mergers in its entire history and had never successfully challenged a merger. Canada is 3 monopolies in a trench coat. And in 2024, Trudeau, our then PM, who was hardly known as an enemy of concentrated corporate power, whipped his caucus to pass the most sweeping new competition law in Canadian history that gave our Competition Bureau the biggest powers of any competition regulator in the world. And it's not just there. South Korea, Japan, Australia, Germany, France, Spain, and China, where they've got really big new antitrust laws aimed at their tech companies, in part because of inflation and in part because of raw power. The belief that when a firm becomes too big to fail, it becomes too big to jail and too big to care, and it usurps the role of the state. And so everywhere you have this anger. Now, we've seen a huge backlash. The billionaires aren't happy about it. They've just about killed antitrust in America. And what antitrust means in America is because every company is guilty of violating antitrust law, if you make Trump angry, he'll just have his antitrust enforcers come after you, and then they'll stop the minute you stop making him angry. But the public sentiment that created this enormous tailwind for antitrust has not evaporated. And I would argue that it is part of the same phenomenon that is expressing rage at concentrated corporate power in the election of Zoran Mamdani, in the surge that we've seen Zach Polanski experiencing, and that it is part of a wider movement that has said enough is enough. Concentrated corporate power means that we don't have a king. We have, as John Sherman said when he wrote the first Antitrust Act, we have an autocrat of trade, and that our markets are being planned, but not by the notional Soviet planner that the Adam Smith Institute says we should be worried about, but by like 7 ketamine-addled Zucker-Muskian failures who somehow have become in charge of everything we do.
Mm. And somebody at the OBR who gets all their projections wrong, but that's just the UK.
Yeah.
Quickly, on Uber.
Yeah.
What does this company have to do with giant, fluffy teddy bears that you see at provincial fun fairs?
Yeah, so in Toronto every summer, when you'd go down to the Canadian National Exhibition, our big fun fair, by about 10 a.m. on the Midway, you would see a man lugging around a galactic scale teddy bear that you nominally got by throwing 5 balls in a peach basket, but which no one had ever managed to land 5 balls in ever. And the way that that guy got his giant teddy bear is some carny gestured him over and said, "Fella, I like your face. Tell you what, you get 2 balls in the basket. I'll give you this keychain. You get 2 keychains. You can trade up to the giant teddy bear." And what that guy did for the carny all day without realizing it is trick people into thinking you could win a teddy bear. And so by the end of the day, that carny would have made a hell of a lot of money and had given away at most a few keychains. And that poor sod had to walk around with the giant teddy bear in the Toronto summer. And the platforms can change the payout for different users in different ways. TikTok has a thing they call the heating tool, where if they think they want you or someone like you to be on the platform making content for it, they can just turn a sort of metaphorical dial and you get millions of views. So, you know, they want sports bros on the platform, they pick a sports bro, they make him king for the day, he makes $1 bazillion, and he declares himself to be like the Louis Pasteur of sports content on TikTok, and he goes around like a Judas goat and he convinces everyone else to do this. Well, this is what Uber does. Uber picks out drivers and gives them a payout that other drivers don't get. If you have 2 Uber drivers sitting next to each other with their phones out, if you watch the Rideshare Guys YouTube channel, they do this, it's one of their best party tricks, you will see the same job come in at a radically different wage. And it's partly because they're picking out Uber drivers to make them kind of influencers for a dream that can never be realized, to fill the message boards and the Telegram channels with talk about how much money you can make at Uber, and that gets everyone else to pile into the platform and sell their labor at a very low cost. The anthropologist Veena Dubal, who's also a legal scholar, did the most important work on this algorithmic wage discrimination. She describes these heartbreaking scenes where you have people who are driving their car for like 16 hours a day, sleeping in it, trying so hard to support their family, reading the message boards full of people who are talking about how much money they're making driving Uber and who can't figure out why they can't do it. They think they're doing something wrong. They think they're bad at Uber, but they're very good at Uber. This is exactly what an Uber driver should be doing as far as Uber is concerned. And remember, if two of you have the same job and you're paid half as much, they're telling you your labor is worth half as much. Just like if two of you are buying the same product and one of you pays half as much, they are reaching into your wallet and cutting the pounds in half. They're saying the pound in your wallet is worth half as much as the next person's pound.
Let's talk techno-feudalism.
Yeah.
We did an event with Yanis Varoufakis here a few years ago now. And Yanis Varoufakis is one of these fascinating people because, you know, you'll mention techno-feudalism in the book. I'm a big fan. And then you'll have somebody like Steve Bannon also say, you know, there's something to this, which I think actually is also applicable to this book. You know, I can imagine
Bannon's using enshittification on his podcast. I get a lot of DMs from people who torment themselves by listening to his podcast every time he uses it.
I can see a very wide range of people being interested in this, like techno-feudalism. But on that term, a few things, and I hadn't put this in my notes, but the way you're talking about big tech and how it's effectively sending every single week, let's say hundreds of millions of dollars from Britain to the United States, a lot of it to California. People in the past would have said that's imperialism, all right? There's an economic relationship there, which I genuinely don't think we had in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. I think something has fundamentally changed. So when Yanis talks about techno-feudalism, he's talking about a different iteration of capitalism, or maybe even something which is post-capitalist. But also, it's about a geopolitical realignment. Mm-hmm. Where do you sit on enshittification, techno-feudalism, and this kind of new bipolarity, this new tech Cold War of the US world and the Chinese world, and where does Britain and Europe sit in that?
That's a lot to cover. Holy
Sorry.
moly. Well, look, Yanis's book is very good, and he draws this distinction between rents and profits, which I think as leftists, we tend to be a little dismissive of. It's like, well, if you're alienating someone's labor, what do I care if you're getting the money because you own a factor of production or because you've made something? I think it does matter. If nothing else, it's a class division among the ruling class, that there are people who own things and people who need the things they own to make money. And the people who own things and the people who need the things they own are enemies, because the more money you can charge for rent, whether that's on a patent or a physical plant or something that's being leased, some factor of production, the less money there is in profit. And you know, one way to think about the birth of capitalism and the Industrial Revolution is the triumph of profits over rents, where you had literal feudal landlords no longer collecting a monthly rent from the peons on their land who are bound to the land. Those peons are turned off the land, proletarianized, and you no longer get the rent. You have to be exposed to competition and profit by grazing sheep and then trying to find someone to sell it. So really, like, this is a huge and sweeping transition. Rentiers and entrepreneurs hate each other, except of course every entrepreneur secretly wants to be a rentier. No one actually wants to compete. Capitalists hate capitalism more than anyone in this room. Because all they want is to collect rent. They don't want to be exposed to competition. That's why they use non-compete so that their workers can't leave, and it's why they get patents and other exclusive arrangements. That's why everyone wants the franchise to sell water on the other side of the security cordon at the airport, because you can charge £9 a bottle and no one can compete with you, right? Capitalists hate capitalism. So that's part one, right? What techno-feudalism is. It's the triumph of rents over profits. But in terms of the geopolitics, I think they're really interesting at this moment. My friend Joey Davila says, when life gives you SARS, you make sarsaparilla. I have, for like 2.5 decades, been fighting over tech policy. And I was the European director of the Electronic Frontier Foundation. I worked in more than 30 countries. And everywhere I went, I would talk about a variety of policies. And the answer to every one of them was, this sounds very good, but The US Trade Representative has made it abundantly clear that if we were, for example, to make it legal to jailbreak a printer and install third-party ink, or jailbreak a phone and install a third-party app store, or jailbreak an app and install a privacy blocker. Remember, 51% of web users have installed a privacy blocker. 0% of app users have installed a privacy blocker, because you have to reverse engineer the app first, and that's illegal under anti-circumvention law, which is why everyone wants you to use their app and not their website. An app's just a website skinned in the right kind of IP to make it a felony to defend your privacy while you use it. And so, this has been this giant barrier. And the reason that the USTR, the US Trade Rep, was able to convince countries to adopt this policy, which is otherwise really just a stupid, obviously bad policy, is they said, if you don't do it, we will put tariffs on your goods, right? So happy Liberation Day. Right? If someone says, do as I tell you, or I'm going to burn your house down, and you do it and they burn your house down, you don't have to keep doing it. You can do something different. And so there's this coalition, I think, forming. And on the one side, you have people who are like, I'll have some of that. $100 billion a year on payment processing, I'll have some of that. 30 cents out of every dollar, 51 cents out of every ad dollar. I will reverse engineer these things, make the interoperable products, the complementary goods, and there are policymakers who quite like the sound of it, because, while everyone might benefit from there being a company that buys every printer and keeps it up to date and always has a jailbreak ready, so that every person who's got like a folding table at the back of a dry cleaner or a newsagent's who jailbreaks your printer and sells you generic ink for it, if they pay £20 a month, can make sure that the tool works all the time. So a lot of policymakers are like, oh, we'd like to export that. We'd like that to be our country. But I don't know if that's enough to change things. But then there's this other thing, which is Donald Trump making it clear that America no longer has allies. It no longer...
Correct, Reza. Yes, she is. Yeah. Totally.
has trading partners. It has rivals and adversaries, and it's going to pursue that rivalry by booby-trapping their technology. If the International Criminal Court swears out a genocide warrant against Bibi Netanyahu, fine, Microsoft will cut off his Outlook access, and he'll lose all of his email archives, access to every document of the International Criminal Court, his address book, and his diary, right? Well, every government ministry, every firm in your country can be attacked this way. This is what they told us Huawei would do if we let them supply us with telecommunication switches. And, you know, it's not just telecoms, and it's not just office productivity suites. Do you remember when those Russian soldiers looted these Ukrainian tractors and took them to Chechnya? And the John Deere company sent a kill signal to them and shut them down forever. A lot of us laugh, but of course, this does mean that the John Deere company can shut down any tractor in the world when it wants. And Donald Trump, once again, has made it very clear that the companies that are domiciled in America are his instruments for global domination. So there is quite a coalition kind of brewing between national security hawks, some of whom are worried about America, some of whom are worried about China, and they're worried about booby traps and solar inverters and batteries, which is like not an unrealistic thing to be worried about. Anything that can be updated over the air can be updated with an update that bricks it, as anyone who ever bought a Sonos speaker knows. That wasn't an attack, that was just them being terrible. You know, the solution to it is to jailbreak everything and replace it with open source software that's under your control and talks to the cloud servers of your choosing. And between the, thank you. But between the national security hawks, the US hawks, the China hawks, and the entrepreneurs and technologists who want to make things, many of whom have just been chased out of America and used to work for the companies that made this stuff, you combine that with the people who've been fighting this stuff for 25 years, privacy advocates, labor advocates, consumer rights advocates, and maybe you've got a winning coalition, especially since only one country has to break, and then we can buy those tools from them. They'll get the industrial policy, they'll get to be the country that has the relationship to this stuff that Finland had to mobile phones for 10 years, but we'll get the consumer surplus, right? We'll get discounts on all the things that we currently get screwed by the Americans on. And, you know, if it's not Europe, if they don't have the courage for it, maybe it'll be Canada. Canada's response to the Trump tariffs was retaliatory tariffs, right? Let's pay more for American goods. This is like punching yourself in the face as hard as you can, hoping the downstairs neighbor says, ouch, right? where like, if you really want to get back at the 9 guys who were on the dais behind Trump at the inauguration who each paid $1 million to stand there, attack their most profitable lines of business, right? Don't fetch about Elon Musk's Nazi salute. He lives for the attention. Make it legal for mechanics to jailbreak Teslas and unlock all the software subscriptions and upgrades without giving a penny to Elon Musk. Kick that guy right in the dongle, right? That's how you win a trade war. And so one country breaks, we all win. I am weirdly very excited about this. People are like, how can you be so excited? The door is only open a crack. I'm like, yeah, but it was locked for 25 years. It's open a crack. This is amazing. We got to push really hard on the door. So I am very excited about the potential for a post-American internet. I think it is on the horizon, and I think it's ours to seize.
I love that phrase, a post-American internet.
I am currently pitching a book with that title.
Yeah, it will do very well, I'm sure. There's a great book by a gentleman called Angus Hanson, Vassal State. And he just details the extent to which the UK is now dependent upon US infrastructure, from payment systems, Google Pay, Apple Pay, Visa, to software, Adobe. For instance, tonight, we've used a platform, I presume DICE is American, the payment systems to buy the tickets, American. I got here using my iPhone, using Apple Pay on the
Personal
tube.
consumption choices are not moral.
Of course,
you know, that you don't change the world by shopping hard.
No, it's true.
No ethical consumption under capitalism at all. Remember that, comrades. Remember. Hang on. Ow.
And then, of course, this will go out on YouTube. We'll edit the clips using various Adobe products, Adobe Premiere Pro and whatnot. The podcast, also Adobe. The computers which it's being produced on will be designed in America, certainly not made in America.
Right.
But the technological dependence that Europe in particular has on the United States, it does feel like, when you use that phrase, a post-American internet, it does feel like the part of the world with the biggest potential upside in that landscape is Europe. So we should be quite excited about it on this side of the Atlantic in particular.
I think so. You know, a lot of Europeans, I think, are very down on this. I was in Europe last week and talking.
Yeah, Poco. Strained, let's put it that way. I'm still fine. I'm okay. Right shoulder is giving me some issues. My ankles and my feet, both feet, are delightfully swollen and give me problems. My right knee is swollen, let's put it like that. It's not looking too good for my right knee at the minute. Yeah, I'm doing well actually. Still knackered, obviously. Thank you for asking, darling, by the way. Thank you.
To a bunch of people who are like, oh, they're all cowards, they're gutless, they're spineless, blah, 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 blah. Well, you know, Europe was like 10 years behind schedule on its solar transition until using Russian gas ceased to be an option. And then all of the reasons that you couldn't do that transition just like evaporated, right? The fact that like you had German NIMBYs who didn't like the idea of seeing ugly solar panels on their neighbors' balconies just ceased to matter when they were shivering in the dark. And now they are 15 years ahead of their solar transition, right? So, crises precipitate change. So even though the UK is very enmeshed with American systems, they don't have to be. And, this is not the only way in which American hegemony is receding. For a couple of presidencies now, starting well before Trump, there have been weaponizations of the dollar clearing system and the Federal Reserve System, where, if you're Argentina and your sovereign debt is in a bank in New York, it turns out that vulture capitalists can sue you there and take all of your reserves, right? Or if you're Russia and you invade Ukraine, it turns out that your SWIFT access can be shut down. Now, I'm not going to shed any tears for Russian oligarchs, but there's a lot of people around the world who are trying to figure out what they're going to do if they can't dollar clear anymore. Ethiopia's just revalued its debt in renminbi. I don't know if that's going to be the answer for most people, but this is a big problem, and there's no easy answer to it. Just like when Snowden came out of the cold and we discovered the hard way why we shouldn't have every transatlantic cable and transpacific cable make landfall in America. And people have been stringing cable as fast as they can everywhere. But this is different, right? This is not one of these intractable problems where you have every nation has to roll their own. If the Eurostack, which is Europe's answer to these American platforms, open source alternatives to American platforms, if they fund that and they deploy it, there's no reason it couldn't also be the Canadian stack. It could sit on Canadian metal in a Canadian data center in Canada, connected to Canadian fiber, serving Canadians. There's nothing national about the open source software. It just becomes software that everyone can work on. So this stops being really like a technology. It starts being more like a physics or a science, right? There isn't like a radio theory that is American and a radio.
Poco, darling, can you give your mum a hug for me, please? I completely understand what position your mum's in. I really do. I love it, essentially. So please give your mum a hug from me. See, it's from a mad Scottish Marxist, if you wish, or a mad Scottish woman. Thank you, Poco. Reza, we need to change that. Strategies, if you please. I know what I want to see the change. I know what changes I want to see happening, but I am a realist and an optimist at the same time, so please help me. Can we reach our elected politicians, do we think? Maybe. Elron, if you're still here, can you reach your MP? Obviously, I can reach out as well and help you use the correct language with Angela. Obviously.
Theory that's British, or during the war there wasn't a Nazi kind of radio and then an Allied kind of radio. It was just radio, right? And in the same way, this could be a kind of new, like kind of given, right? That we have this software that everyone's working on and improving and tinkering with and adding features to and patching security bugs in and maintaining and ensuring it's backwards compatible. That could just be a thing, right? That's just out there in the world, the way that standards for safely wiring up a socket on your wall are out there in the world. And so that international nationalism, which I think is like a new thing that computers gives us, is a new way of resolving this kind of geopolitical crisis that I'm quite excited about what we might be able to do with, right? Like I'm not a tech exceptionalist broadly, but there are things about computers that are new on this planet, right? But privacy. I mean, we think that being spied on the internet is natural. Absolutely not. Encryption, right? Working modern encryption is the thing where if you take the distraction rectangle out of your pocket and aim it at someone and press the shutter button, in the instant that it plays the shutter noise, that file is scrambled so thoroughly that if every hydrogen atom in the universe were a computer and it did nothing until the end of the universe but try and guess which key you needed to use to unscramble that image, you would run out of universe before you ran out of keys. That's a new thing, right? We've never had a thing like that before. So there are some ways in which technology is exceptional. There are some exceptional things about it.
You've got a great quote from William Gibson.
Yeah.
And the quote is, cyberspace is everting.
Yeah, everting, not inverting.
Everting.
Yeah.
Explain that, and what does it mean for intuitification beyond the kinds of businesses and products we've talked about? Because I think people intuitively understand Meta, Google, but it's bigger than that.
So Gibson is talking about how the internet is turning inside out, so it's swallowing the real world. And we have all of these internet-connected systems everywhere we look, the so-called Internet of Things, all these smart devices. And every one of them can be enshittified because they all have this digital property where you can change how they work from moment to moment and user to user in order to shift value away from business customers and end users and towards shareholders. So, you know, if you go into the shop and it started raining, they can't reprice all the umbrellas, right? They need an army of teenagers on rollerblades with a pricing gun to do that. But when you have electronic shelf tags, the minute it starts raining, the umbrellas can double in price. In Norwegian grocery stores, which is like the leading edge of the adoption of electronic shelf tags, they're changing prices 3,000 times a day. And they say, oh, well, they're doing it to make the old milk cheaper, so you buy it. But anyone who thinks that that is all firms are going to do with the power to reprice things 3,000 times a day has not been paying attention or has been paid an awful lot of money to believe that. And it's not just there, it's cars. You know, I mentioned Teslas with their software upgrades. They really pioneered the auto enshittification where, you know, your Tesla battery in some models will not deliver the full charge. You can only use half your battery unless you pay a monthly subscription to use your whole battery. And again, it's this anti-circumvention law that prevents you from tinkering with it to use your whole battery. And Parliament has never passed a law that says if you own a battery, you can only use half the charge in it. But because it's against the law to jailbreak the battery, it becomes illegal to use your whole battery. Mercedes has followed suit. The accelerator on modern Mercedes will only push your engine to a certain number of revs unless you pay for a monthly subscription. BMW has an auto-dimming high beam that dims when there's oncoming traffic. That's a monthly subscription. You see this everywhere you look, right? It's inkjet printers as well, and you know, terrifyingly, it's medical implants. Whose trajectory is mostly just being bricked when the manufacturer loses interest in supporting it. And that's bad enough when you're talking about an implanted defibrillator or a cochlear implant, but it's really bad if you're one of the people who had a bionic eye wired into your optic nerve because you were fully blind, and then the manufacturer lost interest in supporting it and did not deign to let someone else support it, and so now you've just got an inert piece of electronics permanently stuck in your face.
That's the future on offer.
Yeah, it's, well, you know, Gibson, another great quote of his is, the future is here, it's just not evenly distributed. And, you know, I talk about this thing in my work called the shitty technology adoption curve, right? If you want to do something terrible to people with a computer, you can't start with me. I am a mouthy white guy who speaks English as a first language and has a big platform and a short fuse, and I will be a pain in your ass. So what you do is you go find someone who has no agency. You find an immigrant, you find a refugee, you find a mental patient, you find a prisoner, and you sand the rough edges of the technology down on their bodies. And then you work your way up the privilege gradient. You know, gig workers, blue-collar workers, white-collar workers. Eventually, you get to everyone, right? The future is here, it's just not evenly distributed. But eventually, it becomes distributed. And so you start with, like, if you've got a CCTV watching you while you're eating dinner 20 years ago, it's because you're in Belmarsh. Now it's because you were unwise enough to buy a home camera system from Apple or Google or, God help us all, Facebook, right? And that is the shitty technology adoption curve in action. That's the future. If you want to know what the future looks like, just go look at how people who have no agency are being forced to interact with technology. That's what they're hoping to do to you. Yeah. That's why we have to... I mean, that's why I have this sort of jokey thing I say, but it's ha-ha only serious. We have to seize the means of computation, right? We have to decide how the computers we use work, or someone else is going to decide how we work using those computers.
We're going to go to questions in one moment, but
Yeah.
quickly, what's the solution, Corey?
Yeah, so the 4 things that used to stop companies from inshittifying: competition, regulation, worker power, and interoperability, new digital products that fix old digital products. We need to bring those back. We got pretty close with competition for a few years, and I still think there's some gas in the tank. There's a lot of energy for competition regulation everywhere, and we do have this odd benefit, which is that the companies do the same crimes in every country, right? When John D. Rockefeller was running Standard Oil and the Germans were suing him and the Americans were suing him for antitrust violations, the Germans sued him for monopolizing ports and the Americans sued him for monopolizing refineries. They couldn't really share enforcement strategies, even if they could like fire them across the ocean in zeppelins fast enough. They couldn't really help each other. But you know, tech companies do the same thing everywhere. And so when the Competition Markets Authority's Digital Markets Unit did its report on Apple and Google's payment processing ripoff, the European Union used it to bring 2 enforcement cases and as the basis for the DMU, the Digital Markets Act and the Digital Services Act. And after they won those cases in Europe, the South Koreans and the Japanese just translated those cases and brought them in South Korea.
Hi, I return. Hello. Sorry about that. I'll move closer.
In Japan and won huge settlements out of these companies. So restoring competition is quite exciting, and the fact that you can have like an actual coalition of the willing that does something good, where countries all over the world can collaborate in this way, and that countries in the global south can do this as well, is a very exciting thing. Restoring regulation means passing laws that you have a colorable hope of enforcing. I go into some detail in the book, and I know we're getting short on time, so I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. But we have rules like anti-hate speech rules, which I think are well-intentioned, and I don't want to minimize the problems of hate speech on platforms, but they're hard to enforce. You have to agree a definition of hate speech. You have to agree on whether something meets the definition. You have to investigate whether the firm took reasonable steps to stop it. It's like a 7-year investigation for something that happens 100 times a second. Meanwhile, what we could ask is, why are people from disfavored minorities who get the brunt of the abuse, who face endless harassment on these platforms, why are they still there? Well, because the only thing worse than being a member of a disfavored minority who's constantly showered in abuse is being isolated and being a member of a disfavored minority and being showered in abuse. So one of the most important things we can do for platforms is make it really easy to leave them, right? We have number portability for our phones. If you don't like the way your carrier treats you, you do 5 seconds of admin and you're on another carrier and no one cares. No one cares which phone carrier you use. No one's ever rung someone up and said, dude, you wouldn't believe whose SIM is in my phone today, right? So we could make it so that when you leave Twitter and go to wherever, Blue Sky, Mastodon, something that doesn't exist yet, because who would build something if people can't leave the existing platforms? When you go there, you still see the things that people posted on the old platform that are intended for you. And when you post, they can see it. We could mandate that, or we could hack it in. You know, when Mark Zuckerberg was trying to get people off Facebook and off MySpace and onto Facebook, he didn't just say, oh, we have a better privacy policy, because no one's going to abandon their friends and then just smugly sit there reading the privacy policy until their stupid friends join them, right? He gave them a bot. And you gave that bot your login and your password, and it would go to MySpace several times a day, pretend to be you, grab everything waiting for you on MySpace and put it in your Facebook feed. And you could reply to it and push it back out to MySpace. Do that to Facebook today and they will nuke you till you glow. So in addition to mandates, we can also withdraw the power of the state that we currently extend to Facebook that allows them to sue and destroy the lives of anyone who tries to do unto them as they did unto Rupert Murdoch. You know, these guys are always disruption for thee, never for me. Moving fast and breaking things is fine, provided those things belong to kings. Move fast and break kings. You know, break Mark Zuckerberg's things. That's fine. And so we could restore that as well. And the thing about that is it means that while you're waiting for a competition enforcer or a hate speech enforcer or someone else to do something about the moderation failures on a platform, you don't have to just sit there and endure the abuse. You can take yourself somewhere else without losing your community. So there's several chapters of these in there, and they all have this emphasis on administrability, on the ability to do things where you can tell whether someone's cheating, and you can do something about it when you catch them. So we're going to questions.
We'll go to questions. I just want to say, Corey, I speak to lots of smart people. It's kind of my job. You are really smart.
Oh, pshaw.
You are really smart.
Pshaw.
The book is fabulous, and like I say, Christmas is around the corner. Everybody, a warm round of applause for Corey Doctorow. We'll do some questions and answers. I don't know how many, but there should be some mics.
Yeah.
Lady there with the hat on.
Hi, thank you. I've read a lot of your work.
Thank you.
Have you thought much on alternative economic and governance models on a societal and firm scale to reward innovation without the siloing of innovation that current IP law creates? So what are the next theoretical steps after end-to-end and right to repair to organize society in a way that we make open source the standard beyond just software?
Well, I'm a little confused by the question because you talk about governance, but you're also talking about other steps. I mean, I think that there is something about the fight that we've had for 20 years about software licensing that has been lost a little. So I use the term open source tonight. Some of you, it's put your teeth on edge if you're a certain kind of person because you like the term free software. And you're not wrong to like the term free software. Before we had open source, we had free software. They meant the same thing at one point. But the difference was that free software was put the emphasis on freedom. And it was about licensing software in order to make people more free. That's where those licenses came from. Open source just emphasized the instrumental benefits of making software higher quality through transparency. And what happened over the decades when we stopped emphasizing the moral proposition and only the instrumental proposition is that at every juncture where we had to decide whether some practice was in or out of what we called open source or software freedom, there were a lot of things that wouldn't have ever passed muster with software freedom that absolutely satisfied open source. And we've ended up with this world now where like the big platforms have free software. You know, if you're Google, you have total control over how you configure and use your software. We have open source. Right? We can see which software Google is using. It's there on GitHub. We can contribute our labor to it for free. We can send them pull requests. But because all of our apps loop through their cloud or someone's cloud and we can't configure that cloud for ourselves, they get to decide what our technology can do, even though we have this transparency. So if there is a failing that we've had in open source, it was falling back from stressing the ethical proposition of technology making people more free and retreating to this instrumental position of software being of higher quality if you can see the bugs, which is not wrong, and software should be of high quality. But there is a quality within software that is freedom. And making software that's of higher quality, for example, to track migrants for deportation in America, it may be code that's better, but it is not software that enhances freedom. And so this is, I think, a thing we should recover.
This person here with the white top.
Hi, so I'm wondering when you see things like there being less chocolate in penguin bars and you have like Shein is reducing the quality of clothes, is enshittification like a tech thing or is it like a capitalist thing?
So let me start by giving you a benediction, which is that if you want to use enshittification to refer generically to things getting worse, that is 100% fine with me. My first two languages were English and Yiddish. They've had two consecutive anti-Zionist Jews sitting where I'm sitting now. And the thing I love about both of those languages is that they're glorious mongrel languages. They just steal words, they make up words. Words can mean their opposite. Begging the question means two opposite things. Cleave means both to cut something and put it together. It's great. I love it. And so if you want to use enshittification to mean whatever you want it to mean, that's fine. Is enshittification just capitalism? Well, enshittification describes two things that I think are distinct to technology. The first is the mechanism by which value is moved around. So that is this per user, per interaction changes in the business logic of the systems we interact with. Search results are different, recommendations are different, the payout to suppliers is different, the costs are different. That's just not a thing you can readily do with a chocolate bar, right? You can't calculate when someone walks into the shop, how little cocoa they're willing to tolerate, and refactor the chocolate bar based on their proclivities. But you can make a guess about how many ads you.
Good point. Yeah, good point. Here's my chocolate that I am currently snacking on. I like dark chocolate. 92% cocoa solids, by the way, everyone. Dark chocolate rules. Please be dark chocolate. Yes. I like standard chocolate as well. I did love topics, by the way. They no longer exist. Boo. Fuck off. Really upset. I like Kinder. I like Mars Bar. And I like Snickers.
Can shove in their eyeballs, right? And so you can increase the ad load for people who are desperate. There was an Uber executive who once mooted and then later took back, but I don't believe the retraction, that they could charge more for taxis when your battery was low, right? So these are things you just can't do with hard goods. So there is a distinctive mechanism, and like I said, it is being vaporized or expanded to all of the goods, because every good is becoming a digital good, because the back end is becoming digital.
Oh, Poco. I feel for you. I really do. Our dark chocolate is relatively affordable over here in Glasgow. And yeah, UK essentially. I feel for you, darling. I really do. That sucks, really. Oh, dark chocolate is a little bit healthier than milk chocolate, obviously. Don't get me wrong. I like mint chocolate. But yeah, dark cocoa chocolate is a little bit healthier. Oh, God. That's better. Sorry about that.
Digital. But there's also sources of discipline that act on tech firms historically that did not act on hard goods firms. The first one was that uniquely constituted labor force, right? People who work in chocolate factories deserve dignity, need a union, and are very important to making chocolate, but they're not worth $1 million each to their employer, and there isn't a giant shortage of them. And so historically, tech was better because tech workers had power, and when tech workers lost their power, tech got precipitously worse. And so, chocolate is worse, but it's not because workers have lost their power. Those workers have had very little power for a long time. They weren't able to hold the line. And so that's different. And interoperability, the ability to make two things work together, is just not the case for hard goods the way it is with digital goods. And so on the one hand, we had this factor that was holding things at bay. And on the other hand, we have a remedy that might make things better that's not really available to us when we're talking about chocolate or other hard goods, that these are distinct digital remedies that are in the toolkit of an enforcer or a regulator.
With the glasses just there.
Hi. In the book, you suggest that the platforms should be forced to federate via something like AppProto or ActivityPub as a way of allowing users to leave. I love this idea. What I'm worried about, having worked with foundational internet technologies, is that these tend to be governed by these massive bureaucratic nonprofits, and then they explode in complexity to the point where a very small number of players are able to effectively support them. Browser engines are like the chief example of this.
Right.
What's your impression of the governance models of these standards such that they'd be able to resist that?
So let me rephrase that in a maybe slightly less technical way. So if we're going to have universal standards for, say, social media, how do we stop those standards from becoming parochial and captured by a small number of firms that dominate their sector and that effectively exclude everyone else from the world of governance, and they just decide how things work for themselves? So there's two different things that I think act as a hedge on this. So, you know, this description you had of how you start with standards that then explode in complexity and barriers to entry when large firms take them over assumes that large firms will always be a feature of them and that we're not going to do antitrust, we're not going to have all these other things to make firms smaller. I mean, the reason the web is dominated by a few companies, it's like not because of returns to scale or the iron laws of economics, it's because we let them buy their competitors, right? Google is not Willy Wonka's idea factory. Willy Wonka is rich Uncle Pennybags who bought everyone else's toys, right? Google's had one successful consumer product launch, basically, and it was a millennium ago when they made a search engine. And in this millennium, every consumer product they've launched, almost without exception, has flopped. All of their successes are someone else's company, which they bought and operationalized. Their mobile stack, their ad stack, their document collaboration, maps, everything comes from someone else's company. They never should have been allowed to make those acquisitions. Apple buys 90 companies a year. Tim Cook is bringing home a new company for his shareholders more often than you bring home a bag of groceries, right? So these companies' consolidation didn't come out of nowhere. And when they do consolidate, you're right, they capture their governance structure, right? There's just no way around it. And so we have to prevent you know, you can think of this as the difference between pre-distribution and redistribution, right? Making the companies behave better after they've got a monopoly is redistributive, right? But preventing them from acquiring the monopoly is pre-distributive, and it's much more powerful. It's hard to do, right? Once they've got the monopoly. There's a joke from down east in Canada whose punchline is, if you wanted to get there, I wouldn't start from here. And here we are, right? It sucks, right? We have a very hard path ahead of us, but we also have a coalition that's much larger because the people who labor and are abused by monopolies aren't limited to people who use or work in technology. The monopolies are abusing us in every realm of our life. And once we realize that what we're angry about is not the monopoly over the thing that you're consuming or the place where you work, where you have to sell your labor, but monopolies more broadly, that there's a common factor across all of them. The way that the word ecology took people who cared about owls and people who cared about the ozone layer, who didn't know they cared about the same thing, and made them part of a single coalition, this anti-monopoly movement is a way to bring together people from a lot of disparate interests. And that's how you make the governance work. And when it doesn't work, it sucks. I mean, look, the open document format that ISO, the International Standards Organization, did, that was like a capitulation by Microsoft after Apple started knocking off their products with pages and numbers in Keynote. Microsoft still gamed that standardization process. At the ISO meetings, Microsoft did not want the people who made what was then called OpenOffice, is now called LibreOffice, to be participating. They literally removed chairs from the table, so there would be nowhere for the OpenOffice people to sit, right? So yeah, they capture everything when they become concentrated, so we have to make them weaker, but you know, that's no reason not to try.
Thank you very much, Corey and Aaron. That was really, really fascinating. So you touched on a couple of times there, you touched a lot on the social blocks and economic blocks that are causing gentrification. And you touched a couple of times there on creating these disparate coalitions for like worker-led forms of resistance. So I thought you could just elaborate a little bit more on this kind of digital subaltern, and how can we articulate some movement between lithium miners and gig economy Uber drivers and 100K a year pink mohawk coders? How do you articulate them into a form of resistance, essentially?
Well, I mean, one way to talk to programmers about why they need to be thinking about finding solidarity with the majority of tech workers who aren't programmers, they're Uber drivers and warehouse workers. That's the majority of people employed by tech companies, is to remind them that their bosses have shown them how they treat workers they're not afraid of, right? If you work in an Amazon warehouse, you're injured at 3 times the rate of the national sector. If you drive an Amazon van, you pee in a bottle. If you assemble iPhones, you've got suicide nets around your factory in iPhone City. And this is how they will treat you if they can. You know, they're not sentimental about you. And thankfully, the tech bosses are helping us make that point. They are so infinitely horny for replacing programmers with chatbots. You can almost see them slavering when they talk about it. You know, the fact that you wear a hoodie and they wear a hoodie doesn't mean you're peers. Mark Zuckerberg and Sergey Brin have both in the last couple of months stopped attending the all-hands engineering town halls, which they used to attend as a kind of gesture of collegiality to these programmers. And my favorite quote about why they're not doing it came from Mark Zuckerberg, which is, quote, "It's not a good use of my time," right? Sergey Brin told his programmers that the optimal week they should be shooting for is 60 hours a week. So programmers definitely have a reason to be in solidarity with these other workers. Why should other workers be in solidarity with them? Well, in my experience, people who are in low-wage sectors find it much easier to understand why they need to be in solidarity with large groups of people than people in high-wage sectors. There's no way to survive on the wages that you get paid as a lithium miner or an iPhone assembler or you know, an Amazon driver if you are an atomized person who has no community that you rely on and whom you also allow to rely on you. You simply can't get by. You have to be on one of those incredible wages to conceive of yourself as an island because you are substituting money for the social bonds that otherwise make people able to survive. So I'm less worried about how you convince workers who are both figuratively and literally at the coalface why they should be in solidarity with programmers, but I think we've got a pretty good shot at making programmers understand why they need to be in solidarity with those workers. And, you know, demand for unions right now, I don't know what it's like in the UK because I haven't paid a lot of attention, but in the US, there has not been more demand for workers to be in unions than since the Carter administration, since the 70s. Unions also have their highest level of public approval that they've had since the 70s, and the cash reserves of the major unions in the United States are larger than they have ever been in recorded history. Unfortunately, those union bosses are not great, and they don't think that organizing is important. They think they represent their members, and by definition, organizing is trying to find someone else and make life better for them. This is a dramatic failure to understand what unions are for, and we need to get rid of those bosses and occupy our unions and take them back. But you know, that's part of our marching orders too.
Before we finish, I've been instructed to tell you there is a newsletter that accompanies Downstream. It will be in the description for this interview, which should be up, I think, on Sunday. It's at novara.media/Downstream newsletter. Corey, it's been so fun to talk to you. Had a really wonderful evening.
Thank you very much.
They put me in prison, so what? Good, I'll be able to read some books. You know, good, I'll be able to talk to my comrades. Good, you know, I'll be able to understand prison life and what the working class, you know, thinks and feels. It's a school, right? They haven't killed you, so you're stronger. For humans, we're not things, right? It's not like you chip away at a block. Humans aren't like that. They regenerate themselves. They're paradoxical. You know, bad things happen and you grow for it. And everyone knows that. The big plus point, as you might say, in a reductive sense, about going to prison is you basically create an army of revolutionaries.
If you don't know Roger Hallam's name, you definitely know the organisations that he's had a hand in building. Extinction Rebellion, Insulate Britain, Just Stop Oil. And it's tempting to pigeonhole him as a ranting climate person, just running around trying to sound the alarm on the catastrophes of global heating. But that would be a caricature. And I think it really misses his real role on the British left. At heart, he's a strategist, just the kind who's more likely to be found wearing prison sweatshirts than a single-breasted suit. Fresh from a prison sentence for participating in a Zoom call, Roger Hallam joins us on Downstream to talk about whether your party could spark a global revolution, the centrality of good vibes to good strategy, and the importance of Zoom calls in building a mass movement. I hope you enjoy the interview. Oh, and before we get cracking, you might not know, but we have a new newsletter. So if you want a glimpse behind the scenes, some extra questions, sign up at novara.media/downstream newsletter. There will be one this week for this interview, in which I ask Roger Hallam who he most identifies with from the Tolkien universe, what he watches on Netflix, and what his favourite Bible passage is. Roger Hallam, welcome to Downstream.
Hello.
Better or worse than being in prison, being in the studio?
Well, at this moment in time, I'm a bit nervous about it, and I wasn't that nervous in prison because prison is just one day after another. But it's all fine, basically.
I mean, look, working for Novara is like one day after another as well. So
yeah,
just like prison.
just like prison.
Just like prison.
That's one of my main points, really.
I wanted to talk about something that you wrote in August of this year, which was called Grasping the Enormity of the Moment. And it was kind of addressed to your party and an intervention into party formation, I think it's fair to say. And one of the things you wrote was this: let me make a big claim. I think the Corbyn and Sultana announcement on creating a new movement/party is the biggest moment of our lifetimes. I need to be more clear. I think it can lead to a global political revolution. At this point in mid-November, do you still feel the same way?
No. I mean, obviously not, but moments come and go. And I was writing in that particular moment when everyone was very excited by the prospect of 800,000, well, by the reality of 800,000 people expressing an interest in your party. And from a more technical point of view, it happening within a month. So for me, as you know, when I wrote the book, that creates a massive amount of momentum. And momentum is everything when it comes to radical politics. And so I was writing at that moment where there was a big opening in the social space, as you might say. And I don't think I was saying anything particularly controversial. Yeah.
But I suppose when you're talking about it and grasping the enormity of the moment, you're sort of saying, well, if at this point in August they take advantage of the momentum, 600,000 signups could be 100,000, 200,000 members. Where they are right now in terms of membership is 50,000. In terms of your experience as an organiser, do you look at 50,000 and you go, not worth bothering with? Or do you go, 50,000, you can do something with this? It might not be a mass party with mass character, but you can do something.
Yes, obviously you can do something, but there's a big difference between what I would call linear moments, which is what we've got now again, and non-linear moments. Non-linear moments are where basically anything becomes possible, and they're very rare. But no doubt they'll become increasingly common, over the next 10 years. So it's not like, that's it, we're done for. It's more like, okay, so you lost that one, and what we need to learn is why we lost that one and how we're going to make the next one work. And, but yeah, coming back to your party, obviously it's got potentiality, and, but it's not going to get to 2 million members in the next 6 months, obviously.
What would you do with 50,000 members, though?
What I would do with 50,000 members is the same as I suggest in the book, which is to have a bunch of Zoom calls with 2,000-3,000 people on them. Because Zoom, incidentally, or on, not to promote the company, but but online calls are a massive new instrument for mobilization, because it's one click away. And what we've found over the last 30, 40 years is the culture of people coming to public meetings has become more and more restricted to people that are quite self-entitled, self-empowered, middle class, etc., or part of an older political generation who used to go to political meetings. So those times, traditionally political meetings were a big deal, particularly 100 years ago, 10,000 people would show up. But nowadays, that's not really the case. And if you want to, this is the key point, if you want to get a plurality of people involved in a movement, then going online is paradoxically, in a way, a good way to do it. Because in some ways, I mean, 10, 20 years ago, people were saying, well, you have something online, you exclude people because people haven't got the digital knowledge or capacities and what have you. But I think now it's the other way around, which is more people will come online. So that's the first point, and that's the first error that's being made, is to just have public meetings where you basically end up talking to the choir. So once you've got the Zoom calls, sorry, I'm going to go into the details.
No, go for it, because I actually really want to ask about this, because one of the things I've been thinking about a lot recently is the way in which you can create and nurture and nourish bonds of solidarity, mutual obligation, and sort of strengthen people's collective muscles, which have been atrophied by screens and loneliness, the amount of time we spend indoors. I think the average adult in the UK spends about 90% of their time indoors. We're very cut off from each other.
Yeah.
And I suppose I'm interested in what you're saying about Zoom calls, because on the one hand, you go, okay, you can get 2,000 people on a call. But on the other, those 2,000 people aren't interacting with one another. They're not forming new political relationships with one another.
Yeah, so you have to bear with me because there's more to it than the Zoom call, right? So, but the broader point here is when you're developing a strategy, you have to do some things which are suboptimal in order to get to a better place. And that's the point of the Zoom call. So the point of the Zoom call is to get enough people, a lot of people, into one space, which is in itself inspiring. If you get 100, 200, 1,000 people on a Zoom call, and now you can get 10,000 people on a Zoom call. So for me, this is a massive game changer. And incidentally, you can also have real-time translation, and we'll come on to this, later on potentially. But you've got the people there. You've got, Jeremy and Zara do the speech. You've got breakout groups. Great breakout groups, as is my is my thing. Is it's when you get 6 people together that you start creating empowerment, because everyone gets time to speak. And the research I did at King's College years ago was all centered around the microdynamics of empowerment. If you have a big meeting, no one speaks, people are disempowered. If you have small groups and people engage in the act of speech, they find themselves getting empowered, right? It's a thing that comes upon you, as you might say. So this is a big design point, which has massive implications. And this is how we built all the social movements, that we've been involved with, the people, XR and JSO and the ones around Europe. They're all based upon this principle that people like to be in small groups. So where are we up to? So there's a line. The details count, right? That's, it might sound a bit technical, but the details count. So once people have been on that Zoom call, they're empowered enough to go onto another Zoom call. Why do they go onto another Zoom call? Because you need to get all the people in, say, Bolton onto a Zoom call about Bolton, right? Again, if you had a meeting in the centre of Bolton, then lots of people who sort of see themselves as marginal to the political space generally won't turn up, because they're alienated from that form. And also, a lot of people don't have the money to go, and a lot of people, working class culture is very, localized. People won't go into the centre of town. We've got lots of experience of this. If you have an assembly in the centre of town, it's a middle class space. If you want working class people to turn up, as a general right, I'm generalising, obviously, you have to have the assembly in a neighbourhood. It needs to be within 10, 15 minutes walk. Otherwise, you won't get the diversity of people in the space, just as a matter of, practice. So the second Zoom call basically consolidates that a critical mass of diverse people within Bolton. And then, because all those people are in Bolton, then you have a pathway to the outdoors, right? Which is, okay, we're going to split Bolton into 10 areas, and we're all going to go door knocking, and we're going to, if you're in Northwest Bolton or whatever it's called, then we meet at the St. George's pub next Wednesday at 7 o'clock.
So like Soviet councils at the pub?
There's variations on the theme, right? But the optimal model is you go straight from the Zoom call to doing stuff, because this is the second principle, is people find solidarity through activity, through moving the body, through doing things together, through the adrenaline rush, as you might say, of knocking on doors. If you knock on doors, if you're at all human, you're always like, oh my God, the first 5 minutes is like death. And then, after about half an hour, you start cheering up. And at the end of it, you're going, wow, that was great.
Was that your experience? Because previously, when you talked to my colleague Aaron, we talked about your experience of being politicised on the climate, but not so much about what it was like for you to become politically active. So when you were a baby door knocker, what was that like for you? Like the first time you're trying to do this kind of work?
Well, I've got a slightly embarrassing history. That I actually went door knocking for 20 years because I was a farmer and I used to sell my produce, via direct delivery for 20 years. And I had 20,000 customers, and I built all that up through door knocking. So I've already, during those 20 years, I talked to just about every social group in the UK. But I never really got used to it, in the sense that I'm actually quite shy. I drag myself into things like this because, the world's fucked and something needs to happen. So when I'm knocking on the doors, initially, I'm always thinking I'm a twat for the first 5 minutes. But then, as I said, once I get into it, and that was the same thing that happened for a good 20 years. So when I came into politics again, as you might say, then I brought that knowledge with me. And before I was a farmer, I was a community organizer for 10 years, and then I was in the peace movement from being 14 to 20. So I've done a lot of this work for decades, and then you get these hunches about what works and what doesn't work. So the upshot of it is once you can get a critical mass of people door knocking, the beauty of door knocking, there's a big disadvantages of door knocking, but for me, the big advantage of door knocking is about creating new network connections. That you're knocking on some, wherever you live, in Hackney or wherever it is, right?
Please, Tottenham. How dare you?
I do apologise. Right. In Tottenham, you think, oh, I know Tottenham. You know how people speak about that? Oh, I've lived in Tottenham for 20 years. There's basically all you're thinking about is your network. And your network is 1% of Tottenham at best, right? And so 99% of Tottenham you never talk to. Well, if you go door knocking, if you've got experience with door knocking, particularly in London, you door knock along streets in London, and you're hitting about 6 or 7 different cultural groups in an hour. And each of those cultural groups has got 100 networks. And one of those networks is going to come on your side. And so from a mobilization point of view, you're basically creating new nodes of expansion, rather than what usually happens on the left, and generally in radical politics, as you know, is you basically regurgitate the same node and network.
I want to think about how this relates to political parties, and I'm not just talking about electoral parties. There's obviously different kinds of party form. Yeah. I don't know if many viewers will be familiar with this, but a sort of voguish thing going on at the moment is that people are discovering the Belgian Workers' Party at the minute. So that's the sort of, that's the new, slightly hipster, esoteric things that everyone's getting into, the Belgian Workers' Party and their sort of theory of cadre building and so on and so forth. And one of the things that Peter Mertens, who is a very senior figure in the Belgian Workers' Party, says is that what we try and get people to do is these listening exercises. So when someone, wants to join the Belgian Workers' Party, what do we tell them to do? We tell them to get out, knock on doors, and just talk to people in their local community about the things that they want. And I can see how that's got some kind of overlap with what you're saying. But in terms of how you develop a party platform, I mean, even in Tottenham, you're going to hear a lot of people talking about immigration. Want less immigration, there's too much pressure on housing, there's too much pressure on public services. How do you sort of thread that needle of being like, okay, we actually want to build power amongst the class, to sort of put it in a Marxist term. We also want to create a political project which is of the class and appealing to the class, and also we want to maintain our principles, which means not caving to anti-immigration sentiment or whatever else it is. How do you do that, maintaining the integrity of your principles whilst also saying this process of listening and sort of tapping into the wisdom that's in your community, that's the central thing you do?
Yeah, okay. Well, I think we need to go back a little bit to the listening thing, if that's all right, because I think it's very easy to just think that's a little technicality. It's not. It's central to the whole meta strategy of empowerment, right? And what's happening in Belgium with that strategy is extremely exciting, particularly for myself, because that's what I've been saying for the last 10 years. You know, since I was at King's College, I don't know if you know, but at King's College, I was studying the psychology of mobilization, otherwise known as how to cause trouble, right? And I spent all my time not at King's College. I spent all my time with campaigns. So I go to a campaign, and I was a little bit like stroppy in those days. I sort of go like, oh, you've got to follow me.
Oh, you've really changed.
Yeah,
Roger.
well, I was a little bit overly stroppy, let's put it like that. But but I was going to campaigns and I had a theory and then I wanted to see whether it worked. For the first 2 years, I had this traditional 19th century idea, which is common on the left and the right, that you go with a proposition, people cognitively and rationally assess it, and then they decide to act. And it's rubbish, right? Which doesn't mean you want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, which is a theme I want to sort of communicate in this interview. It's not like when I criticize something, I'm not saying you destroy it, it has no place. Like rationality has a place, obviously, because we make decisions on the basis of pros and cons, don't we? But there's this fundamental realization, which is potentially the biggest discovery of social science, I would say, in the last 50 years. It sounds a little bit dramatic, but I think it is, which is the human is not rational, right? It's not primarily rational. And, we've just got this big inheritance, with neoliberalism and sort of vulgar Marxism, it's all about interest and all this sort of stuff. That's not how it works. How it works is people feel empowered through the participation of being attended to, being recognised, what I would call like love, right? Which is a bit of a controversial word, but that's what I think the essence of it is. Like you're born, you get love, you go through your life, you want to love, and when you die, someone has to love you. This is what we need. So it's you could use another word like connectivity, but it's a bit of a horrible word.
No, but
you see what
I'm
I mean?
with you.
So what people respond to is, it doesn't really matter what someone's saying. It does matter to a certain extent, obviously, but what the fundamental thing is someone attending to you. And of course, this is the big dynamic in fascism, is someone saying, you're great, I'm going to pursue your interests, follow me.
I'm going to lift you up. I'm going to lift you up from the dirt.
Yes, all this like emotionality, right? And what the left does is we want, 2 pence on tax. You've heard this criticism of left, it's been going on for 200 years, right? Which is the left doesn't get it. The French Revolution, it was all like super rational. Why didn't people want it? Because Catholicism was just more sexy. It was like, you had the ritual, it had the costumes, it had the, it had the big metaphysics, right? And what did the left do? Left had, well, you won't need to work so long, which was obviously important, but
also I'd argue that there are certain concepts. We were actually talking about this before you came in, because there's this amazing album by a singer called Rosalia, and it makes me want to be Catholic. Even though I'm Muslim, I'm like, oh God, I'm thinking of converting for aesthetic reasons. And one of the things that I think that the left has really lost is that we've got the language of accountability, but not the language of forgiveness. And there is something that we've been shaped by a particular kind of secularism and also a particular logic of neoliberalism that makes other people really disposable. So when you're talking about love, I'd also say we're talking about acceptance of people, not treating people as disposable. You can't just throw them away. And you're also talking about the importance of forgiveness. That
yes,
we take you as you are.
We've got about 3 themes going, all of which are really important. So let me just, I'm just trying to present something that's coherent, you see what I mean? So let's just stick with what motivates people for the moment, right? So we've got this general idea that a recognition stroke love is what basically gets people out of bed in the morning, right? So that gets concretized in the act of listening. So what I discovered, as I've just said a minute ago, is, or rediscovered, obviously, right? Because people, I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants, just for the record, right? I'm not really saying anything original. Is that once you split people into small groups, the duty of small groups is more people can speak. It's just physics, right? You've got a certain amount of time, and you've got a smaller number of people. And when people start talking, then they get happy. They cheer up, and then they talk more. Well, if they don't talk at all, they get more and more miserable, right? It's very deterministic, and this is something I use over and over again. So that's how, when we start designing Extinction Rebellion, what have you, for me, like, this was a central mechanism. As you may know, we did 1,000 public meetings, but not in a single public meeting did we do a Q&A, right? Because Q&As are deaf, for a bunch of reasons I can go into. What we always did is split people up into groups, and then everyone gets excited. And then everyone signs up to do stuff, because so you have the speech, you have the breakout groups, and then you have free pathways to action. And that's the basic form of effective mobilisation. So I've forgotten where we're up to now.
The thing is, we've been going like this a lot.
Oh yeah. So the Marxist thing in Belgium. So what's exciting to me is people in the Marxist space have made a transition from realising the form of mobilisation is not an act of faith/ideology. You don't have to have a branch voting like a system to be a Marxist. Marxism is about taking control of the means of production, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't tell you whether you should have a Q&A or a small group. You see what I mean? Marx didn't write a book on mobilisation. So we're free as Marxists, generally speaking on the left. We don't have to, just do what they did in the 1880s. We are free to actually look at what social science has said over the last 50 years and go, actually, this is better. And that's what's exciting about what's happening in Belgium. And this then comes onto the doorstep, right? And I've been saying this, I had a bit of an argument with Owen Jones about this,
Friend of the show, Owen Jones.
Yeah, obviously a nice one as far as I was concerned. But, I'm sure you won't like me saying this, but anyway, what Owen was saying, but Owen's just an example of a culture on the left of going, what we need to do is go to Cornwall and door knock and mobilise people, right? I remember him saying that. And the people on the left do this all the time. And I'm sort of pulling my hair out because I'm saying, like, that doesn't tell you anything. That tells you either it's going to be a complete disaster or it's going to be amazing. You're not actually focusing on what's important, which is what they've done in Belgium. What they've discovered is when you knock on a door, you should have the 20-80 rule, which is you speak 20% of the time, they speak 80% of the time. So we've just done this in Brixton, dare I say. I've just spent 10 weeks knocking on doors in Brixton. You knock on a door and you say, hi, I'm from a community group. Would you like to, can I ask you one or two questions? What are the few things that you like in Brixton? Oh, what's one or two things that aren't so good? And they're often away, obviously, particularly on the negative stuff, because there's sorts of, things that aren't that great, right? And then you're saying, okay, so that's really great. What we'd like to do is to invite you to this community meetup so that then you can speak more about it. And the reason they're going to turn up or turn up more often is because they've engaged in the act of speech. The act of speech is a non-rational way in which they've connected with you, which isn't to say, by the way, this is just an instrumentalist sort of orientation. You're doing it, obviously, because it's good in itself, and you're a left-wing person, and you believe in humanity, right? So it's good to listen to people as an end in itself. And at the same time, you're going to get, for the sake of argument, 100% more people actually turning up to the assembly because they've been allowed to speak. And if people have been door knocking and have done this, you will notice that people get very emotional. The more marginalised people are, the more working class people are, whatever words you want to use, it's extremely emotional for people to be listened to because no one fucking listens to these people, ever. They're told what to do. And this is why we're in such a mess, because you knock on the door and they go, for the first 10 seconds, as you may know, they go, oh, no, I don't want to do that. Oh, I've heard all this. It's like you have to get in there. No. You tell me what's going on. What's going on in this estate? And this might sound a small thing, but it's massive from the mathematics point of view, right?
But I guess I do want to come back to this thing about forgiveness and acceptance, because I think it's important when you're thinking about the political culture on the left and what it's like sometimes in left-wing spaces. So one of our encounters that we had was at TWT a few years ago, and you said the funniest shit on the planet. I asked, what was wrong with the left? And you said, you're all a bunch of fucking cunts. And then the room just sort of set about trying to prove you right. Everyone got very upset by the language that you used. It's not really a surprise to me. I live with an Australian. I hear that word a lot. And the thing which really struck me about this whole thing, I mean, one, it really coalesced some things that I'd already been thinking about the sort of dead end of liberal identity politics. But the other was how primed we are to throw each other away. Yeah. And so we're looking for someone to say something that makes us feel uncomfortable. That discomfort is sort of elevated to the point of harm or oppression, and then a mechanism of condemnation and ostracism sort of kicks in. And so what you're talking about, which is I'm trying to create various environments and pathways for working class people to speak for themselves and to articulate their reality as they see it, within a left-wing culture which is hyper-fixated in some ways. I think it's changing a bit, but still hyper-fixated on language and people using the right terminology and thinking the right thing and framing things in the right way. How do you shift that as a culture?
Well, yeah, okay. Well, so we're coming on to a new topic, right?
Yeah.
So let me tell you a little story, right? Which sort of illustrates the problem. So I was... Before Extinction Rebellion, you know, I found myself in various climate groups. Climate groups, as everyone knows, are primarily white middle class and sometimes very middle class, right? And but their ideology, as they present it, is we're on the side of the oppressed. We want to, support the marginalised. Blah 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 blah.
Whether
blah,
a received pronunciation voice of the global south.
Yeah, well, it's a thing, right? We know, particularly in London, but in many of the in cities. So then this guy comes along. He's working class within about 3 seconds, right? Because class is the biggest issue. It's the biggest cultural divide, as far as I'm concerned, in the UK. So he sits down, and you know what he's going to do, right? He's going to use working class language. So he said, cunt. Right? Because loads of working class people, in case people don't know, use the word cunt, right, all the time. I've just been in prison for a year. It's like cunt, fuck, cunt, fuck. It's like, okay, so it's just another day, right? That's how, you need to get out more if you don't realise that's a major word for 20% of the population, right? And so you know what happens? Immediately he says that word. A bloke, obviously, goes, oh, well, that's, oppressive, da. He's fucked, right? Because he's humiliated in front of other people. There's zero chance that guy's coming back. He never comes back. And this is like a major problem, which links with the whole mobilisation, but it's a major problem of not understanding the social structure of the UK because you don't get out of the house and actually talk to people. And in terms of a mobilisation orientation, unless you can see your engagement with other people as a process rather than a one-off confrontation, then you don't get into the logic of actually listening. You get into the logic of condemning. Because, let's say for the sake of argument, cunt is problematic, right? That's not the issue. The issue is that this guy needs to be listened to, partially as a matter of, respect, which, if that's not the basis of socialism, what is? And then through that communication and through developing that connections, then maybe once you've built up some trust, then maybe you want to have some, respectful discussion about language.
But is it also a little bit about, because I find myself doing this, right? I find myself with my little middle class habits. And one is we itch to correct people. We itch to correct their language. So it's not just about listening to someone and being like, okay, well, you're a working class person, because there's a sort of condescension in that, isn't there? Like, oh, you poor dear, you don't know any better. There's also something about having a mirror to yourself and understanding where these urges come from, the ways in which you demonstrate your mastery or sort of superiority around the people around you.
Yeah, well, I think the left has a major problem with its its theory of the human, right? Because its theory of the human is rooted in, 19th century social Darwinism, right? There's a social Darwinism on the right, as we all know. But there's a social Darwinism on the left, which is people are things, and some of them are bad, and it's us versus them, and so you have to smash them, right? It's Newtonianism. I've written a lot about this, and it all sounds a bit intellectual, but it's absolutely critical to understand why we're not succeeding, which is this sort of complex of toxicities in the left culture, which is the tragedy of it is the left, because it's become so insular, it's got cut off from other social developments, and this is where,
like what?
Like the notion of nonviolent communication, for instance. So in the sort of hippie green climate democracy world, there's a very different culture, which is broadly around nonviolent communication. And there's criticism of nonviolent communication as a mode of operation, right?
What is it? Like, I've never heard of
nonviolent
it.
Communication, the fundamental of nonviolent communication says you criticise actions, not people. So you don't say, Ash, you're bad because you just said that. You say, Ash, when you say that, it's a problem because of this. So you're not bashing the person's ego. I mean, it's obvious, right? You just don't do that sort of thing if you're trying to develop a relationship. I mean, if you're just trying to smash someone, it doesn't matter, right? But assuming you're trying to build a movement, you say it's a halfway house, right? And that's like standard culture. And this is one of the reasons why that space has been able to create mass movements in the way the left hasn't. And I'm not, for the record, at all, saying the left is all bad and the climate green space is all good. Far from it, right? The left has very valid criticisms of green culture because of the class issue, for instance, right? So again, this is not about being defensive or attacking. What it's about is analysing so we can get better. And the beauty of what's happening at the moment is the repression of the state is forcing these spaces to actually start coming together. Because if we don't come together, we're done for the obvious reasons. But and what's coming out of that, hopefully, is a lot of mutual learning, where each space is bringing its strengths and having its challenges, having its weaknesses challenged. And this is one of the major issues.
I mean, okay, I want to follow this little tendril, which is about the brutal repression of the state. So something that you've experienced, something that many GSO activists have experienced, something that many Palestine Action and Defend Our Juries activists have experienced is prison time now.
Yeah.
Sentences are getting harsher. The admissible defences to actions are being clamped down on. So there's restrictions on being able to make a greater harm defence or a human rights defence. I'm asking you not from a moral perspective, but a strategic one. Has getting loads of people into the prison system had a political utility, in your view? Or is it something which actually takes a load of really dedicated activists, knocks them out of commission, lots of time and manpower is taken up with prison support work, and all these people could have been doing something else?
Well, that's something else which needs to be said about the left, is the left is very binary, right? And this comes from sort of 19th century debating culture. It's like, is it this or is it that, right? And what we've got to get into is complex dynamics, right? That's how reality works. It's always complex and it's always dynamic. So we need to think about a multiple range of effects all happening at the same time, and we need to think about how those effects interrelate with each other over time, right? How they dynamically. It's not like something just happens, right? It always obviously happens in space. And again, this sounds like, what's this about? This is like critical to smart strategy. So, when we're strategizing, like in JSO, the culture isn't like, will this be good or bad? The strategic culture is, to what extent is it bad? To what extent is it
Okay,
good?
so to what extent is it bad and to what extent is it good that loads of activists are doing like quite significant prison time?
Yeah. So it's bad bad, in inverted commas, because for the reasons you've said, which is it can be traumatizing, it takes people out of commission, as it were. You need a support system, particularly if the major strategists are in prison, the space loses focus. Those are the downsides. And the positive sides, and arguably the most important side, is through the experience of prison, people become more strategically and spiritually mature, as I would put it. And this is a very new experience for the left, because for me, like what happened on the left was decimated in 1989, and for 30 years we haven't really had a left, classically speaking. What we've had, as you wrote in your book, is liberal identity politics. That has nothing to do with the classical left, as you know. Hopefully, lots of people know. The classical left is about mass formations going up against mass power, right? And also the solidarity dynamics that come out of the experience of repression. So it's not a vulnerability culture in the sense of, oh, I've gone to prison, you know, my culture expects me to sort of have a major breakdown, you know, I need all this support. The classical left orientation and the classical resistance orientation is always, they put me in fucking prison, so what? You know what I mean? So what? You know, good, I'll be able to read some books. You know, good, I'll be able to talk to my comrades. Good, you know, I'll be able to understand prison life and what the working class, you know, thinks and feels. It's a school, right? And then you come out and you're even stronger from a Nietzschean point of view. You see what I mean? They haven't killed you, so you're stronger. So you see this observationally all the time over the last 200 years. But during the last 30 years, we've had this exceptionalism about this neoliberal notion of the self, which is, oh, you know, terrible things are happening. And obviously, right, I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. Terrible things happen. I've been criticised for this, or at least when the left was in its supremacist phase, you know, before Corbyn got done in. You know, the left was every time I said something like this on social media, the left would be, oh, you know, you're some white supremacist because you don't understand that the marginalised, you know, can't go to prison. It's like, no, it's like the marginalised always go to prison, always have, and always will.
Yeah, I remember. I think I had my phase of thinking that, and then I just remembered that that's not the history of black and brown communism at all.
Well, it's historic. You know, to be blunt, it's historically illiterate, but it's also psychologically illiterate, with all due respect, right? Because it's just not what happens. You know, we've had this post-traumatic stress sort of culture, which is real, and it's good that it's become a thing for obvious reasons, right? Because terrible things happen to people and they feel terrible about it afterwards, no questioning about it. But for the sake of argument, it's around 20% of people that have that experience. And if you look at literature, for the sake of argument, it's around 60-70% of people experience post-traumatic growth. In other words, they take what is bad happening to them and they transform that, right? Because we're humans, we're not things, right? It's not like you chip away at a block. Humans aren't like that. They regenerate themselves. They're paradoxical. You know, bad things happen and you grow for it. And everyone knows that. You know, how do you grow, become a better person, more mature? Because shit happens, right? And you decide, all right, that shit happens. I've learned from that. I'm going to go forward. So there's nothing like unusual about what I'm saying. And so the big plus point, as you might say, in a reductive sense, about going to prison is you basically create an army of revolutionaries. And this has happened over and over again.
I suppose, like, do you see that? Because I can definitely see that at points in history that happened. I mean, you read something like Soledad Brother by George Jackson, or you read the writing of the Black Panthers. You know, you read the writing that comes out of the Attica prison uprising. You read Assata Shakur about Love Under the Gun. That's a moment where you really see the sort of strengthening of revolutionary identity and commitment and ideology and work through prison. Is that what's happening here through, you know, Defend Our Juries and JSO and stuff like that? Because I don't mean this like in a bad way at all. Like, people I've met who've gone through that process are very committed, very moral people. They've got integrity that I could only dream of. necessarily see them as clear-eyed, hardened revolutionaries, though.
So what we've got to understand is a complex system, right? There's noise and signals, right? So there's loads of noise always, right? In the sense that, things go backwards and forwards and it's always messy, right? But the signal is that matures the movement as a general historical principle, right? And that's one point. The second point is when it happens for the first time, then it's a mess because no one's strategically organized for it. There's no infrastructure to bring people out into a pre-existing movement. So what's happened on this iteration with JSO? It's a mess, right? To be blunt, there's people all over the place, not quite sure what they're doing, but that's because it's the first iteration. And if you look at revolutionary struggle, you always have to understand it's a 30-year process or whatever it is, 10-year process, right? In other words, the first time people go into the street and get shot or whatever, it's a mess, right?
Are you sort of saying that your first pancake's always going to suck?
Exactly. So, yeah, that's a good analogy. Absolutely. It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, the first pancake always sucks.
But it's not just me then. But I mean, when I was in prison, I read, a big social scientific study of solidarity, and, it started in 1956, and in 1956 they went to the street. It was a big mess, there was lots of violence, and a lot of machismo, and then they did it in the mid-60s, and the Catholic Church started getting onto the scene a bit, and then it happened in 68 and 72, and, by 74 they were going, okay, so, we need to get organised here. We need to organise for this resistance. We need to connect. This is the strategy I see that we need now, which is we need to we need the connectivities around the system because everyone's experiencing the same thing or starting to experience the same thing. So at the moment, you've ticked the box on the climate, you've ticked the box on Palestine. When Farage gets in, you're going to be ticking the box on the trade unions. Everyone needs to get with the classical program, which is, they came for the socialists and then they came for the and then they came for the and then they came for me and there was no one else around. And that's basically the strategic message the revolutionary climate movement, for want of a better word. People don't use the word climate just for the record. It's about, it's an elite project to destroy humanity, right? The climate's just the mechanism of how to do the destruction this time round. But, leaving that aside, what those people are saying, what we're saying to the rest of the left space is we need to organise, we need to come together and we need to organise for power. And that's why I'm doing, the whole Your Party, Green Party, assembly thing, which we should come back to.
Yeah, we are definitely going to come back to it. But I am interested in this conversation about culture, though. I'm really interested in this question about political culture, how you build it, how you tend it. And one of the things that you write in Grasping the Enormity of the Moment is two things. One, most groups and projects decline and die when the weird, mad, or bad take them over. And then you say, most people are normal in the sense they are not interested in strange habits, wacky ideological theories, and they definitely don't like to be pushed around and abused. I don't necessarily feel that the organisations you've been a part of have always been hotbeds of the normal. There's definitely lots of normal people who get sort of brought in. Certainly, XR was able to sort of cultivate a layer of person which was like retired GP, reverend, sort of like very decent, kind of like Shire dwellers. Do you know what I mean? Like they sort of like had a vibe of that. But there's also been a sense of like, if not, mad and bad and weird, but certainly like a little bit abnormal. Not in a bad way. Everyone who works for Navarre is abnormal, including myself.
There's two things to say. I think one of the easy criticisms of XR and JSO is it's all middle-class people. Mm-hmm. Well, has anyone counted them? You know what I mean? It's a bit like saying that the left is, full of whatever. It's like it's a projection. It's a trope, right? This is how you put down people that are actually doing some really good work. Mm-hmm. You just assume they're all white and middle class. Actually, they're not. Particularly when JSO, because with JSO, that was a conscious mobilisation. With XR, it took off. There was loads of publicity, and so it attracted the existing sort of suspects, as it were, the 300,000 people who are broadly green and liberal, as you might say. With JSO, it's a very different kettle of fish. Not least because it was it was self-consciously a civil resistance organisation. So a lot of the liberal middle class people didn't join because, they wouldn't be able to fly to the USA, as they used to say in the meetings, right? That's the usual reason. So what I'm trying to say is, like, by doing 1,000 public meetings and leafleting, the demographics of GSO were a lot more multi-class. There was a lot of working class people, there was a lot of lower middle class people, and there was a lot of middle class people. And that's a function. I'm not saying it's perfect in inverted commas or anything like that, obviously. But what I'm trying to say is, coming back to the other point, is by doing a proactive mobilisation strategy, which uses door knocking, leafleting, assembly-based public meetings, then you're going to. That's a primary mechanism where you break out of your silo culture. So that's one thing. But the other thing I want to mention, which I think you may be getting onto, is about the culture, how people are treated, and this is the big thing. Another big plus of what we've discovered, respectfully putting it to the left, right, is you can't just have people coming into groups and going, "Hi, that's great, come to the next meeting." People need to be proactively inducted into the culture. And, this happens all the time in capitalist companies, right? You don't bring someone in, you tell them about your values, all this sort of stuff, right? Onboarding, right? This is what you have to do. And it doesn't happen, or it doesn't happen well enough, right? So that's something that, there's different ways of doing it, but it's a key part of creating a respectful culture. In other words, you sit down with a person and you say, shouting at people is off, you saying someone's a thing rather than, how to criticize people. If you're late, you apologize, you turn up on time. Like these micro details that basically build a respectful and joyful culture, to be blunt, right? Everyone can enjoy themselves because there's not someone. So, well, that's what happens in JSO, right? People enjoy it, right? Because the culture's great. I mean, I'm not saying it's perfect, obviously, by any means. But what I came out of XR going, oh my God, it was a shit show because loads of people came in and it was a mess, right? It didn't have a proper leadership structure and various other things. And with Insulate Britain and JSO and the A22 things we set up in Europe, and like again, I'm not saying it's the end, it's the final word on the matter, but we substantively created a culture which people enjoyed. And that enabled more people to come in who were normal. And,
this might be because I've had my perceptions of JSO being shaped by, consuming a lot of mainstream media. It also might be the case that my interactions with JSO have sort of been unrepresentative of the wider body of activists. I just don't really. I don't have polling to back this up, but I don't feel like it was a movement of normie activists. I don't feel like it was dominated by normies. I think it was, or at least the people who are most visible to me, were those who were very committed, very bought in, but for various reasons. And I'm not just talking about things like class or race or whatever. I'm just saying sort of in like affect and disposition, atypical of the broader population.
No. Well, there's 2 points, right? There's like normal people and then there's class makeup, right? So the class makeup was broad. That's my proposition to you. But you're right, they weren't normal people because they were going into civil disobedience at a time when there's not a mass movement of civil disobedience. And this is like a prototypical move, right? I'm not pretending for a minute that JSO is the be-all. Like JSO was always supposed to be a transitional move coming out of COVID. That's how the core strategists saw it and still see it, right? Which is why the whole space has now moved into like the broader community organising, political space, because that's where the battle is going to be done, right? The battle is multi-sector. It's civil disobedience, it's mutual aid, and it's assemblies, elections, right? All those 3 different elements are critical to the large strategy. And if you don't have those, I mean, there's different ways of putting this, right? But for me, like, that's quite a neat way of thinking about it, of getting beyond the silo. You know, oh, we just do mutual aid. You know, we do whatever food kitchens in Bradford. Yeah, that's great, but that's not the strategy, right? You know, oh, we sit in a road. Yeah, that's great, but it's not the strategy. You know, we stand in elections. Yeah, it's great. It's not the strategy. The strategy is the connectivity and dynamism of those three spaces all coming together, feeding in and out of each other, learning from each other in order to create, you know, healthy cultures, and then building a full frontal attack, in inverted commas, to use that language, on capital in the next 5 years.
I'm sure you'd have your criticisms of Lenin, but I definitely hear some of that Leninist military metaphor in how you frame it.
Well, it has its place, right? It has its place. That's why you don't throw babies out with the bathwater. But it's not a particularly complicated point that, or maybe it is, but maybe this is the main point I want to make, which is we're not going to win without a movement. And there's loads of people saying that, but they don't know what it means and they don't know how to do it, to be blunt. And this is, you know, this brings us onto the main point, I think, which is how are we going to create a connectivity between movement dynamics and election dynamics?
I want to come to that in a second, but I do want to talk about this because it was such a prominent part of grasping the enormity of the moment, is that you're a big fan of sortition. A really big fan of sortition, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding of it is that you're sort of saying, well, look, if you want your organisation, your movement to reflect the class, you can't just allow sort of self-entitled middle-class people who select themselves for leadership and speaking prominence to take over. So it has to be random, has to be sortition. And that's how you get, I think as you phrased it, you know, Mrs. Jones from the Bolton Council Estate with 3 grandkids into the room and speaking for herself. Sortition's been quite a controversial thing within your party, the idea that it won't be, it'll be one member, one vote, but you're not going to have delegates as such. You're going to have participation in the conference by sortition, so at random. I suppose I would like to hear from you what you think the benefits of sortition are, and also can you see why there are parts of the left and parts of your party which are very sceptical of sortition when it comes to the founding conference?
Well, I've talked to, you know, on a few occasions to on left discussions, debates, right? And I think there's a confusion between this particular context and the principles. So in this particular context, it's problematic for good reasons that the people on the left have said, which is sortition is obviously part of a larger system. And if sortition is used, you know, all these randomly selected people come into a conference, but the people running the conference have not got good motives, as it were, and they want to manipulate people because they're disparate, you know, they're disconnected, at least when they come into the space, and they don't control the agenda, then obviously it's crap, right? Like, obviously it's crap. But the analogy is the same. You could say the same of democracy, you know, people. If you go to vote, but there's someone with a gun outside the voting station, then obviously voting's crap. You know, it's a bit of a, you know, it's not a very clever point, right? The point is what is sortition fundamentally doing? That's what we need to start off with in terms of first principles of what is the agenda of socialism and what is the agenda of sortition. And sortition has got a culture problem, in a sort of public relations problem, because it's come out of the nerdy liberal, like, democracy space, right? So people, you know, most sortition academics, you know, they see this in very technocratic ways. You know, you get the community together and they all come together, you know, and they make sensible decisions. It's rationalistic and cognitive. It's like, no, that's not what's going on here. What's going on is this is the primary mechanism of re-empowering the working class. It has to be central to socialist strategy. And again, Marx didn't say delegates and voting is the way to do it, right? We're free, as people on the left, to actually go, actually, we were wrong. You know, what they were doing in 1850 is not what we need to do in 2025. We can choose something else. We can give women the vote. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't want it anymore. I don't want it anymore.
The debates around 1880 to 1900. It's like all these old male socialists go, well, obviously, we want power to the people, but not women. And in the 1960s, the trade unions in the civil rights movement, it's a bit like, well, we want white workers, but we don't want those blacks. It's like, no, wake up. What's the principle? The principle is every single person is valuable. Everyone needs to have an equal say, and we need a mechanism to enable that to happen. And if empirically it's not happening, then it doesn't matter what your ideology says, it doesn't work. And everyone who looks at it for 5 minutes knows that branch and delegate systems do not work. And the reason they don't work is because of self-selection, iron law of oligarchy dynamics, right? Which have, this was told to the German Socialist Democratic Party, wherever it's called, Social Democratic Party, in 1906, right? So we've known about this problem, and sociologists, they talk about it all the time. So why isn't the left getting with the problem, getting with the program, that is a major problem, right? With the middle class take over the left. Well, how does that happen? It's because middle class left people are confident, they're educated, in inverted commas, and they dominate. And whether they're people of colour or it's a common phenomenon. And the biggest dividing line, we need to get this into our heads, the biggest dividing line in our societies is university-educated people and non-university educated people. This is a massive cultural divide. And it's a political and class divide, of course, as well. So you're not going to defeat fascism by having delegate systems. What you're going to do is just alienate the working class even more, and they're going to vote for reform. What you have to do is go into those working class communities. You've got the listening move, you've got the assembly move, and then you've got, actually, Mrs. Jones, you've got as much chance as, Manchester University lecturer of going to the conference. Fantastic, right? So that's the third step. And then you have to design the fourth step in a good way, which is the conference, right? But it's not beyond, it's not beyond the possibility that you don't have corruption of the process, right? There's a whole vast literature. People have been doing this 30, 40 years now. There's a whole academic literature on good practice, just as there's a whole academic literature on how you have a good practice delegate system, right? So it's out there. You have a sortition-based conference committee. It's transparent. Everyone can see the minutes. People can see how people have decided, to invite people into the sessions. So you have a plurality of experts. You have a plurality of witnesses to the issue. You have a plurality of interest groups. The sortition assembly can decide to call its own people. And also don't be so patronising about what ordinary people can do. They're not idiots. There's overwhelming evidence that when you put a sortition assemblies together and you put people in the small groups, if some shit's happening, they'll call it out. Because people aren't, it's not like people that, it's not like we're all dummies.
No, that's just me.
You see what I'm saying? I'll tell you something else, which is really important, which should make everyone excited about sortition, right? Is when you create sortition assemblies, usually it's the middle class people that like it because they've read it in the books, right? And the working class people are going, I'm not sure about this. And then after you've had the sortition assembly, and you say, right, are we going to build a constitution based upon sortition? In other words, are we going to give sortition assemblies real constitutional power? The middle class people go, don't think so. Why? Because it's basically challenging middle class power, right? The power of the administrative class. But the working class people go, actually, that's fucking great.
I suppose,
and they want it.
I suppose there's one thing, and I don't know if I believe this, but and it's like, sometimes I think this. I sometimes wonder if proponents of sortition, they also really overestimate people's desire to be in big deliberative meetings. I don't want to be in big deliberative meetings. Anytime someone's like, do you want to come to this political conference? My answer is no. I don't want to. I want my evenings with my cat and to watch pro wrestling,
Yeah. Well, that's the whole point, isn't it, right? With Oscar Wilde, socialism, too many meetings, right? So the beauty of this is you get the direct democracy element, which has always been the visionary element to the left, and you get the practicality. Because as we all know, direct democracy, there's loads of problems with it. Well, one of the biggest problems is you have to bloody turn up, right? And you don't want to turn up. I mean, I'm the same, right? 9 o'clock, I'm done, I want to watch whatever, Netflix, right? It's just like, that's number one. Number two is most conferences are boring because they're delegate conferences, because people don't get a chance to meet each other, because they're not designed around sociability. They don't have big breaks. People don't go for walks in the afternoon. You need to design a conference as a party. A party, everyone's enjoying themselves. You have someone playing guitar. There's all these different elements that, need to come into the design. But the fundamental dynamic is if you give ordinary people real power, then they rise to the occasion, which is part of our humanist faith, isn't it? Humans are capable of not being arses, but you have to design it. Otherwise, they will be. And you design it by selecting people from the population, putting them in small groups, giving them a plurality of different inputs. And they love it. I mean, you read the literature and it's evangelical. It's evangelical, Like I remember reading something about DC, and they had this big one-day, citizens' assembly, sortition, blah, blah, blah. Like all these black working class people are coming out and they're going, that was the most important day of my life. And why is that? It's important you understand why this is. Again, because for the majority of the people in Western countries, right, that never get in the public sphere, they never get listened to. And it's like enormous, as I said, it's enormously emotional. People cry in assemblies because they suddenly realise what beauty there is in collectivity. And this is why, it's like, come on, left, this is it. It's exciting. It's not like, we're going to not be able to politically educate people. Like, read some Paulo Freire, for God's sake. It's like, what have you been doing for the last 30 years? It's like, people radicalise through the process of political self-creation. They don't radicalise because the Marxist is telling them about 1917, on a
excuse
Thursday
me, have
night.
you read
Yeah, which isn't to say you throw the baby out with the bathwater. Obviously, this debate has been going on. I think with the Russian communists, it was like agitation versus propaganda. Is that right?
I think so.
So the propagandists, going, hello, workers, come to read Marx on Thursday. And they'll go, well, we're not getting very far. And then some of the Jewish socialists in Latvia, we're going, actually, what we're doing is we're starting where people are at. And yeah, it's not that great, but that's how you mobilise people, which is the Belgium strategy, right, or the GSO strategy. So we know where it works. And there's intrinsic design tension because, coming on to your other issue, is how do you stop people, doing their false consciousness routine, right? And it's a perennial problem. So there's no final absolute solution to it, but there is doing it well and doing it badly. And obviously telling people to read Marx on Thursday night is not going to do the business, but nor is having big mass assemblies with Farage, riling everyone up. And then Farage goes, everyone put their hand up if they agree with getting rid of migrants. Obviously everyone's going to put their hand up, right? Because of the whole Hitler routine, right? But so between those extremes, what have you got? You need to start evolving sophisticated ways in which people come to assembly, sortition assemblies, and they're also given a plurality of information.
Also, isn't there also a big part of this being relationships? And I think about this a lot, and when I reflect on my own politicization, which is I've been a part of various organizations, I've left various organizations, but the thing that's really glued me to Marxism is the relationships I have within Novara, not just my colleagues, right? People who I've been very close friends with, siblings with for, coming up to 15 years now. A partner who's also very politically committed, friends who are very politically committed, family who are very politically committed. And you've got this thing which is happening all the time, right? And it's happening informally. It's happening when you're chatting as you're making dinner. It's happening when you're like on your lunch break. It's happening when you're like going for your coffee, where your politics is being fed with plant food every time you're talking to these people. And so I think about this all the time about political organizations and parties, is what kind of relationships do they make? Do they make it possible for people to be really friends. They make it possible for people to really rely on each other, to trust each other with their secrets in the times when they feel down, to make it possible to fall in love, because that's the shit which, makes communists and keeps communists, to be honest.
Yes, so that's what I call sociability. When I was writing with my research at King's College, there's two things that basically make the world go round: it's sociability and proximity, right? It's how people treat each other in the micro spaces, and it's about creating micro spaces, i.e. people are close to each other. The closer people are to each other, like physically, and emotionally as well, then the more likely you're going to get pro-social behaviour. And at the other extreme, if you want to kill people, then the first step is to separate them, right? So that's a done deal. So that's what we need to focus on. And I'm totally with you, right? That this is what we need to think about. And I'm saying this as someone that used to be a nerdy bloke. You know what I mean?
Used to be.
Yeah, in the sense that I used to think, oh, you just design this, you just and I'm just moving boxes around, but you're actually moving people's souls around. That's the point, right? And so you need to. So I've learnt the hard way, in inverted commas, that these things are important. This feminized idea of what the human is, and again, you're not throwing the baby out of the bathwater, right? There's good reasons to use a box way of thinking about it, but there's also a dark side of community, and this needs to be understood, particularly by strategists and designers. Is community has two sides. It has that love side that I've worked with this person, I've been to prison with them, I'm with them for the rest of my life. This solidarity, fantastic. And the dark side is, and we're a group and we're not interested in anyone else anymore. Or even worse, we're a group and everyone else is shit. And this happens, with a horrific determinism, right? It's like, and so this is why you need leadership. And this is why you need soft tissue. You need mechanisms to shake up the space. And the beauty of sortition is you're creating new connectivities. And the horror of self-selection is you reinforce what's called overbonding.
Well, there's something that you write, and I really liked the phrasing of this, which is, to put it bluntly, if you are not sitting around the table with some people you privately think are a bit weird, then you don't have strategic capacity.
Yeah, and that's super obvious. It should be super obvious, at least for the people that are strategizing and designing, is you've got to have plurality. And this is sort of what I was saying to your party, right? I don't want to get all bitchy and all the rest of it, but it's just so tragic that the left sees the other as a threat rather than as an opportunity. And, there was all that goodwill. We had 1,000 people signed up from the climate movement. No one's pretending they're the be-all or end-all. But you bring those people into space, and then you're sitting in this space and someone suggests, you have a go-round. Or someone suggests you have a check-in. It's like, what's that? Well, that's a bit weird. It's those hippies. It's like, great, that's how it should be. You know what I mean? Or with the climate people, this person's talking about class in Manchester. Oh, that's a bit weird. We don't really talk about that. Oh, maybe that's interesting. You see, and there was a book about when I was in prison, a book which had this as its central thesis, which was, the farm workers movement in California in the 1960s. I've forgotten what it was called.
Oh, Cesar Chavez.
Yes. So they were amazingly successful, right? And this is the model for the moment. It goes as follows, right? Why were they amazingly successful vis-a-vis, the Teamsters, the traditional unions? Because the traditional unions were one-horse operations. They knew how to do stuff. They had a certain demographic. They had a certain culture, had a certain strategy, and they knew how to do it, and so they failed. You see what I mean? Well, what Chavez was doing and this movement was, they didn't know what they were doing, and so they succeeded because they had the humility to involve a pluralism of different elements. So you had the American-Mexican sort of space, right? Then you had the churches that were supporting them. Then you had the trade union space that was coming in to support them. Then you had the young radicals, white radicals in the city coming to support them. And then you just had the general working class of, rural life. So you had this amazing, slightly head-fuck sort of plurality, right? Can you imagine these people sitting around the table, how different their experiences were, but, with intelligent leadership, they created this massive strategic capacity. So when they had a problem, they didn't go, well, we're just going to do the same again. We're going to have a A to B rally in London. It's like, no, that doesn't work, mate. Okay, what you want to do is you want to have a party on the bridges like XR. Oh, right, okay, let's have a party on the bridges like, you see what I mean? Oh, so you start expanding your repertoire, which is a massive problem for the left, right? It's like, what do? You do elections and you do rallies and you watch Navarra. You know what I mean? No disrespect.
Hey. The last one's really good.
The last one's good. But it's not a point about whether it's good or bad. It's about the plurality of it, right? Obviously, these things are good in that they're part of the system. And this is the exciting thing that could have been created and has to be created. And obviously, we can talk about where the Green Party's going with this.
That was exactly what I was going to say. Is that kind of as we start bringing this home? Is that I wanted to ask: do you see that kind of potential with the Green Party under Zach Polanski?
Well, I'd say it's 50-50, as opposed to 70-30 with the left. Because the green space is more open. I mean, I had a chat with some Green Party people last week, and I was going, look, you need to use assemblies, you need to engage the community. The community needs to feel like it's engaged. So the fundamental design point here is, does the party choose the candidate? Does the party choose the programme and then go to the people? Or do the people choose the candidate and the people choose the programme? And what I'm trying to say to your party and to Green Party, resting on the shoulders of giants, right? The whole syndicalist tradition is saying, unless the people come first, unless the community comes first, you're not going to defeat fascism. You're not going to mass mobilise, because fascism has a whole load of goodies in its bag, right? And you need to have some goodies in our bag. And deciding what the programme is and the candidate is before you go to the people is fucked. It's just you're not going to do it. I mean, you might do it, obviously you might do it 20%, but in terms of a structural design, it's not going to happen. And this gets to the heart.
But do you think Zach Polanski's thinking in that way?
I don't know, because you won't talk to me. I've written to him twice. But, you can talk to someone else. I'm not saying it's all about me or anything stupid like that. I'm saying, this is a principle which goes back to 1870, right? With Marx versus the anarchists. This point that, do you have a centralised group that has the right knowledge and the right objectivity that goes to the people and tells them what's wrong and they need to get with the programme? Or do you have a bottom-up approach where you say, you tell us what your reality is, and trust that through that process, with loads of little design elements in, right, needs to be thought about, trust, like the Paulo Freire approach, right, which is, we trust that you're going to come up with something cool. And I've got a particular strategy around this because I'm not naive, right? If you go and do this in Solihull or Essex or something, then you're going to come up with loads of Tory policies. So you don't start it there. What you want to do is start it in Brixton or Chorley or Bolton. And what you will find, without a doubt, is ordinary people are more radical than you, right? They want what you don't need to worry.
I mean, look, the thing is that there's a. This isn't coming from a place of worry, but it's sort of something that my housemate, who is a counsellor, said is that he's been going around trying to organise residents, and one of the things that came up, I can't remember if this was during his campaign or shortly after, was he went to meet with some residents who are like black working class women from an estate. And because obviously he's left coded, right? So he's educated, he's white, standing as a counsellor, it's a very middle class thing to do. And they said to him, just don't you fucking dare talk to us about Palestine. Don't you dare. And the sort of work that was doing, and you don't want to try and, you can overdetermine too much from a single anecdote, but I've been trying to make sense of it, is, left-wing people come to us with their programme and they come to us with their set of priorities, and in all sorts of ways they let us know that we're not that priority, we're not where their heart is, we've got instrumental value to them because their cause is this other thing. And so I suppose I'm not saying that you're going to find that absolutely everywhere, but I'm sort of suggesting that sometimes what we think of, but sometimes there are some really hard challenges to some of our most dearly held principles.
Yes, but so what we need to understand is what's going on there, right? So the first thing to say is obviously we don't ultimately know what's going on, right? But so it's a hypothesis, right? So there's the sort of modernist interpretation, which is about the issue. It's about humans or about issues. It's like they don't want to talk about Palestine for reasons A, B, and C, right? And you want to do it for reasons A, B, and C. Like that's the 19th century bollocks, right? That's as far as I'm concerned. That's not what's going on. What's going on is they've felt shat on for like 30, 40 years by the political class. And so whatever you're going to say, they're going to give you a hard time, right? Because they're hurting inside, because they haven't had their most basic human needs fulfilled, which is to be respected and listened to and be able to engage in the creation of collectivity. This is what we need to understand. Humans need to create collectivity. We're social beings, right? This is the whole basis of socialism, isn't it, right? We actually are social beings. So people are systematically like atomized and alienated. Then they get mentally ill, they get aggressive, and they start doing bad things, either to themselves or to their families or to the other, in the community, right? So what's the solution to that? The solution is to shut up, right? Come to the assembly and you talk and we listen. And when you're told that you're a shit, you don't go, well, you say, okay, so you don't like me. Tell me more. Right, this is just standard therapy, isn't it? Right? It's discovered by Carl Rogers like 50, 60 years ago. Shut up and listen. And then, not all the time, but most of the time, and after a little while, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes, maybe 2 years, people will go, actually, you're okay. Why are you okay? Not because of your views.
But because you listened.
Because you listened. Because the connectivity comes before the rationality. So it's not like these, I could be wrong, right? But my take on it is that what these people are saying is they don't not want to, they are obviously like fucked off about Palestine. But something's trumping that, which is all these people keep coming in and telling us what to do and doing this pseudo I'm in solidarity with you routine and right? So that mending with the working class is going to take it's going to take a while because you messed it up for like 30 years, to be blunt, right? So again, I'm not giving anyone a hard time. I'm just trying to be like positive about it, right? It's exciting because hopefully the left is now, more open, like with sortition, like with assemblies, like listening on the doorstep. All these all these designs are coming in, which is exciting, which is what happened in California in the 1960s with the Mexican Americans, right? You've got all these different wisdoms and different cultures coming together, and that's what we're supposed to be about, isn't it?
Well, I'm going to leave it on this exciting note. I know you've got limited patience with talking for talking's sake, so why are you here? What is it you want people to do?
Well, yeah, talking in and of itself is going to get us nowhere, and it's really, really important that we understand that clearly. And what that concretely means is when there's these conversations like we've just had, there needs to be a pathway to action. This is how you build a movement. So this whole conversation we just had can't be seen as something separate from the movement. It has to be embedded within this growing movement in all its plurality. So what I want to suggest is that there's a Zoom call, in a week or two, and hopefully there's going to be a link about it. And I will be there. I'll do some speaking about it. People can ask questions, and then there will be a bunch of different pathways through which people can get involved, whether that's, your party, Green Party, Assemble. There's a whole bunch of different organisations that are coming together. And that's the exciting point of this conversation, isn't it? We're not talking about abstraction here. We've got a crisis, and we need to be bringing people in, and people will choose which bit of the movement they want to go into. But we need to provide that opportunity for people.
I feel like, that episode of The Simpsons when he's saying, I was saying boo words. It's like, I was excited about abstraction. Thank you very much, Roger, for joining us on Downstream.
Thanks.
Hello and welcome to a very special Downstream IRL here at Earth Hackney. You may have heard of this guy, Zach Polanski. I don't know if this is just your training as an actor, but you look happy to be here.
I mean, it's a very, very lovely cheer. Thank you very much, everyone.
You told me something backstage.
Imagine if I went, no, I'm actually really, really anxious and upset. I want to be anywhere but talking to you, Ash.
What? You know, my husband told me the exact same thing earlier today. You actually told me something backstage which I really think that you ought to share with the group, something about a hidden talent.
Ash, I can't believe you're doing this to me. So today, Spike, the right-wing journalist, put a picture together of me and Mamdani and said the failed theatre kids. As if comparing me to Mamdani is something that's going to, make me upset and really cry.
So what do you mean I'm handsome and successful?
Quite right. And so what they don't know, and I suppose I'm revealing now, is I used to break dance. But now with dodgy knees and Achilles ankles, it's not going to happen. Sorry, Ash, I know you're trying to get that scoop.
We were actually sprinkling talc down at the front to assist with the spinning. So look, right now, at the time that we're speaking, the Greens are just a couple of points behind Labour in national polling. You might catch up with them fairly soon. You might even overtake them. Are you surprised? Oh yeah, we've got a Green Party member, at least one. Have you been surprised by the pace at which the Green Party has grown, or was this always the plan?
I mean, it was the plan, but the speed at which it's happened. There's even been some polls where we have overtaken the Labour government. In fact, the second one came out a couple of days ago on Find Out Now. And although it's surprising because I think, you'd be pretty weird if you were like, the plan is always going to work out, I'm absolutely convinced. I think it's not a surprise that it's working out when you think about how bad this Labour government are behaving, particularly in light of the announcements made today. But also on the flip side of that, how much hope has been missing from politics. And actually, wherever I am, on the bus, in the street, in the barbers just now, people kind of stopping at the window to say, I'm feeling really, really hopeful. I'm feeling hopeful again. I think politics has been missing that for a long time. And whilst I'm really, really pleased to be some of the vehicle for that, where people are finding the hope, the bit I'm really interested in is what comes next. What does it look like when people go back to their communities, really engage, really get involved, really organise, and make that difference on the ground?
Well, I want to ask you a little bit about what comes next, because there's something which to me sounds a little bit like its intention, which is on the one hand you say, look, we're here to replace the Labour Party, so vote Green, that's what we want you to do. And on the other hand, you've talked about the fact that helping fascist Farage into power is a red line for you. In some seats, there'll be a straight run between Labour and Reform. So how do you square these two things that you're saying, which is one, we're here to replace the Labour Party, don't let this government hold your votes hostage. But on the other, you've described Reform as a fascist party, and surely that creates a different kind of moral imperative.
Well, I think the way this question often gets asked is, will you work with other left-wing parties or centre-left parties? And I think the first thing to say is this Labour Party is not a left-wing party. When we have Shabana Mahmood going around saying that she's going to seize the jewellery of the assets of people seeking asylum. As a Jewish person with Jewish ancestry, that's literally what the Nazis will have done to my ancestors. And so we see this with the ongoing genocide in Gaza, we see it with disability cuts, we see it with the two-child benefit cap. So then I go, the general election is not tomorrow, and actually we have time to build this movement, and we're all heading in the right direction. And actually it comes back to the premise of your question. Replacing the Labour Party looks like saying there shouldn't be any Labour Reform seats, because actually we need to turn those seats into Green versus Reform seats and make sure that the Green Party beat the Reform Party. Now, does that sound like a stretch from where we are now? Yes. And to come back to your first question, we are exponentially growing. We're getting thousands of new members every single day. We're starting to poll above the Labour government. So I don't think it becomes long before you say to the Labour Party, come on, you're splitting the vote. Like, ultimately, this is a Green versus Reform party. And if Keir Starmer, last thing I'll say, but if Keir Starmer doesn't feel like he can change anything, or if he feels like he's making despair normal again, his whole thing is there's no alternative, it has to be this way, then why is he even in politics? What is the point of being a Labour politician at this point?
So on this, like you're saying, okay, well, look at the pace of growth of the Green Party, look at how well we're doing in the polls. Does that mean that you're going to be expanding your target seats beyond the 39 or 40 where the Greens came second?
Yes, so during the leadership campaign, I was saying that I hope to win 30 to 40 MPs. And so, you know, that would still be an amazing achievement. I'm not going to knock that, but it is starting to feel under-ambitious. Because actually what's happened with all of these new members is new resources and new people on the ground saying, actually, I want to campaign in my local area too. And so those 39 seats, I think, are the starting place to look for. But actually, it's really telling that Ellie Chowns and Adrian Ramsey came from 4th and 5th place to go to 1st place. So actually, 2nd place isn't the limitation to winning a Green seat. The limitation is having the right messaging, the right resourcing, and the right volunteers on the ground. And actually, that's starting to happen in more and more seats. So the next question, because you're a very good journalist, is how many seats are you going to go for?
How many seats are you going to contest?
And it's just too soon at the moment to know that. But what I will say is almost on a weekly basis, we're going back to the drawing board and saying, that's still not ambitious enough for what's happening right now. And the more that we see reform kind of growing and the more that we see the Labour Party pandering to reform, that is an insane electoral strategy. If people wanted Nigel Farage a reform, they'd just vote for reform. And I think the more that Labour spiral into this awful, toxic, divisive politics, the more there is a space for a hopeful, ambitious party like the Green Party, and we absolutely intend to take that opportunity.
I can see you're impressing these people. So I've got to come up with a real shitter of a question now. At the moment, there is a pretty sizable debate on the left, and this is really a result of a high-profile conflict that's occurring within your party. But I want to ask you to address this about your vision for the Green Party. How broad a church do you want it to be? What's the window of tolerance for the range of perspectives you're comfortable seeing in your membership?
Well, first of all, I think it can be really broad, particularly in terms of geography, so I'd start there. I was speaking to Yanis Varoufakis yesterday for my podcast, Bold Politics. Always plug a podcast.
Wolf whistle Yanis Varoufakis?
He probably deserves it.
Find God.
And Yanis was very lovely. People will be able to see the podcast, and he said he was really excited by the political project I was doing, and he felt like it was the right one, and he very much offered his kind of public and private support. And he said during it, I think there are seats that maybe you can't win, places like in the Northeast, for instance. And actually, Green Party membership has over doubled in the last 2 months, but actually the place that it's gone highest is London, right here in Hackney actually, and the second place is in the Northeast. And I think that's what that's speaking to, is places like the Northeast that reform is not some kind of abstract threat. You've got reform winning councils there. And I think people there are going, actually, joining the Green Party and getting involved is not a nice to have. It's not like a hobby to do at the weekend. This is something that is existential for our city and for our politics. And so more and more people are getting involved. So in terms of how broad can the coalition be, I think that's about the Green Party continuing to do what we already are, which is being the lead opposition party and saying we are going to take on both this failing Labour government, but actually we're absolutely going to take the fight to reform. Now, in terms of politics, beyond geography, there are core principles of the Green Party. We are anti-racist, anti-homophobia, transphobia, misogyny, and those are not kind of negotiables. In terms of the politics of our policies, so the one that drives me crazy, and I'll go straight there, is people say to me, I'm really, really worried about reform. I'm really, really worried about fascism. I love everything that you and the Green Party are doing. I'd get involved, but I don't like your policy on nuclear energy. Like, it's a very, very specific policy. And my answer, beyond me having the discussion about nuclear energy, is we're a fully democratic party. We are one member, one vote. We have policy working groups. Any member, whether they've been in the party for 20 years or they join the party after listening to this talk, that's just a subtle hint there.
You really just planted that seed. It's like, when there are flash images in The Shining or something to try and...
Careful, you'll make me sound like a hypnotist or something.
I thought they were getting bigger.
But quite seriously, anyone can vote on party policy. And actually what I would say to people is it's too much of a luxury to find one policy you disagree with when ultimately you look at the threat of what the far right is doing to this country. And so I'd say to anyone, get involved with the Green Party.
Would that mean that the Green Party would tolerate a member or a group of members who said, okay, well, we want to introduce policy that's against self-ID? or something like that?
That's not something I personally welcome to the party. Now, there are laws in place that say those things are protected beliefs, so people can't say you're not allowed in a party, you're not allowed to have those conversations. And also, I think, I know you've done a lot of work on this, that the kind of quote-unquote cancel culture, I think, has eroded a lot of our politics and the ability to have discussion. So I do think we need to have discussions. I think we need to have discussions in ways that are respectful. And most importantly, I think the people with the protected characteristics who are the most affected need to make sure we're sharing the space with those people so their voices are heard. So it's not that people can't join the party who have those beliefs, but what I would say is it's about how you behave with those beliefs. And the red line for me is simply misgendering. Now, I've misgendered people before by accident, I'm sure you have. And you apologize and then you move on. But that's not what I've seen in the past in other spaces where people are just constantly misgendered. I think that's clearly harassment. And sure, if you want to do that in society, I don't think that's okay, but I'm not the leader of society. But in terms of being a party, I think it's perfectly right for a party to say, this is how we behave in this party, this is what we believe, and if you don't believe that or you don't want to behave that way, other parties are available.
You use the phrase red line, so I'm going to do an awful pun. In terms of a particular red line, do you see the Green Party as turning into a socialist party, or is your vision for a party that has socialists in it?
I think we're already a socialist party, and I know we get into this discussion a lot. Like, I consider myself a socialist. I think when you look at party policy, I think you'd really be struggling to say that isn't socialist policy. I think that's a wider conversation about how do you label those policies, and I just find the conversations about socialism and capitalism lose a lot of the people who wouldn't be spending their Monday night in this room as much as I love people who are spending
He
Monday
just
night
called you nerds.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as I said it, I was like, what have I just said to all of these people? Whoops.
Losing the entirety of Hackney in one fell swoop.
No, it is really important. It's important we gather in rooms like this to have this discussion. I think it's important to have a discussion about socialism. So it's not rejecting those conversations. I think there's really important spaces for those conversations. I think in terms of the public, though, and that's ultimately who I want to be talking to, the wider public, I think we need to be talking about the food on their table, the heat in their homes, and yes, the means of production, but in the way that they would translate that. What is it like when you go to work? Do you have democratic control at work? Do you feel like you're in charge of your life? Do you feel like you're in charge of your politics? Do you feel like politics is being done with you rather than to you? I think those are all the vital questions rather than getting into what can sometimes seem like philosophical conversations about socialism and capitalism. And by the way, I put NATO in that territory too. I've been really, really clear that I'm not any supporter of NATO. And I think we should be looking at working with our European neighbours in terms of closer alliances. I think Brexit was an absolute disaster. But I think to lead a movement at the moment where really we should be talking about lowering bills and taxing billionaires, but leading that conversation with a conversation about foreign policy, I think is disconnected from what a lot of people in this country care about. That's not to say that NATO isn't important. It's not to say imperialism is an important conversation to have. But I think you've always got choices as a politician and a political party about what is the first thing that comes out of your mouth and what do people remember you for. And you might have heard me say this before, but lower bills, tax billionaires.
That's true, but
That deserved a bigger round of applause.
Don't clap him. Don't clap him. But I want to pick something up on that, which is I can totally see how, from a strategic point of view, you say, look, we're going to focus on these bread and butter economic issues, and foreign issues sort of takes a backseat strategically, right? As politicians, you have to prioritize. But Gaza has been such a prominent part of your campaign. It's been something that you've led with, and I think also, not to put it too crudely, the Labour Party's material and political support for an ongoing genocide has benefited the Greens politically. Lots of people then gave you their votes. Does that mean that you're going to have that issue recede as you focus on bread and butter economic issues?
Not at all. So I feel like you're phrasing the question slightly differently to what I meant, which I'll take responsibility for because I'll add clarity. It's about making sure that we have absolute solidarity to people around the world who are facing genocide or conflict. That's obvious in Gaza, but also Sudan, Yemen, Syria, lots of places where actually British intervention has considerably made things worse. It's really important that we're really clear about that. What I'm saying, I think, is not hypothetical. We can look at Zoran Mamdani, who has been absolutely incredible in focusing on those bread and butter issues, and every time he's asked about a trans person, a disabled person, a migrant, Palestinians, he's shown absolute solidarity. It's not been wavering for a second, it has been unconditional, and he has pointed out that inequality is making those things worse and he gets straight back to the economic issues. So once again, we need to lower bills and tax billionaires and show absolute solidarity to migrants, trans people, and indeed Palestinians.
I want to move on just a little bit because we're going to hear from Cory Doctorow shortly on the idea of enshittification, which is basically a story about how online platforms went from being novel and exciting, even liberatory, to crap, conformist, just a terrible experience to be on. We're in roughly the same kind of age bracket, and I'm not going to say which one it is, which
The cool
means
kids.
you can probably remember your first dial-up modem,
For
right?
sure.
The internet entering your life. What was your first experiences of the internet like, and did online culture, online community play any role in shaping your politics?
Yeah, I think it was pretty huge in terms of, it depends how you define politics. It certainly was not party political. But in terms of the politics of being LGBT and finding a community, and also the politics of being like a gay Jewish kid at school that was bullied and just feel like I didn't feel like it. I literally had no friends. So being able to go to the internet and escape to the internet both had all the benefits of finding a community and some of the dangers back then of seeing things I probably definitely should not have seen at that age. And I think it's not just in the internet world we see this enshittification. I think a lot about our public-private spaces. So I think of places where you go around London or any city and there's a space that used to be publicly owned. And there's often those little signs that say, you can't eat after 6 p.m. You can't take photos here. You're under CCTV. You can't skateboard here or breakdance. And all of those spaces that are really, really important to have those communities. And I think those communities are often how people start to first find their politics. A lot of my politics started actually in Trocadero. There used to be, I'm coming back to breakdancing. I really didn't think this was going to be a theme of tonight. But I used to go practice breakdancing there, like on a Saturday with lots of kind of young people. When I was young, I'm not talking about when I was an adult now, that would be weird. And you would go there, and the amazing thing, it was free. So you'd spend like 5-6 hours with friends, making friends or people you haven't met, where you'd be learning new tricks, but also you just sit down for a while and chat to people that weren't necessarily, certainly not from me, having grown up in like a Jewish, pretty religious community, to then be in London, like in Trocadero, learning to breakdance, spending more time with people. I feel like that's what society is when it's at its best. And then, it comes back to Thatcher. She said there's no such thing as society. Always comes back to Thatcher, right?
There's only individuals
right,
and
exactly.
families.
And then
That was my Thatcher.
Spitting image, need to hire you quick. I'm waiting for my spitting image puppet, but anyway, I'm sure it's going to be lovely and flattering. And then the Conservative government came along and committed austerity and literally destroyed those public spaces where people could gather together, eat together, pray together, disagree together. Then the Labour government are continuing with that austerity, and then they have the audacity to say that we don't have integration. How do you expect people to integrate in public spaces if you've taken those public spaces away? And so to come back to your question, I think we're seeing that on the online world too. This increasing kind of corporatization of those spaces where people can have conversations or questions. We see this through the Online Safety Act, where just trying to find out about Gaza or various issues around the world can suddenly be censored, particularly by corporate capital. You can see how quickly dangerous the unregulated environment is. But then when you call for regulation, the question always is, who do you trust? And I don't know about people in this room, but I don't particularly trust this Labour government to get anything right. So I think there is a dangerous question right now, both about private or public online space, but also the public spaces that should be our spaces. But a few wealthy individuals have taken our power, our assets, and our wealth, and I believe it's time to take them back.
I want to ask a little bit. Yeah, you can get clapped for that one. I want to ask a little bit about AI. So from what I can tell, the Green Party policy on AI is fairly limited, calling for a clear regulatory framework and an ombudsman. Does that compromise the totality of your own personal views about the impact of AI on work, education, information, even how we date and interact with each other?
Yeah,
Not how we date, but how we date.
I'd be punching, I know it. I think it's nuanced because I'm not a digital Philistine. I think that AI probably has, or definitely has, an important role to play. There are lots of people doing crap jobs who don't want to be doing those jobs and actually could be spending their time doing things that they feel fulfilled by, whether that's at work, feeling like they're more connected to the day-to-day things that really matter to them, or even maybe radically not working as much and being paid more. We were always promised that we would do less work and get more money, and for the majority of people, it's the other way around. We're working more hours and getting paid less in terms of the standard of living. I think the real problem, though, is about who this government listens to. And we know that they are in bed. I don't think I want to do this image. Keir Starmer is in bed with the tech bros. And the TUC were running...
Just let that linger in your mind's eye for a little bit.
The TUC were running a brilliant campaign around creative workers and doing collective bargaining for creative workers. And then Peter Kyle went straight to the tech bros. I was lucky enough to be on Laura Kuenssberg the same day Elton John was asked about this. And his quote, and it's pretty at Shakespeare, was, "Peter Kyle's a moron." I mean, Elton John said it, not me. But quite seriously, I think it's about how much this government are willing to sell people out. And I don't trust AI in this government's hands when they're not protecting workers' jobs. And we don't just see this with AI, we see it with the steel industry, where the best time to nationalize our industries and to protect workers' jobs would have been 10, 20 years ago, and they just didn't have that conversation. And actually what I really think we should be doing is removing fossil fuel subsidies from oil and gas and using that money to subsidize the new transition for the new jobs. And I think AI plays its role in there in terms of where are these conversations happening, where you're getting the people who may potentially lose their jobs around the table to go, what do these future jobs look like with the advent of AI, and how can we make sure you have better lives, rather than pushing money into AI, letting them have unregulated work, and then saying to the people who lose their jobs, sorry, that's a bit crap.
I want to ask you one last question before we go to the audience Q&A. And they've got to be real questions, not a, this is more of a comment than a question. Real questions end with question marks, right? So, and don't just try and fool me with an upwards intonation either. My last question for you is this, and it's a really simple one. What's your vision of the good life?
I think it's one where we can spend more time with the people we love. And I think love and compassion are really important qualities that rarely get talked about in politics. I think for a long time, politicians kind of shied away from them because they felt a bit icky or that the public might not like it. And all of those things might be true, but then I think there's a job to do. Then how do we center compassion, not just for refugees or people in war zones, but actually for each other, for neighbors, for strangers? I think it looks like a universal basic income where people have food on the table, they're able to pay their rent, they're able to get transport to work if they've got a job, or be able to get a job if they want one, and they feel supported. I think it looks like one where we center creativity and arts, where people feel like they're not constantly having to just do the STEM subjects or just produce or just create growth in the way that Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer want to turn us into these robotic machines making growth for BlackRock. But actually we can spend time doing the things that we love just for the sake of the fact that we love them. And actually, even if there's no economic productivity at the end of it, that's also fine. It's completely fine to be human beings. And I think it looks like a society where people are able to spend time with strangers if they want to. I know you're someone who might have particular feelings about being forced to spend time with strangers when you're not choosing to, or various people might feel like that.
I confided that I hate people. Is what that's referring
I felt
to.
like I had to widen it to the rest of the audience before I made it sound like Ash just hates people. But I do think for so many of us, like being able to have those spaces where you can just have human connection with people is what the good life looks like. And we've had a politics that for so long has tried to get people to divide, to point at each other, to be jealous, or to point to scarcity, or tell people if they have a faster car, or a nicer, bigger house, or another loft conversion, everything's going to be okay. I think the good life looks like when we can rid ourselves of all of those addictions and say, sure, I'm speaking from privilege here. If you're living in poverty, I can imagine why you want some more money, and I totally get it. But if you're living a comfortable life where you're more than surviving, you're actually thriving, a good life looks like where you're not in constant competition to beat your neighbors or someone in your community. You're actually going, what does it look like just to be happy and just to love? And that's good.
I agree with all that, but sometimes you got to beat your neighbors when your neighbors are Arsenal. So, if I could get some house lights, because that way I can see who booed. Let's take some hands. All right, we've got someone right there, back row, hand up. We've got one there, front row, and let's have stripy shirt as well.
I wanted to ask you, how do you make climate agenda a main agenda in political manifestos and not just for symbolism, but actually get people feeling about it and that it will affect them and not just people who are focusing on sustainability, climate, or who are pursuing that in academic field. And how will you and your party try to solve that?
Amazing. So I think very often the climate agenda gets pitted against the cost of living agenda. We hear this constantly. We hear it particularly from Reform, and it's always important to point out that Reform took £2.3 million from fossil fuel companies, from climate denying companies, and then it's not a surprise that they go out on TV and then say we're anti-net zero. I think George Carlin said that politicians should wear sweatshirts like NASCAR drivers that says who sponsors them at all times. I think that would be really good for Reform to have. I think we've really got to take on this agenda, and the way we've got to do it is not by telling people they're wrong or they've got to change their individual behavior. Now look, Ash is going to love this, I'm sure. I'm vegan, I don't drive, I don't fly. Like, if you were looking for like the CV of a Green Party leader, I could go to Central Casting and I would be fine. But this is not the point.
It's very swipe left for me.
Yeah.
Very swipe left.
Our dating life is broken twice in this way. But actually, I think, if anyone can do those things and they have the power and privilege to do them, hey, Ash, people should make those choices. I think. But what we can't do is speak to people in working class communities particularly who are really struggling, who might be a single mother who's struggling with their kids, and you're then saying, oh no, you shouldn't be going on the school run with your car when there isn't even a bus in place, or if there is a bus, it's ridiculously expensive. We've got to change those things systemically. All of those things are individual choices made by politicians. We can make different choices. I think the most obvious example is I went to Sheffield the other day. It cost me a fortune on the train. I'm sure if I'd flown, I didn't fly, so no clipping this. If I had flown, I'm sure it would have been much cheaper. Now, that's not a coincidence. That's because we subsidize aviation more than we subsidize train travel. So in terms of what are we going to do about the climate agenda, I think subsidize the right things, make sure that we're really investing in renewables and solar and wind, and more than anything, to know that having the right facts is not going to cut it. We need to recognize that there are powerful vested interests. And I've named Reform, but it's also important to say the Labour government are really at it too. So just pointing out every single time that a politician is going on TV or radio, wherever it may be, and being anti-net zero, there is usually a vested interest, and we've got to expose it.
Right at the back there. Yep.
Given that Corey's talking later, I wanted to ask if either of you have read, watched, or listened to any sci-fi recently.
Great question.
I love sci-fi. I was about to say I love Doctor Who, but... So Radio 4 did a show on me recently called Profile, and it was basically like half an hour about my life. And the one thing they took away from my boyfriend is he said, the thing about Doctor Who fans is they're always disappointed. And I love that's the one thing he got to represent me with. And I love Russell T Davies, but I've been pretty disappointed with Doctor Who recently. There's also like a brilliant Korean series that someone's going to have to shout out the name of it, because I did genuinely watch it, but I can't remember the name of it. It's got 3 words. No, not Squid Game.
Squid Game.
I've created a mass audience exercise now.
What's the plot?
It's basically like the moon starts to lose its gravity and all sorts of things.
Moon, gravity.
Yes, three body problem. And I just described it really badly as well. It's nothing to do with the moon.
Chinese, not Korean. The moon is fine.
Let's get this bit out. What I would say in defense is I've been quite busy leading a political party.
3 body problem, great. Have you read the book?
No.
It's pretty long, so maybe you shouldn't make time for it now, but it is
to be honest, I'm saying I enjoyed the series. By episode 5 or 6, I was losing the will to live, which is partly why I can't remember what I watched. But hopefully the book's much better.
Right, stripy shirt.
Have you had any discussions with any trade unions about affiliation? Will you have those discussions? And if you are going to have them, how do you have a relationship with them when you might have a bit of a distance on certain issues?
I love a 3-part question. I realized things had changed dramatically when a couple of days after I'd been elected as leader of a party, I went to the TUC Congress. And I mistakenly said to a member of staff who was going to come with me, oh no, I'll be fine. And I came and I literally got mobbed the moment I came through the door. And as much as that would be lovely for my ego, I think it's much deeper than that. I think it's workers recognizing that they deserve better representation. Now, I'm being careful how I say this because there is trade union leadership that's doing incredible work, and I'm not knocking that. I also think there is trade union leadership that increasingly the workers within those trade unions are looking at them and saying, I'm paying my subs, we're affiliated to the Labour government. Not only are they not doing good stuff for workers, they're pretty much spitting in our faces at this point. We're not getting anything from it. So the first thing I want to do is speak to those workers and say, if you're in the Green Party already, amazing. When you go to your local trade union branch, speak up about it. I don't mean in the way that you necessarily need to wave a Green Party banner, although you're welcome to do that too, but just actually saying there isn't this big gap between the trade union movement and the Green Party. I know already there are loads of members in the Green Party who are very active in the trade union movement too. I think we need to create that link in terms of being more vocal about it. The second thing is I meet trade union leadership pretty much all the time. I'm very often having those meetings. Those meetings, if I'm honest with you, are almost always based on policy. What can we be pushing in Parliament right now? What can I be pushing when I have a microphone in front of me? I think they know that I'd love affiliation, but also at the same time, I'm not kind of desperate for it, because what I think is more important is the disaffiliation from the Labour Party. I think indeed, that definitely deserves a round of applause. I think the premise of your question is fair enough, that as soon as trade unions affiliate, then they understandably are expecting things and want things. And in a party system that's totally democratic, I think that then becomes a relationship about how do the workers get involved in that system within the Green Party. And so I'd absolutely love to talk about affiliation. There are also unions that I'm working with very closely. I really want to shout out UVW. This is United Voices of the World. They're based in London. They're a migrants union. Pretty much any time they have a picket, I'm always happy to turn up. And I think UVW have said this out loud. They've noticed that it's only Green Party politicians who are turning up to these picket lines. Just last week, I was at the British Library where, with PCS, they're also striking. Some of these workers at the British Library are having to take out loans. They're having to take out second jobs, despite the fact they're working full time. People are tired and exhausted and their wages are not going up. Meanwhile, food prices are going up. And then we have unions still affiliated to the Labour Party with a Labour government who can do something about this, who are not only not doing anything about it, they're saying we need to make tough choices. Why are these always tough choices for disabled people, for people living in poverty, for children living in poverty? It is about time to have tough choices for multimillionaires and billionaires, and it's time to tax for rich.
Right, I'm going to take 3 more questions, and because I've neglected the sort of middle of the room, that's where I'm going to be looking. So put up your hands from the middle of the room. Who's got a mic handy? All right, stripy shirt, take it away.
Yeah, hi. How are you going to kind of, because throughout our society there's kind of been a loss of like trust in institutions and like even on an individual level. So kind of how are you going to kind of rebuild that and kind of allow us to become more conjoined together? Because that's like a real big thing that's going on.
Yeah, I think it's a crucial question, and I think it actually links a little bit to the first climate question too. So often I meet communities where they feel like politics has been done to them rather than with them. There was a supposed consultation, but actually the consultation just meant notification. It meant someone turned up and said, this is what we're doing. It was incredibly complicated. And then when they complained, there was no real recourse to have any feedback. I think this also needs to be balanced with the fact that I sometimes hear politicians, if they're being ultra-democratic, just say, oh, I'm just going to listen to the people. I'm just going to turn up. I think it has to be in the middle. So politics is not having a blank sheet of paper, turning to an audience and going, what are your ideas? I'm just going to do that. Neither is it finding exactly where people are, running into the crowd and going, yes, I'm going this way too. I think it's about having a really strong set of values and ideals that you can communicate and that you're never going to compromise on. Then it's about finding a tone that isn't lecturing, it's not hectoring, it's a genuine listening tone. And then you walk kind of halfway, metaphorically or maybe literally, to where people are and say, I'm willing to come meet you, let's have a conversation about this, but you've also got to come away a little bit too. And for me, that's kind of a model of leadership, which I think is about building trust. I think the final part, in answer to your question, is going to be a very, very strange thing for me to say, but in some ways, don't fully trust politicians. It should be a transactional relationship. If they're doing what you want them to do or what you've campaigned or voted for them to do, great. Cheer me all you want. But I think I really love the phrase, elect them today and fight them tomorrow. Because actually it's about getting the right people into power, and then it's about holding them to accountable. I was going to say every single day, but realistically, who has time for that? But metaphorically, every single time that you have a vote, or you can hold the politician to accountable, that's an important part of democracy, that it's not a one thing and you're done. It's about continuing that. And I think the real way to hold politicians to account, and I'll end my answer, I'm aware it's a long one, is not waiting for the ballot box, despite what I just said. It's about organizing in your communities and recognizing that a lot of this needs to exist outside the political system too. The ballot box and elected politicians can only take us so far. Actually, what really needs to happen is the organizing, whether it's workers, whether it's trade unions, whether it's a community group, a faith group, a non-faith group. It's about people coming together, having the power of their imagination to say things can be different. We'll push for politicians to do it, but actually while we're pushing them, we'll also create it ourselves. Obviously that requires resources, it requires the politicians to work alongside too, but I think all of those things can happen at the same time.
In the middle there. Great.
A really prominent topic right now is immigration, and I wanted to know, given the coined term of the Boris wave immigrants and the current discussion on extending the ILR pathway for skilled workers to 10 years, what are your thoughts on that? What do you think is the right solution? And also, why do you think the Labour Party is shying away from something that, might be pro-left, hypothetically?
I think it's disgusting, first of all. I think it's the first place to start. I think bankers pretty much plunged this country into chaos. I think we have unscrupulous landlords. We have fossil fuel companies, gambling companies, arms trade companies. These are the people that are destroying this country. These are the people who are unpatriotic and un-British. This country was largely built on the back of migration. Now, some of that is really positive, and I'll get to that. Some of that is about empire and colonialism, and I think we need to have an honest public conversation about that. But we also know just practically, so take my ideology aside, the fact that I radically think we should be humane and compassionate to people. Let's look at this even in a pragmatic, logistical lens. We have 150,000 vacancies in the National Health Service. We have construction issues where we need to build council homes and we need to build the renewable energy of the future. We have so many jobs that need filling. In the NHS, 1 in 5 jobs are migrants. Now, of course, we need to train up British workers, so this isn't pitting migrants against unemployed British people. Let's train them too. But in the meantime, it makes absolutely no economical sense to just pander to some of the worst racist, toxic, vile narrative in this country. And I think the reason why the Labour Party are doing it is because Keir Starmer does not have any morality or integrity in any of his policies. I think he's absolutely terrified of Nigel Farage, and I think he won a huge majority. Let's be clear, this is not a government that is like struggling with a small, tiny, majority where they really need to get everything through. It's not like we have a general election in a few months' time and they're panicking because they're doing badly in the polls. This government are choosing to hand this country on a plate to Nigel Farage. And if you hear anything tonight, collectively, we are not going to let him. We are going to make sure that we organize, we're going to make sure that we mobilize, and we're going to make sure, ballot to ballot, whether it's at local elections, whether it's at the general election, every single Labour politician who did not speak out on Shabana Mahmood's policies today, we will make sure that we replace them.
My friend over right there.
Yes, hi. So I think I have a question that will probably change the tone a little bit. So I think we have voted for Labour for the last couple of cycles, but they have disappointed us, for the last couple of years. So for somebody who is leaning left, what makes you so different from Labour that I should vote for you in the next cycle?
That's the only question worth asking.
I mean, it's hard to begin to even list the differences between the Green Party and the Labour Party. I think one of the most obvious and egregious examples, though, is I'm someone who's supported proportional representation for a long time. This is essentially making sure we have a fair voting system where every vote means the seats are matched proportionally, the clues in the title. Now, I was lobbying Labour alongside many, many people for a long time to do this. And finally, a few years ago, the Labour Party had a huge conference where the trade unions got behind proportional representation, the members got behind proportional representation, and there was a historic vote where it finally got passed, and there was much celebration. That same day, Keir Starmer, a man who, by the way, who ran on the coattails of Jeremy Corbyn, ditched every single pledge before he was even in power, then saw this vote happen, and he just said, no, I'm not going to do that. I mean, what is the point of the Labour Party even having a conference? What is the point of being a Labour Party member? You are having literally zero influence or impact on this Labour government and their cruel, inhumane policies. You're having literally zero impact on this Labour government in terms of creating a better future or moving to a better society. And I would say the biggest difference, so Darren Jones, who's a Bristol Green MP, Bristol Labour MP, wrote an article in The Guardian last week that said the Green Party have undeliverable promises, that we're promising things that are undeliverable. And first of all, I don't know what he's talking about because he often talks about a wealth tax, but there are lots of countries in the world, like Switzerland, a particularly wealthy a place, Freudian slip, who have a wealth tax and it's worked out just fine. And it really felt like what he was adopting was again Thatcher, you can do your impression again if you want, who said there is no alternative.
I don't have that one in my head. I could do the lady's not for turning.
Very, very impressive. Clearly your idol.
I did a personality quiz once and it turned out I've got the same personality type as Margaret Thatcher.
Gosh. The date is off, I'm standing you up. But quite seriously, they're always pushing this idea that there is no alternative. They're always pushing the idea that to want a better, fairer, greener world is some kind of idea of fantasy politics. And I think that's the most corrosive idea of all. Because the biggest difference between the Green Party and the Labour Party is we have imagination. And I believe that the people in this country also have imaginations. But the reason why people's imaginations have been blocked is very specific lobbying, again, from big corporate companies who spend millions, if not billions, on misinformation, on media narratives to tell us it cannot be better, it cannot be different, inequality is just a natural fact of life, and that's just how it works. And it's up to all of us, particularly the creatives, if you're in the room, to spend the time to think about how do we tell different stories. Because we can spend all the time in spreadsheets, graphs, and data. That stuff's important. It's important we're based in facts and science. But if we don't tell the powerful stories, we won't connect. And actually, Farage, give him one thing, he tells a powerful story. But his story is hate and division, and they're currently rocketing through the polls. And I believe it is time for the Green Party and a politics of hope, community, and solidarity. It's time for that to rocket through the polls too.
I think that is a wonderful place to end on. Everybody, Zach Polanski.
Asaka!
There is this incredibly important event which takes place, the World War I, which takes place in the midst of the largest globalization that has ever existed in history up to that moment. Why wouldn't you have economistic theory why this event has happened? But no, there is no theory. It just happens, okay, well, there is a guy who assassinated another guy in Sarajevo. That's the theory. Well, that's ridiculous. We believed that with globalization and mutual trade, the interests would be so strong that we would never go to war. Because we know that the war would be really bad for me and you. And it actually did happen. It was bad for me and you. And we knew that, and we still went to war.
Here in Novara Media, we like to talk about some of the biggest trends of the 21st century, the things that are remaking the world and probably remaking your life too. Multipolarity and the demise of an American-led world order, technological change and automation, the rise of China, demographic aging. All of these are so important, and almost all of them will be figuring in our conversation today. All of them are integrated into this fantastic new book by Branko Milanovic, The Great Global Transformation. He talks about how the Western middle class getting poorer goes hand in hand with the likes of China getting wealthier. One falls, one rises. at the same time, we have the end of history. Talk of moving to a multipolar world isn't for the future, it's happening. It's here and now. Now, we often talk about the demise of neoliberalism as if it's something that's yet to really happen. Again, Branko thinks we should be talking in the past tense, the end of history. But what comes next? Well, that's where things get super fascinating. And just to be clear, Branko has the credentials to have strong opinions on this. After all, he's a former economist at the World Bank. He's a big brain. He reads a hell of a lot. You're going to have a great time watching this over the next hour and a half. Branko Milanovic, welcome to Downstream.
Well, thank you very much, Aaron. It's a pleasure to be here.
I am so excited about this conversation. Some of the stuff we love talking about here on Downstream: the rise of China, the collapse of the West, transformations in the global economy, the decline of the Western middle class. It's all packed into your new book, The Great Global Transformation. I'm so excited because I'm a weird guy. Lots of graphs and lots of big observations. Let's start where it really matters. Why did the USSR collapse, and yet China doesn't just not collapse, but thrives and becomes one of the world's leading economies after the 1990s?
You obviously want to lead with really simple questions, right? I think that the USSR collapsed because it was economically unsuccessful, and because there was increasing realization of USSR falling behind in terms of welfare of the population, behind Western Europe and the West. It was only successful in the military production, but you cannot eat actually, satellites and tanks. And then that realization, I think, percolated through the establishment. And when Gorbachev came to power, it was not an accidental event. It was an attempt to actually reboot the Soviet Union and to make it more economically successful. However, it just failed for many reasons, and it led to the breakup of the Soviet Union. And I think one of the effects of that breakup is the war that we are actually witnessing now for almost 4 years between Russia and Ukraine. So it was a disaster. On the other hand, China, as you said, was extremely successful, way more successful than anyone could have predicted. And not only anyone in the 1970s, but anyone in 1982 when the reform started, and even in 1990. And when you think of Tiananmen, what happened there, and it was a belief that actually this was the end of reforms in China, that China would kind of slide back into kind of a Maoist morass. Exactly the opposite happened. The reforms, the economic activity increased, the GDP per capita grew tremendously, and China was a great success case. So I just told the history, but of course it's not really, I didn't touch very much on the causes of the two, but maybe we can talk about that later.
I wonder, because I start with that question leading to something else, which is, was there a road untraveled by the USSR in Eastern Europe, somewhere like the DDR, East German Republic, where very high levels of human capital, a medium income country, had they pursued a different path in the mid to late 1970s, could somewhere like the DDR, Hungary, etc., been more like the Asian tigers?
They could have. Actually, if you look at Poland, Poland has become an Asian tiger since the transition and since the end of communism. I think that it's always hard to argue something against against the facts which have happened. So when one argues that actually USSR, for example, could have actually moved differently, it's very hard because people say, no, actually there was only one outcome. I think there were possibilities even after Stalin in the 1950s and 60s. There were possibilities to jumpstart economic development and make technologically the country more successful. I think the fall of the Soviet Union had to do with an ability to absorb and create new technology in the production, not only of consumer goods, but of the, goods that matter for people's livelihood. And I think that was the key problem. And I think they realized that in the 1960s you had reforms which introduced much more market than before, but all of that was eventually not successful. And I think that the fact that when Brezhnev came to power, it was a period of stagnation, ideological, economic, and elsewhere, and in practically all domains, artistic as well. And that made life was not bad, but it really was not going, it's not improving. And I think that led to the huge dissatisfaction. Or to the belief, rather, that things could be different. That's a little bit different. Dissatisfaction is active dislike of something. A belief that something could be better is not an active dislike. It's actually a desire to make things more palatable, more agreeable, better.
I've heard a line which is that the USSR didn't fail in so much as it was optimized for World War III. Its economic model, its political model, everything about that particular polity was optimized to fight a conflict after 1945. And the point is that just never happened. Do you think that's just a bit of cope and wishful thinking, or?
No, it's possible. I think that actually they overestimated the importance of war because they underestimated, in some sense, I think, their power. What I want to say is the following. If you look back at the origin of the USSR, you had, from the very beginning, attempts to actually end this revolution through foreign intervention. So as you know, in the 1920, Americans, French, British, all intervened in Russia to actually stop the revolution. And I think they sort of developed a state of mind. And of course, in 1941, when Hitler invaded, they developed a state of mind which I think is not alien to Russians even today, that somehow somebody is all the time trying to attack them. And in that state of mind, then you over-prepare, you overestimate the importance of the military. And I think in the Soviet Union, they have spent, current estimates are they're spending about 15% of GDP on the military. Had they spent that money, had they spent 5% on the military and the other 10% on something much more reasonable, I think that the dissatisfaction or unhappiness of the people would have been less.
Yeah, I mean, two people I've spoken to in the last couple of weeks. One is Vali Nasr, Iranian academic from Johns Hopkins, and another is Sergei Plokhy at Harvard.
Great.
And, you look at Iranian foreign policy, its policy of forward defense, it's rooted in a paranoia that's centuries old. The same with Russia. You can go back to Hitler, you can go back to the Civil War, you can go back to Napoleon, you can go to the Great Northern War. And I think it's something that's really lost on Brits and Americans, that these mindsets about national interest and foreign policy go back a really long time. They're very hard to get rid of. Let's go back to China for a minute. You mentioned the reforms of the early 1980s. How important is Deng Xiaoping and Dengism, and what exactly does he do to the Chinese economy?
Before I answer that, let me just go back on the previous question when you mentioned, because China is actually an interesting counterpart to the USSR. China, has built the military and has atomic bombs and all that. But I think they did not exaggerate military production the same way the Soviet Union did. Actually, once they got, I think, 300 or 400 atomic weapons, they stopped. That's enough. But the Soviet Union went for 10,000. They wanted to have a little bit more than the Americans. And why do you need 10,000 if you can destroy anybody with 500? So that was what I meant. Really, in some sense, irrational stuff, in my opinion. Now, how important was Deng? Well, Deng, I think, was, super important person, actually. He obviously was not designed to be Mao's successor. Hua Guofeng was the successor, but he eventually was selected by the top class. And it was also interesting, we have to admit that, he was the person who decided to go with Tiananmen massacre. But then he was the person also who in 1992 went for this southern tour, which actually after the retrenchment of Tiananmen and political retrenchment and more left-wing policies, after 1992, actually the situation went back to the very pro-market oriented, pro-rich, pro-rich people, actually, as he said, being rich is glorious. So he had, there is no doubt, I think it's incontestable that he had a super important role in China. So if you take, it was a Mao time and then there was a Deng time.
Do you think he died a Marxist? When you read the biographies and so on, they say Deng died a committed Marxist. The project was to unleash or to liberate the forces of production. Then others say, no, he just realized that, this state model under Mao failed and they wanted a more they wanted to more closely approximate the Western model. Of course, there's a bit of overlap between those two arguments, but where do you stand on where Deng was politically?
I think that he was, I think he remained Marxist, or he remained Leninist, let me put it like that. And that's why I actually think the current also regime in China and the current development can be very well understood if you think of China. And Deng said that being a new economic policy, it's Lenin's policy from 1920s, where you essentially unleash the private sector, but you never give up the political power. So in other words, you let them be rich, have a good life, but you keep an eye on them. And on top of that, the political power stays with you, and you insulate the state from the rich people. And I think if I were to define it like that and to present it to Deng, I think he would agree.
There's that sort of there's a TED talk by Eric E. Lee, and you always see him popping up on social media, and he makes this argument, which you kind of formulate in the book as political capitalism, which is to say you have a market or a mixed market economy, but a market economy for profit, with wage labor, with a working class, with an economic elite. But the point is, capital, big C capital, doesn't set the political objectives of the ruling party, and therefore determine the national interest. And Eric E. Lee says something quite similar, and I think it's a really good explanation of China, and I think we're going to learn a ton of lessons from China here in the West in regards to that over the coming years. You mentioned the new economic policy, and really this idea that actually China, post-Deng, has a new economic policy that might last, a century, who knows?
Right.
Is that where the USSR started to get things wrong? Is there another alternative world where the NEP carries on and actually...
I actually think if you want really to sort of make the alternatives, one alternative was very, how should I say, likely alternative when it happened in 1921-22 is NEP or NEP continues. You don't have collectivization of agriculture. As we know, Ukrainian agriculture is extremely rich, and Russian as well too. They could actually feed themselves very well, export as they continued exporting. The issue was, are we going to go for that type of agricultural development, which then can retard our industrialization? And I think that was the main dividing line between, as we know actually from the literature at the time, between people who wanted industrialization at every cost because that was the sign of a successful and powerful economy, and to some extent they were also afraid again of being attacked. And if you have industry, obviously you're going to have the military and stuff like that. But I think that the path of agricultural development with free trade and sort of so-called netmen prospering would have been better for the Soviet Union. And there was a book by Bob Allen, the English-British historian, that actually looks at that kind of a counterfactual. And he thinks actually that counterfactual would have been better for the Soviet Union. I forget the name of the book, but it's actually a book about the Soviet Union, and it's actually studying precisely that point. Did collectivization actually improve industrialization? In other words, did your ability to extract so much surplus from the peasants, and on top of that to kill 3 million of them, did it really help industrialization in a significant way? And his argument is no.
What were the arguments, or what were the debates within the Politburo and the people around Lenin at the time? Because presumably you have a massive surplus from agricultural production which you can sell, and you can reinvest the proceeds of that into industrialization, which was kind of the idea of the 5-year plans anyway.
But of course they wanted to take it, really forcibly. And so they didn't want to let private enterprise or small private enterprise or peasants and so on really sell the goods on their own side, which was a mistake. Actually, going back to China, if you remember, actually, we mentioned that 1978 was liberalization in China. It was exactly like that. The communes were ended. De facto private ownership of land is still formally state. It's not individual, but de facto is individual, and individuals started paying taxes in kind. So in other words, you produce whatever you do, but okay, I'm going to give to the state 20%, but everything else is for my own either consumption or sales. And that was, I think, the model that NEP, New Economic Policy, promoted. And actually that model, I think, would have worked quite well in the Soviet Union.
I could go down a rabbit hole with you and talk about this for the next hour. I think some
Right.
people watching and listening would love to see that conversation, but really, this book is about the world we're living in after 2008, 2016. You say that the era of neoliberal hegemony is ended or is coming to an end. We're living in its kind of embers, and that we are seeing the end of history. Unpack that a little.
Yes, first of all, the first point, I think that very few people would disagree that neoliberal globalization or a globalized neoliberalism, whichever way you want to put it, that we have been used to since probably 1990 and which had probably its peak around 2000, 2002, when China joined WTO, I think that period has ended. And I think it is obvious that it has ended because the economic policies of the large countries, big countries like the United States or China, have changed. They have changed externally because they have become much more mercantilistic. In the case of the United States, not only since the last election of Trump, it was actually since 2016 and continued by Biden. So that international part has changed ideologically. Of course, trade is still going on, and trade to GDP ratio has not changed and all that. But ideologically, you don't have the same situation that you had 10 years ago, where it was believed, we don't really take into account politics. We have, supply chains, doesn't matter where it is, whoever is cheaper will use that guy. It has really changed now. Now,
sorry, can I ask, when you say ideologically, what does that mean? Because I suppose many people say, well, Trump says something, but actually, like you say, global trade to GDP is broadly unchanged.
Broadly unchanged, yeah.
You say ideology, they would say rhetoric. So what do you mean by ideology?
Well, what I mean by the ideology is that actually people nowadays think much more, and they act to some extent upon that, whether, for example, certain goods would be produced in China or would be produced in Vietnam or India, and whether it is better to actually buy them from India because it is safer in the case of conflict with China. It is kind of obvious that China, for example, had all the problems with IPOs in the United States. With TikTok, which we know, it's also obvious that we have now rare earth as a sort of a political issue. It's no longer an economic issue, buy it or sell it. So the economic things are now used as a political tools. In other words, there is a political coercion to do certain things which in the past would be done purely on economic grounds. So I think it's not only the rhetoric, it is just that things have changed and that there is an adjustment on both sides. In where you produce, what type of, as I was saying, supply chains you want to support, what you don't want to support. It is just a different world. And of course, on top of that, we have the war between Russia and Ukraine, which again has changed the situation with Europe and Russia, exports of gas, which now don't exist anymore. So these are fundamental changes which are driven by politics and war.
Yes, Sergei Bloky was saying that this is not a particularly outrageous claim, the big winner of the Russia-Ukraine war is China. And something you talk about in the book, which I've never really focused on before, is this idea that there's a long-term decoupling of Russia from Europe, which is a geographical coupling. All the major Russian cities are near Europe because it's historically been a European power. And you kind of begin to talk about the possibility of, the center of Russian economic life shifting east. That's a really fascinating idea, isn't it?
It is a fascinating idea. It's kind of hard to happen, but there is a certain logic to it. As I said, it's very hard to imagine that you would have 10 million people from St. Petersburg and Moscow moving to Vladivostok tomorrow. It's very hard. But because Russia was centered into Europe. But if you take a longer term view and say, okay, this break between Russia and Europe is, we cannot say permanent because nothing is permanent, but it's a long-term break. It is very unlikely that Europe would go back to what is perceived the state of dependency in terms of energy to Russia, because there would be precedents. They would say, look, there was a Cold War, then there was a hot war, there was stuff like that. So they would not go there. That would push Russia, it already is happening, to be much more directed towards trade and exchanges with the South, which means India, and China. And then there is another argument. If you could actually just transport people costlessly, you say, why shouldn't I develop the Pacific where actually the center of economic activity is? So why shouldn't I be closer to China, which is now growing, and an Asian region, whereas Europe is not growing? So in some sense, it is reasonable to imagine that Russia would shift east. But as I said, it is very difficult to achieve. Now, let me just go make a counter argument against that. Think of St. Petersburg. St. Petersburg did not exist until Peter the Great decided to build it. It was marshes and nothing. So he decided to build it as a sort of open port towards Europe. So that was a political project as well. I'm not saying that actually it's as easy to go, I don't know, like 6,000 kilometers or whatever, east. But one can imagine a political project which would be, or